Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Woo! We are back. We are back for another week of Johnny Depp. And oh my gosh, I need like a hair straightener to fix this collar. That's going to be annoying me all day long, but that's okay. That's okay. I hope you guys are ready for this disaster to start back up, because we have we have quite a week. I see you in chat. I see the person who said was such an empty week without you. Now listen, I will forgive you this indiscretion one time, but I will let you know I was with you every single day of the week. I do a nighttime show, 11 p.m. Central. 11 p.m. Central. It is not the same as trial coverage. It is far spicier. It is full of jokes and memes and news stories and good times and drinking. But it is there. So if you're ever missing me during the day, you can just either join us at night, or you can pull up a night stream from the night before to get you through your day. Just don't have it unmuted at work or whatever. Strong recommend on that one, because they are not typically safe for professional environments. That's because freedom isn't safe for professional environments anymore. Freedom is something that is very, very scary to people. So yeah. When will Cross start? Whenever Direct is done. I think they will drag Direct on for the rest of today. I think they will. I'm wrong, I'm sure. But I would try and take that full day after a week-long break. Excuse me. But that is a lot of time that they would be eating up. And so with the balance of time already being in the favor of Johnny Depp, I would be hesitant to do that myself. So, oh, Emily Baker has member only chat. Hey, it's one way to control the flow of chat, I guess, if that's too long. So go get it, girl. All right, let me get this pulled up. The stream. I believe all of the audio and video issues have been fixed. I have located the main culprit. Not that you guys want to play Let's Listen to Old Man scream at the sky about tech issues, but that was, I believe, a PCIe 4.0 PCIe 4.0 issue. I think that was the problem we had there, and it has been fixed. Let me see if I could do this way. If this would work. No, that's not going to work. Okay. Let me see what we got. Let's see what we got. Trying to find a good feed for this here. Here we go. Here we go. We are in day 16. Let me pull up the court video here. Look at that. Video on me is smooth. This video is smooth. Not a bad outfit from Amber. I like that jacket. I think that's cool. That jacket looks feminine, at least. Give her some credit. We're gonna want to crank this volume up. Let's see if we can find our legal brethren in the gallery. Can we find Runkle of the Bailey Law and Lumber? Oh, there they are. Look. Oh, dang it. They're over on the left-hand side. They're over on the left-hand side near the back. You've got Law and Lumber, Runkle of the Bailey, and you've got the DUI guy, Larry Froman. They are there. I'll point them out as soon as we get them back on screen. So that is fun to have some lawyers from this community there in person. They've been there since like 8 p.m. last night. These dudes are putting in way too much work. Just kidding. It's really awesome that they're there, but they've been there since 8 p.m. last night. About 9 p.m. Eastern time. And yeah, they almost missed it. So, Okay, they're back here. There's Runkle, Law and Lumber, and DUI guy. You can see just barely his little head peeking up over the audience here. There they are, those three. Hope you're well rested. Oh, I'm rested. I'm rested, baby. I got like 4 hours of sleep, which sounds like a very little amount, but let me tell you, I slept until 1:30 p.m. yesterday. So I was on a sleep overdose, and now I'm up and at 'em. I feel bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, baby. See, I've been saying, hopefully Amber watched my coverage. Amber girl, if you did, good job. She's wearing a skirt. She's wearing a female cut jacket. It looks nice and professional and feminine. Thank you. What a good move. It's almost like somebody has been saying this the whole time. I think that's a much better look for court than she's had pretty much any day so far. She doesn't look like a Puritan or like a Handmaid's Tale. She's not overselling it. You hate her jacket? I like her jacket for this purpose. For this purpose, I think it's good. What's up with all the women in the audience? Well, I mean, not to stereotype, but ladies love this sort of, this isn't true crime, but it's like true crime. Like this is drama. It's real. It's high profile. This is right down the alley of content that is very regularly consumed by a female audience. And ladies, that is not a criticism in any way. It's just reality. And I think those of you in the chat know this, of course, because that's why, part of why you're here. This is the content that is very often and frequently consumed by women. So if they can be there live, you know, it's like going to a live show. I've noticed, because I get demographic metrics for people who choose to give YouTube like some basic information about themselves. And when I do trial coverage, doesn't matter what kind of trial it is, the female contingent of the audience increases pretty noticeably, which I find fun. So let me hit a couple of the very early super chats to make sure I don't lose those. because YouTube will toss them out. We got Stephen Cooper says, here's some bread to help with the Provigil you have been / will be mainlining. I did renew my Provigil prescription when I went to the doctor the other day because, oh, hey.
The Court of Fairfax County is now in session. Young A.S. Wright presiding. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning,
All right.
Judge.
Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Sure.
And peace be with you. Lancelot 652 says, late gay and sleep deprived. Oh no, I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping well. Fair Frozen 55 says, caught the lumber-in-law and Runkle early in a Fox 5 picture in locals. Pretty cool. Crazy that they made it there. I mean, absolutely crazy. It's a shame the elf is too short and hard to see behind the lady. Well, he can be seen when necessary. If Runkle wants to be seen, can we? Can we get the thank you? If Runkle wants to be seen, he can walk gently along the heads of anyone in the audience. So don't worry about him. If at a moment's notice he needs to be seen, he will. Whoa, Sir J-Dog 21 with a giant chat. Thank you. Says finished the current release of Overlord light novel and had a blast. Chairman Hurd, what if any grumpies did you leave in Mr. Depp's bed? Very cool. How is the Overlord light novels? I can't do the light novels. I don't have time. I really like the Overlord show, and it was on Hulu, but they just moved it back, I think, to Crunchyroll only. Oh, hey, there we go. Good job, Sky News. What are you doing with the court feed? Want to go ahead and bring that back there, champ? Why are you showing this? Why on earth would you show them coming in? They already are there. We know they got there. Okay. Do you see what happened? Oh, wait, no, that's not people cheering. That's an ambulance. That's a siren. Uh-oh. Oh, my God. Oh, jeez. It's not time delayed. They're just taking the opportunity to show this since they didn't show it earlier. No. Hold on, I gotta mute it. Oh, wait, no, good. This has got some Bob Marley bumping. I'm sorry. I didn't know they were going to do this. I didn't know they were going to go back and crush the audio.
Those are relatives. All relatives.
Fantastic. Johnny Depp, man. He knows. Do you see that look on his face? He knows how this is playing out. Okay, Sky News, go back to the courtroom, you weirdos. Thanks for showing your strange feet. What are you doing? Those are pre-recorded videos that they had from earlier. Okay. We'll see what the hell is up with that. Oh boy. I think they pulled down the courtroom feed. Let me check a couple other places. I think they pulled down the courtroom feed during the motion arguments that they have. Nope. You want to go ahead and bring the feedback? I mean, we'll run it on Law and Crime. I don't care. Oh, idiots. Okay. Well, we'll run it over here. I'll bring it back up just a second. I don't actually like, I know some people like Law and Crime's camera setup. I don't. I like the bigger camera setup. I really hate their stupid let me see. Let me just make sure again. Law and Crime and we have a history. Okay. Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Objection,
All right,
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Your Honor, but it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's
I'll sustain the
explaining
objection.
what she looked at.
I'll sustain the objection.
First question was, when did the first act of physical violence occur?
When did
Sorry.
you earlier believe the first act of physical violence occurred?
Well, I had always believed up until recently that it had started later, that the violence started around early 2013. Not early 2012.
Oh, she just came up with new
No,
violence.
you
now.
testified earlier that the first act of physical violence by Mr. Depp related to the Winona Wino tattoo. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Does that change your testimony, realizing that this is earlier? Was this in fact still the first act?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What was the first act?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Good job, Camille. Break up
How do
Elaine's
you remember
testimony.
the first act of violence?
Well, you never forget it. That's how I remember it. It
But you
changes your
forgot
life
it.
forever.
But you
never
literally
forget the
forgot
first
it.
time someone hits you like that. I
Oh,
just had the date wrong.
And how is it that you think you got the date wrong?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm embarrassed to say I think I would have liked to have believed that the period of time in which I had to fall in love with Johnny, in which we fell in love and he was sober and he wasn't violent to me, lasted for a lot longer than it did. I think I would have liked to have believed that I wasn't hit so early in the relationship and still stayed. He was also sober for a period in 2012, which was a peaceful time for us, in which we fell in love. So I had kind of allowed myself, I guess, to forget that the beginning of that period, 2012, before he got sober, was really violent and chaotic as well.
They clearly conferred on
I'm embarrassed to say that.
on her testimony during
Now,
the
you
week off.
testified that
It's
the
obvious.
police were called multiple times.
Weren't supposed to,
Other
but
than
they
the
did.
May 21, 2016, what other occasions were there where the police were called?
They were called in December of 2011. They were called in 2012. They were called in 2013 in March by the landlord. I had sought advice from Laurel Anderson as to whether I should call the police. Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. When you filed the domestic violence temporary restraining order, how many acts of abuse did you allege at that time?
I gave the last couple, I believe. last two incidents, maybe three.
And why didn't you tell of all the acts of abuse at that time?
I was following advice from my counsel.
Okay. How many instances of abuse were included in the UK trial?
There were 14 acts of physical abuse and violence and 3 acts of sexual abuse.
And why were those 17 included in the UK trial?
Well, I was not a party, a direct party. I was a witness, so it was whatever their counsel, the Sun counsel, chose.
Okay. When is the first time you were called upon to provide a detailed accounting of as many times as you could recall of physical and sexual abuse by Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
That's not hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking her when she was called upon to do so.
Well, the objection is hearsay.
The
Right,
objection
but it's
is
not offered to
hearsay.
prove the truth of the matter
Yes, you are.
asserted, and it's just asking for date.
All right, overruled.
Thank you.
Oh, Elaine won that one.
A few months
still
ago,
hearsay.
February in 2022, this year, was the first time I was asked to do so, other than cold in a deposition.
Okay. And when you were asked to provide those, what did you do to be able to prepare that accounting, that full accounting?
Well, I had the benefit of my therapist. note.
Objection, hearsay.
So, Your Honor, she's not saying what the therapist said. I'm just
I'll
asking.
overrule the objection.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I looked at my therapist notes, I had the benefit of those notes, which we had received in February, as well as I reviewed calendars, photos, text messages, my journals, my diaries, of which there were many. I put all of those together. It took a lot of time to be able to, adequately refresh my recollection and fill in the details over the course of the 5 years we were together.
And what did you do when you put that all together?
I kind of filled in and collected all of these various pieces of information and gave a fuller account as best I could for each incidents of violence that I had record of. I think it was called an interrogatory.
In this case?
In this case,
All right.
Excuse
Did
me.
you sign that under oath?
I did.
Okay. And it was provided to counsel for Mr. Depp?
It was.
Okay. And was it a pretty lengthy document?
It was far too long.
And how is it that you didn't just remember all of those events like this?
That's not how
Memory
your
works.
memory or my memory works. We were together for 5 years, almost 4.5. And it was a very violent, chaotic, at times very loving
You didn't testify to this
emotional,
2 weeks ago.
relationship. So as anyone can imagine, there was a lot going on. And unfortunately, the violence became almost normal, especially towards the end. It was just, it's hard to say that now, but the violence was almost normal. And
There's now so much
your
violence
brain
that she
does
couldn't
with
tell you
trauma
any
what it
specific
does.
times.
puts it away best you can. So I was frankly, I was shocked to see a lot of the information presented to me through my therapist's notes, because she was taking them in real
Objection,
time.
Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain my objection.
Okay, we'll move past what the therapist said in her notes. Okay. Now, there's one more. You also provided a declaration in this case early on. Do you recall that, trying to move the case to California?
Yes, there was a declaration in 2019.
All right. And did you describe some of the events of violence in that declaration?
Objection, leading.
What, if anything, was said about violent acts in that declaration?
I was taking the advice of my counsel. It was to get it moved, I believe.
Okay. And did you include all of them?
No,
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Thank
And-
you.
no, I did not include all of the incidents of violence. That was not the point of making this declaration.
Was it the point of your
We were making
testimony
this declaration
for the last
in an effort
week?
to move it to California, because as hard as it is to go through this sort of trial, as it is, it's even harder to do so in a place that neither Johnny nor I are connected to.
Now, you testified earlier about guitars, and you said you've never played a guitar. Have you ever
That was a
played
lie.
a guitar player in a movie?
You could say I posed with a guitar. It turns out I am an unteachable.
Okay. I'm going to take you to the tape recordings. Why did you and Mr. Depp start taping each other?
Well, at first it was not at first. It was meant to be a way to get to the heart of some of our communication issues, in order to discover in a therapeutic fashion kind of what was some of our issues in our communication.
Okay. Now, we heard an audio tape earlier during this trial in which you said the word couch repeatedly. Can you please explain to the jury what that meant?
Yes. Couch was a word that we had been given, that we decided upon, rather.
Objection, hearsay.
Just tell us what
We
Mr.
had
Depp
decided
said
upon.
about this.
That it was a safe word. It was meant to be a safe word, like a word like truce, where you put down the proverbial guns and you say, truce, we're not fighting anymore. Couch was supposed to be a word that you used, or that we used as a truce. I don't want to fight anymore. You win. Let's stop this. That was the mention of couch, which you heard earlier in a recording.
Now, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Depp about threatening to divorce each other or threatening to leave?
Objection calls for hearsay to the
I'm
extent
asking
it
for-
calls for misheard statements.
I'm asking for discussions with Mr. Depp.
It's still her.
Just tell us what Mr. Depp said. Don't tell us what you said.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. So what did Mr. Depp say in your discussions about the use of the term threatening to divorce or threatening to leave each other?
Objection, leading.
Overrule.
Well, Johnny would always say the only way out of this was death. But in fights, in particularly heated ones, we had found, we were using divorce in the fight, in some of our heated fights. We tried not to, but that kind of deteriorated after the December incident that I got beat up pretty badly. And after that point, it was used a lot more often.
Okay. Now, March 26, 2015, this is after the first Australia trip and after the staircase incident. I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit 371A? This is a tape recording, and it's going to be at 1 minute, 1:01 to 2:29.
Yeah, what she said is hearsay, but what he said isn't hearsay because
Could you say that times again?
An
Yes, it's
opposing-
1:01 to 2:29.
An op-
And if we could, I
Shut
don't
up,
know whether
Elaine.
you had turned up that volume. I know it's
What?
hard to hear these.
Is this
an
the evidence
opposing
already?
party statement.
I'm moving it into evidence, Your Honor, but these are the tape recordings between the two, which I think we had agreed.
Is there any objection to 371A?
Your Honor, if you just give me a moment to
Okay,
confirm
sure.
there's no other voices.
Okay, so if you have an opposing party statement that is adverse to their interest, it is an exception to hearsay. But your own statements
It's
offered
not in
outside.
evidence, Your Honor.
Okay.
So could you please confirm that there are no other voices?
This is, I will confirm that.
Okay,
This,
all right.
and it's Depp's exhibit. It's
Right.
Mr. Depp's exhibit.
Plaintiff's 371A then, any objection?
No objection.
Okay, 371A in evidence. Thank you.
And we may need to, Sammy, if you listen, and we may need to turn that volume up. Sometimes your control is a little bit better than what we have, Max.
I see somebody who's changing always into different versions of a person that I recognize for a brief moment. And then he slips away and he disappears. And then I get a different version of him. You get the insecure, scared version of him that lashes out in a different medium every time. So if it's Adderall Junkie Johnny, then he's abusive and he's bully and he's a tyrant and he's mean. is reactionary and he's incendiary, and anything I do and say is cause for violence or anger. If I speak to him honestly, bluntly from the heart, I'm yelling at him. If I argue back with him, then I'm abusive. If I don't say anything, then I am dismissive or absent or what's wrong here or somewhere else. If I engage with him, I'm part of the problem. I'm yelling, I'm mean. If I don't engage with him, then I'm part of the problem. No matter what I do, I'm fucked. Because if I look at him the wrong way, he's a problem. If I say the wrong thing, God knows what it is. I'm the problem. I'm the problem. Either way.
You are the problem.
That's the guy who's on a bunch of fucking speed.
What did you mean when you were saying that to Mr. Depp?
That no matter, my perception was that no matter what I did, no matter what I did to de-escalate, walk away from him, to confront him, to try to, nothing I did made a difference. Nothing I did changed his rage at me. Nothing I did changed the violence towards me. Nothing I did calmed him down. And I was constantly doing a juggling act of what kind of version of Johnny I was dealing with. There were different versions of him, and they were drastically different from one another. And even more so than them being different from one another, they didn't even sometimes remember what the other version did or said. They acted almost like independent versions of this person, depending on what combination of drugs and alcohol he was on. That's what I was trying to express to him. It's just the futility of me responding and successfully, and the futility of trying to constantly negotiate with him and the substances he was on at the time.
I'm going to take you to April 15,
Again, with their theory that
2015,
substances
the premiere
make
of When I Live My
abusers.
Life Over Again. What, if anything, did you do for that premiere?
I believe that premiere was in New York City. It was a small independent film I shot. I went back to New York to attend the premiere.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 421, please? Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 421.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 421 in evidence.
May we publish to the
Publish to
jury?
the jury.
Thank you. Amber, could you please describe for the jury what this picture is?
That is a picture of me a few months. I believe this is April of 2015, so it's a few months after the March incident that happened in Australia, early March, in which Johnny held me down on the countertops and my arms were cut on the glass
Sure.
And
in that attack.
And if we could draw attention to your arm there, are those scars? What are those? Please describe for the jury what those are.
Those are scars that I obtained while Johnny was strangling me and assaulting me on the countertop in Australia.
Wait, on a
Michelle, can you bring up
countertop?
Defendant's Exhibit 423, please.
When did he have her on a countertop in Australia?
And does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes, that's
Hold on a second. I'm going
Yes.
to move the admission of Defendant's 423, please.
No objection.
423 in evidence.
Thank you.
Publish.
May we publish?
Billy Witch
Please
Doctor.
describe to the jury what this shows.
it is a picture of me on a red carpet. You can see my scars.
Wanna
Even
know
though I have
how I got
makeup on
these
them,
scars?
they're a bit harder to cover because they're rather fresh.
There's
Now,
an earlier
After
picture
this,
between
in
these
April
two
of
times that don't have
2015,
those on
you
there.
returned to Australia with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Yes, we did.
Okay, and tell the jury about that trip.
Well, after Johnny was able to get clean off of the coke and the other drugs enough to get the hand surgery he needed, there commenced a period of time of sobriety for Johnny. His doctor had fired him and then came on when Johnny agreed to get clean.
Objection,
there was this-
hearsay, non-responsive.
Don't say what, I mean, we've already had, Your Honor, we've already had the testimony from Dr. Kipper, but don't say what Dr. Kipper did. Just tell the other part. Just don't say what somebody else said. Okay?
So there was this period of sobriety after that. And Johnny was very committed to being clean and sober. And I thought we had finally done it. We finally did it. We were through it and we were never going back, meaning he was going to be clean and sober for good this time. And we had a wonderful period of, we fell back in love, or deeper in love than we were before. It seemed things were so good. We were talking about a future again. We were talking about having kids. I mean, when Johnny wasn't using it was so peaceful. We had we had a good time together. We went back to Australia like that, in that state, and had a few months. We even had my parents come and visit us in Australia, and we were talking about babies and about buying a farm and, looking for homes in California. And we were in a really beautiful, peaceful period. It was wonderful. It was wonderful.
Now, did you stay at the same place that you did the earlier time in Australia?
We went back to a very remodeled version of that home. I mean, remodeled, very cleaned up version of that home. Same walls, same structure, but looked a bit different, as you can imagine.
How did you feel going back to that home, given what had happened in March, early March?
The home isn't the problem. If you're living in domestic violence, you don't just not go home. You don't just not go into the kitchen just because you were slapped in that kitchen. People living in domestic violence live in their homes. That's almost, the home isn't the problem. That's the normal part of your home. And for me, Johnny was my home. Where we were a couple was my home. And that home was often really violent, but it wasn't the structure itself. It was Johnny. And when we went back to Australia, that home, Johnny was in a completely different, he had done a complete 180, clean, sober, present, calm. We were peaceful. I mean, any of the gripes and the problems that he seemed to have about me went away when he was sober. And so we managed to go back to that same house, but in a very different way. It felt very different.
June 16, 2015, the Magic Mike tour. Where did you go for
Magic
that
Mike?
tour?
While I was in Australia, I got the call for that press tour and went to Europe for the press tour for that movie. And
one of the big problems with their testimony is they have not
I was
established a
nervous
clear
because problems arise when
timeline.
I'm having to work when I leave.
Objection, non-responsive.
Which actually might be
Well, sustain the objection. Next question.
Michelle, can you please bring up defendants?
might be
Exhibit
their
447?
purpose. They've tried to make it very confusing. And again, she's rewriting her entire
I'm gonna ask you
testimony
first,
right now.
Does this
Oh, there was
accurately portray
so much
the
violence.
scene depicted?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants exhibit 447.
No objection.
447 in evidence. You can publish.
There's so much violence. I
Thank you.
couldn't
Michelle,
even
if
come
you
up with.
could zoom
ways.
in just a little bit.
We're going to show her
closer.
wrist again.
Amber, could you tell the jury about this picture?
Yes, that's me on the red carpet promoting the Magic Mike movie I was in. You can see the scars on my body, on my arms.
Okay.
You can't see everything, of course, but
Okay. And Michelle, can you bring up defendants exhibit 449?
Those don't look like glass cuts at all, man. You've got slash. They match.
And Amber, does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 449.
No
All
objection.
right, 449 in evidence. Publish.
And Amber, could you please describe to the jury what this portrays?
This is, you can see the scars on my arm from that attack. Also around this time,
I can't wait for Cross.
Johnny was calling me on the phone before and after, while I was doing these press events. And sometimes I would be on the phone with him, kind of managing accusations about why I didn't pick up sooner, didn't text back sooner. And sometimes I actually on this tour many times had to delay get out of the car or
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll ask that. How did Mr. Depp react to your going on this press tour?
He was very upset with me. I just remember crying on the phone with him a lot and having to hang up to go do press events.
All right.
What, if any, makeup did you apply to your
Now,
face
I'm
to
going to
make
take
it
you
look
to
like
the
a bruise?
Southeast Asia train trip. That was your honeymoon trip, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And that was July 25, 2015?
Yes,
Now-
it was.
Okay. Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162. It's already into evidence. Now, Mr. McGivern testified that he took this picture in July of 2013. Would you agree with that?
Objection, misstates prior testimony.
That's exactly what he testified to.
It was
It
Malcolm.
wasn't.
I have the transcript.
I don't know. Go ahead and ask your
It's
question.
Mr. McConnelly.
Is that correct?
I believe Malcolm Conley took this on the Orient Express.
Malcolm Connolly, not Travis McGivern?
I believe it was Malcolm on that trip with us. Yes,
Okay. And was it in 2013 or was it 2015?
it was in 2015,
Okay.
July.
And
Okay.
please describe, if you can, what transpired during this trip.
Well, the train trip itself was peaceful up until Johnny wanted to start drinking brown alcohol. He had already started drinking champagne when I returned from the press tour. That's what he was drinking, wine and champagne. When he wrapped on Pirates 5, the plan was for us to do this honeymoon. I was walking a bit on eggshells because I know a pattern, but I was not wanting to accept that we had gone back to a pattern at all. And so we were on this train, and on the last night we were on the train, after this was taken, this photo, Johnny and I got in an argument about him wanting to be allowed, meaning him wanting me to agree to him drinking liquor and being okay with it. And an argument followed that in our sleeping car. Johnny slapped me across the face and held me up by kind of got a hold of my neck and pushed me up against the wall of the cart. It was a narrow sleeper cart, and there were two beds, one on each side. He had me up against the wall, right? While he was standing on the floor in between the beds, and I was on the bed, kind of half kneeling, half standing, trying to get his arms off my neck. And he was squeezing my neck against the railway car for what felt like a very long time. And every time he kind of would pull me away from the side of the car, he'd slam me up against the wall. And I remember looking down at him and trying to get his arms off of my neck. And I remember thinking that he could not even mean to kill me. I remember being scared that he wouldn't even mean to do it. And kind of looking down at him because I was slightly above him as he was standing on the ground, and kind of clawing at him, trying to get him to, his arms away from my neck. I remember I had at one point he ripped the top of my shirt. I don't really remember what it was, but I remember I had a breast exposed. At some point, I pull at his lapel of
ripping
his
her
shirt,
shirts off
and
left
he
and right.
rips the shirt off of him and wrapped it around my neck. And that's how I woke up the next morning. Actually, I
Oh,
woke up
okay.
with it still around my neck and with a giant knot in the back of my head.
What happened?
Did you keep a diary at that
Did
time?
you pass out?
Yes, I did.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit
It choke you into
461?
unconsciousness? Shady Conservative asks, what is a non-responsive objection? Non-responsive means that
Objection, hearsay.
the answer given is not responsive to the question
It is
asked.
a diary, Your Honor, and I will just ask her some questions about it rather than trying to admit it into evidence at this point.
All right, I'll wait for the question. Go ahead.
What if anything?
I'll give an example in a
do you
bit.
recall about recording what transpired on that train?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm just asking her whether she did. I'm not asking what she recorded.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead. Overruled.
I wrote about what happened that night the next morning.
Thank you. Now, did Mr. Depp suffer any injuries on that trip?
Not that I saw. I have a lot of pictures from that trip, and he's uninjured.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Michelle. Thank you. Now, I'm going to keep you in July of 2015, and Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Depp Exhibit 390A. It's a recording, and I'm going to be asking about from 3:30 to 4:12.
Good old
Remove the admission,
Archie
Your Honor. It's another recording between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
know you
There's nobody
can't.
else in
It's
there.
plaintiff's, what number was it?
It's plaintiff's.
She
It's,
was not
390A.
able to
Okay.
introduce what
Any
she wrote
objection to
as evidence.
390A?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, so objection non-responsive is, what did you do when you got to the store, right? And then they start with, well, Johnny Depp always beat me. In fact, he started beating me early in the morning and he kept beating me all week. That's non-responsive, right? Like, what did you do when you got to the store was the question.
Any objection then?
No objection.
All right, 390A in evidence.
I hope that helps.
I saw you doing it earlier, whatever. It's fine, it's secretive. It's deceitful. You had trouble with me before when you said to me that you didn't feel like you were told when I was recording you. So please stop.
You didn't.
Please stop.
You did not.
Please stop.
Fucking acknowledge what I'm saying before you keep making demands. You are not a school
Okay.
teacher. Shut the fuck up.
Don't
Listen
shut
to me, and then you can fucking respond. Understand? You ain't nobody's fucking mom. You ain't no school teacher. Don't fucking pretend to be authoritative with me.
Okay, fine.
You don't exist.
Leave it on.
What were you discussing in that call?
We were discussing whether or not it was all right to record each other without the other's permission. And Johnny said it didn't matter anymore, the requirement of that permission from me. I was trying to say, hey, we agreed.
Okay. Let's go to August 2015. Please describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in that time frame.
You said August?
August 2015.
Let's see if
August
they play the rest of that recording on
2015 was
cross.
a very difficult time. Following the brief honeymoon we had, Johnny's use continued, started again is a better way to describe it. And lo and behold, so did our disagreements, coincidentally, not coincidentally. I got an offer to do a job, which was already a problem or problematic. I was considering working on a TV series that had James Franco in it. I was asked if I would meet with the people who are making the show.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter, sir.
It is.
Thank you.
And so I was considering taking that job. and there was a possibility it would require brief nudity, which I knew I would have to negotiate down, but obviously that was a problem for Johnny. Didn't want me to do that, didn't want me to work. And frankly, I needed to. And there was another film I had coming out that I had previously shot. It's called London Fields. It was a source of a lot of fighting between us because of the sexuality in the role. It was a constant negotiation between myself and the filmmakers. They made a film, and Johnny told me that he had heard about it, was unhappy with some of what he had heard. He was unhappy with me having done a sex scene in it that he claimed I didn't tell him about. I did not actually film the scene he was speaking of. He demanded that we watch a screener of it, which is like a version of the film before it's released. We got one sent to where we were at the time, Johnny's Chateau in France. It's in a remote part of France. And once again, we're in this remote place and we're screening this film that I appeared in. And there was a sex scene in that movie that started before Johnny freaked out because it looked like me. They had used a body double. Unbeknownst to me, without my permission, they used a body double to do a sex scene. So I have an incredibly jealous man who already is upset with me for breaking the rule that I had a sex scene. On top of that, I'm telling him it wasn't me. I didn't shoot that scene. And you can imagine how upset he was. He was
fake Amber Titty.
And was calling me a liar, a whore, among other things. And we had that combined with the fact that I had even entertained doing this job that involved James Franco was a pressure cooker. I called it a week of hell later.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Johnny at one point slapped me in the face in our bedroom in the chateau that we were staying in. At another moment, he punched me across the jaw. At one point, he kind of either pushed or threw. It's hard to describe to you which of those two it is because I can't tell you. I just know I went flying into this old church furniture. I later thought I had a concussion.
Old church furniture.
It was the first time I thought I had sustained a concussion. And I wrote about it later.
Now, did there come a time in this
punches
time
her
frame that you found a
flying?
folder on
man is
Mr.
strong.
Depp's computer?
Yes.
What was it labeled?
It was on Johnny's opening page, his desktop. It said, "No fun for JD," in all caps.
And what was in that folder?
It was a collection of pictures of me from various red carpets, starting on the press tours that I had been on, where I zoomed in pictures of what he thought was, like inappropriate clothing, side boob, cleavage, anytime I moved.
Objection calls for speculation.
All right. I'll sustain as to what
Okay.
she believes it was.
Okay. What pictures were in that folder that we have seen today?
The ones I saw of the kind of rose gold dress and the red dress were both in that.
Show them
file.
all.
Now, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say to you or ask you about how you got those cuts on your arms?
Nothing.
What, if anything, has Mr. Depp ever said to you or asked you about any injuries that you've sustained over those years?
Johnny's obviously never asked me how I got any of
Why
those
is that
scars.
obvious?
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp self-injuring himself?
Often. He did that often.
Please tell the jury about that. What did he do?
I first started, I can't tell you what I told my therapist, but I almost called 911 in New York in 2014, August of 2014, I believe, because I thought he had done himself an injury. He often in fights would cut his arms. or hold a knife to his chest, or draw blood superficially at first, but later, like in 2016, especially as our relationship was ending. He also put cigarettes out on himself. He'd flick them at me, and once or twice tried to put one out on me, but mostly he would do it while screaming at me. He once did it right in front of me, screaming at my face as he put the cigarette out on his cheek.
Now, I'm going to take you
So
to
now
September 15,
he's a cigarette
2015.
putter outer on his
And
face.
Michelle, if we can bring up Depp exhibit, that's plaintiff's exhibit 345A. This is another audio recording, and it's 5:54 to 7:55. I'd like
The
to move
man-
the admission, Your Honor.
The
Any
man whose
objection?
face is worth literally hundreds of
No
millions of
objection, Your Honor.
dollars.
345A in evidence. Thank you.
You can play,
All
Michelle,
day.
please.
I was gonna pour you one.
I'm an alcoholic. You should.
I don't have any control over how much you drink. But you don't have any control over whether I tell you the truth or not. Have you changed lately? Yeah, you've changed.
Well, your truth is really interesting too.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm the first person that's noticed.
So I can go downstairs.
Okay. Yes. You're a escape route. I see.
Not escaping. I'll be back in 15
Oh,
minutes.
of course. 15 minutes, just like last time.
15.
Just like last time. When I had to pull you out of the bathroom. Well, didn't pull you out of the bathroom, but when you passed out naked in the bathroom in there.
Did you pull me out?
You tried to.
Really?
Yeah.
How did you get inside?
It didn't get inside.
Well, how did you try to pull me
By
out?
pounding on the door, waking up every 15 minutes, and then falling asleep next to the door so I could hear you snore in case if you vomited, I could call EMS if you ever stopped snoring.
Because you were
Because if
afraid
I
I was gonna die.
I thought you would choke on your own vomit, which is very likely with you.
Really?
Yes.
Very
I
likely.
vomit a lot.
Yes.
What?
Yes, you do vomit a lot in your sleep, even.
Really?
Oh, it's news to you? Then this is affecting you a lot more than I thought it was.
I'll be so good. I hope so.
What, you don't vomit a lot, or you gonna tell me that? What do you mean you gotta tell me you don't vomit? Well, you don't vomit a lot? No, it's okay. It's fine, you try it.
Please explain to the jury what the issue was in this particular tape recording.
Well, Johnny at the time was wanting to go and drink downstairs at a bar, and we were talking about 15 minutes because the last several times he had done that, it had been days. He'd disappear on a bender, get really sick, and you know the drill by now, having heard enough from me.
Oh, do they?
So
Do they know the drill? You just don't
another
want to
issue
fill out any
that
details?
we were having at the time, or that he was having at the time, that affected me is that he would pass out and vomit, and vomited very, very regularly at this stage.
You
He
know
was
what happened.
obviously drinking again. I'd given up fighting with him on that at that stage. And what I had a habit of doing is turning him over onto his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit. It's very common for people who do that to asphyxiate. At least that's what I understood. So the
I thought
advice
he
I
was
got
gone for
was
days
to
at a
turn him
time.
to his side, put a pillow underneath his back, and turn his head so that he didn't asphyxiate. And one time I was doing that, and he swung at me, and I told medical. And the advice, after I got their advice, I realized I can't say what the advice was, but after I got that advice, I stopped doing that. I tried to, as much as I could, leave him and just be ready to call 911 or help if I heard him choking. And sometimes that happened behind bathroom doors.
Well, and that's going to take me to September 27, 2015. Again, Depp, that's plaintiff's exhibit.
You told EMS that he swung at you?
And the recorded is
Sure.
3107 to 3230.
No police call on that
I'm gonna move the
domestic
admission,
from
Your Honor.
EMS?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right.
We got a guy who gets drunk and
356A
beats
in
his wife.
evidence.
Thank you, Your
Plaintiffs.
Honor. Michelle, thank you.
Lie.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing, and
You figured
in
it
the face,
out.
and you said, "No, fuck it, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about?" And I
didn't
watched
punch
you
you.
lie, and then
I
I
didn't
said,
punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit
punched me.
you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, even a lot of fights been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a closed
You didn't
fist.
get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you.
They got to run
I
damage
fucking
control.
was hitting you.
You can't
I don't know
deck
what
me.
the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are your toes?
What am I supposed to do? Do this?
How are your
I'm not
toes?
sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are.
Oh,
That's the difference
you
between
poor
me and
toes.
you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start
You
physical
are
fights.
such a baby.
Because
Grow
you-
the fuck up.
Because you start
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had to get the
Because-
fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable. Every single time. What's your excuse when there's not a physical fight? Then what's the excuse then? You're still being admirable, right? Just by running away.
Amber, please
Gotta
explain
get
to the
ahead of
jury
this.
what's transpiring in that audio recording, what that's about.
Well, there's two different situations that we're referencing in this fight, two different altercations between Johnny and I involving the door. The first of which we first start talking about, where I'm talking about hitting him, I am talking about what that conversation is about the disparity. The disparity between Johnny and I in our physical fights. The
Yeah, that's what it
disparity
was.
of how he would proactively punch me and I would have to resort to reactively hitting him.
That's
I am
not what
talking
you're
about
talking
the
about at
difference
all.
between a punch, which Johnny did often, and me having to hit him in my defense. I know the difference between those two, and I'm highlighting the difference between those two, even if he wasn't twice my size. They're very different, and that's what I'm pointing out to him. The
literal
situation
opposite
that
of what happened.
involved, the context of that is, it happened in our bedroom up in Penthouse 3. You've heard us talk about that place. And I was trying to shut a door, our bedroom door, actually. I was trying to barricade myself behind this door, and Johnny was trying to get through the door. He was using his body and his limbs to try to bust through the door as I was trying to keep it closed, because I knew what he would do to me when he got to me on the other side.
Except he's talking about getting
And
away.
I was hitting his arms, his body, as he was trying to prevent me from closing the door. And that is a separate incident that we later talk about in the second half of that recording, where we're talking about my toes. That involved a different incident, which was a bathroom door. And it was one of those ones that he was passing out in. And I could hear him passing out, or what it sounded like to me behind a closed door is passing out. I heard a thud. I heard a lot of commotion. I heard a glass break. And I hear what sounds like his body falling against the bathroom door. I open it to check on him, as I was accustomed to doing at that time. Johnny violently reacted to me opening the door, pushed it against me. It ran up over my toes, and he angrily came around the side of the door.
Notice the
swinging at me.
adverbs.
I
Violently, angrily.
naturally pushed the door off of my feet, responding to the pain.
Naturally pushed
and also
the door.
to the awareness, the knowledge that he was coming for me. Johnny later later he blamed me in his inability to understand what happened, in that he was not in his right mind, and he misunderstood that interaction and tried to blame me for starting a physical fight between us. And he even later went so far as to say, I wasn't even going to hit you.
He later did
And,
that. It's not on recording, though?
That was the second door. I only could respond by trying to take accountability for my actions in it, what he understood my actions were, and my interpretation. And what I'm trying to say to him is, look, I can only do my best to respond. I was in pain. I was scared. And I can't promise you that when I'm scared and in pain, I won't react, thinking I know very well what our situation is and what's going to happen to me should I not react.
Thank you. So I'm going to play another clip from that same discussion, and Your Honor, would be Plaintiff's Exhibit Depths 356B, we'll call that, and it would be from 1:29:27.
What are you going to believe?
To 1:30:07.
What you just heard or what I
And I'd
told
like to
you?
move the admission.
I mean, come on, chat.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right,
Do we believe Amber's
356B in
version of that
evidence.
story?
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle?
I can't promise you that I'll be perfect. I can't promise you I won't get physical again. God, I fucking sometimes get so mad I lose it. I can fucking promise you I'm gonna do everything to change. I promise you. I'm not gonna throw around divorce. I will not say divorce unless I really need it. Unless it's it. And then I hope you leave me. I'm not going to. I need to. I will leave you. It's fair. I can't do it. You know, and I think honestly, if we hold each other accountable to that, it's fair.
Please explain to the jury what was going on in that part of the discussion.
That's the same conversation where I am, as I was accustomed to doing, I'm taking as much responsibility as I had to in those interactions. I have to, in my relationship with Johnny, and as you have to, and somebody will not and cannot take any accountability for anything they do in a fight, as Johnny couldn't and wouldn't. I took on as much as I could for myself. I had the whole relationship been blamed for everything, for his drinking, for him hitting me, for everything in between, blamed for walking away, blamed for staying. And I blame myself as well. Blame myself for my part in it, blame myself for staying, blame myself for putting up with it. And frankly, at a certain point, it's easier to take the blame, feels easier. It almost feels better to take the blame for something than to accept the senseless nature of the violence you can't change.
Like when you took the blame
it's
for
almost more reassuring to take
physical fight you
accountability for
started?
it than to accept the senseless nature of the violence that you can't change, no matter what you do, no matter what I
You
did,
do.
no matter what I did, still hit me.
I'm now going to take you to October 5, 2015, and Your Honor, Plaintiff's Exhibit, Depths Exhibit 393A, another recording, 2:40 to 3:43.
This reads like how I would
Move
write
the
a domestic
admission.
abuse victim in high school.
No objection.
All right, 393A, plaintiffs in evidence.
Fact of the matter is, Johnny, they don't know. None of your friends, whether they saw a tiny fraction, that was the tip of an iceberg. The tip of an iceberg. That was my reaction to yet again this happening. That is the tip of the iceberg. And if you want to use that as some sort of like mental excuse or validation of whatever, of telling your friends or whatever they think or whatever they think about me or whatever, fine. But they only saw a tip of an iceberg. None of your friends
Let me ask you
and
a
none
question.
of this team have actually been there for one of our fights. They've never actually seen.
That's
Really? Have they been in the hallway? Yeah. Have they seen? Baby, that is absolutely not true. They have not heard everything.
Nathan
Because
could fucking quote us.
Great, he can quote a part of it, but he has not been there. No one has actually been there for a fight in its entirety.
No, how could they?
No, exactly. So stop using that as some sort of excuse like this. They know they work for you or they're your friends.
Please explain to the jury what you were discussing in that.
Sounded like another
conversation.
setup hidden recording.
Johnny would often use the fact that his, paid employees, his loyal staff would back him up in fights.
His
And
paid, his
that
loyal.
he would constantly
Discredit.
threaten to call them in to validate him. They threatened to call them to come into the room to have them back up him and say that it was, that my yelling or that I'm at fault, that I'm in the wrong, that it's all me. And he would do that in almost all of our fights, especially by 2015, that he would call his friends and he'd call his staff in to back him up. So that I knew and would accept that I'm at fault and that I'm wrong. And that was, what I had to agree to over and over again, just even hope that we could have a conversation at some point in a more therapeutic sense so we could move the conversation along. That was his MO, if you will. He'd call people that work for him to back him up.
I'm going to take you to Thanksgiving 2015. Could you please just tell the jury, and we'll go through this one relatively briefly, but tell the jury about Thanksgiving and any altercations you had with Mr. Depp on that occasion.
Thanksgiving 2015, we had friends over. Johnny had Marilyn Manson over, and I had a few of my friends over. We had a son over, and maybe my father. I'm not entirely sure how long he was there. We had dinner together. Johnny was disappearing with Manson, doing coke.
Objection, called for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
How do you know he was disappearing with Mr. Manson with coke?
That's what I knew of their relationship at the time. And
Objection, called for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
So
Please continue with the rest
he
of
got
the
up for a longer period of time, not the normal every 5 minutes to go to the bathroom kind, but like he just appeared for a longer period of time. And at this stage, I was really dependent on recognizing the patterns of what he was. I was reliant on trying to figure out what he was on, what combination he was on, so I knew how to deal with him. It was incumbent on me, because it affected my safety. Dealing with somebody who is really high, dealing with Johnny high on coke and speed, meaning Adderall or some version of that, is different from the opiate Johnny, which is different from the booze Johnny, or a different combination. And there was talk of Quaaludes at the time, and Johnny was trying to get it from.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to ask?
So
Please continue.
So I wanted to know what I was dealing with. It was important to my safety to know who.
Objection, non-responsive.
I think
That's why I followed him.
All right,
Your Honor.
So what did you do next?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What did you do next?
I went upstairs to the apartment, the main apartment, not the apartment that we were celebrating Thanksgiving in, to try to figure out what was going on. And we had an argument that took place downstairs, and I said something to provoke Johnny. I went up the stairs ahead of him to get back to the party. He grabbed me at the top of the stairs, kind of through the stairs actually, by my shirt. Kind of flung me a little bit, but I just remember I went into the bedroom, kind of retreated into the bedroom. I had a glass of wine in my hand at the time, which spilled everywhere and shattered. And I kind of retreated into the bedroom. Johnny came in after me, and there was this heavy, like vintage style glass decanter. He picked up the decanter.
Did he hit you with it?
And hurled it at my head, my face. It missed, thankfully, but smashed into a piece of art behind me in the bedroom wall, above the bed. I got past him. I think there might have been a bit of shoving. I can't really recall and the sequence of when that happened, but I wanted to go back downstairs. And I passed my closet. I had to change my shirt. And I went back downstairs to the party to finish the evening out. And I put on a face, and we finished the evening with the guests, and then more fighting happened afterwards.
He threw a leaded glass decanter.
We talked about December 15, 2015, last Thursday, and also the Bahamas over the holidays. But I did miss one
ripping
picture.
shirts off like
can you
they're
bring up
free.
Defendant's Exhibit 518? Amber, does that accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 518.
Anybody
No
notice
objection.
she's
518 defendants.
not crying today? After
This is from
XQC put up the
December
cry counter
15,
on
I
her?
believe, could you just please tell the jury what this depicts?
Yes, it's a picture of my bruised temple. And Johnny had his hand on my on part of my face with my face down, and I was punching my head. I'm repeatedly punching my head.
That's a bruise
what
from
caused that bruise on my
punching
temple.
your head
Thank you.
repeatedly?
Now,
Fuck off.
we went through the Bahamas before, and you returned from the Bahamas sometime late December, early January.
That's not a bruise from
correct?
one punch.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you to January, February of 2016. Can you please describe to the jury what was going on with you and Johnny in this January timeframe after this December 15 and the Bahamas incidents?
Hopefully everybody on this jury has been punched.
After the Bahamas, Johnny's sobriety fell apart. There was just none of it. It was, so he stopped communicating with the medical team that he had hired.
Objection calls for speculation.
How do you know that?
I was there. They fired him.
Objection
Tried to
calls for
hold him.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the
Okay.
objection.
Okay. Without telling what the medical people did, go ahead and tell what was going on with you and Johnny.
Yeah, his mental health, for lack of what it looked like, his mental health was just falling apart. It's what it looked like.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What did you observe that led you to believe that his mental health was falling apart?
He was
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
She
speculation.
can say what she
Leading.
observed.
I'll sustain the objection as to leading. Next question.
What, if anything, did you observe about Mr. Depp's state?
He was hallucinating, auditory.
Objection calls for speculation.
She cannot know he's hallucinating.
I'll sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury exactly what he was doing that led you to believe he was hallucinating.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, was Mr. Depp doing that would have led you to believe he was hallucinating?
Same objection.
Sustained. Sustained.
What,
You can't say
please
what, if
describe
anything.
what Mr. Depp was saying in January of 2016.
He was talking to people who weren't there,
Hear Elaine getting
meaning
pissed?
people who were not in the
Keep
room.
doing
He
it.
was communicating with people and sounds and voices that weren't there. I know because I was sometimes in the room and sometimes on the phone with him. And he would tell me I had a conversation with him that I did not have. He would say I said something that I didn't have. He would comment on somebody being in the room behind me that wasn't there. It was terrifying. It was terrifying because, once he smashed a board right next to my face, and it was unclear to me whether he was even mad at me or he was convinced that the guy he said he saw me with was in the room. I didn't know if Johnny felt the man was in the room with us or not at that point. But I remember he put his fist through a whiteboard in the kitchen.
Oh, did he?
He hallucinated
Put his fist
right in
through
front
a
of me.
whiteboard.
and
Objection calls for speculation.
Don't use the word hallucinate. Just
Sorry.
describe what led you to believe
Your
that.
Honor.
I'll
Objection.
sustain the objection. She can testify to what she observed.
Please, thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the jury what you
Your
observed.
Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Yeah, get her, Camille. Get her, Camille. Ripping her apart with those objections. Elaine hates it. Oh, man, it's good stuff. This is good. Very good lawyering by Camille Vasquez. Very good. She's on top of it. She's not going to let Elaine narrate a bunch of hippy-dippy bullshit into the record on this. So good work. Punch through a whiteboard, huh? Johnny Depp can leave a tiny little mark from repeated punches on your temple, but he can punch through a
Tell the jury
whiteboard.
what you observed.
Come on now.
I observed behavior from him that was erratic, irrational, and didn't seem connected to the reality that we were in.
Now I'm going to take you up to the beginning of February of 2016, February 8, February 9. Please tell the jury what transpired then with respect to Mr. Depp.
Around this time, Johnny was, again, behaving in a way that was very scary. It was terrifying. And sometimes he didn't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think she can describe what she's, are you describing what you're observing?
Yes.
Please continue.
What he knows is what you're observing?
In these kind of discussions I would have around this time, early February of 2016, sometimes in the argument, he would accuse me of something. Some person in the room with me that had just walked out, or I was hiding, for instance. And sometimes he would hold on to that, even when he seemed to have calmed down or come off of whatever bender he was on. And it was almost as if I had to confront what delusion he had, or what belief he had, or what accusation he made of me, in a new fight altogether. You know, sometimes he didn't make it clear to me whether he was mad at me or he knew he was mad at me. It was terrifying because I bore the brunt of it. And at around the 8th or 9th, we were in his Sweetser compound, the West Hollywood collection of homes that he has. And I got some cryptic texts from him in the early morning hours that scared me. I won't say what I said, but I came over to his main house. I believe I'd been across the street, and I slept on the couch. We had some interaction in the morning, which made me fearful. He didn't know whether or not I was fearful he was going to believe that he was angry at me, even though we weren't fighting. I wasn't fighting with him. I had done nothing wrong, but I was really worried.
I didn't do nothing.
That the momentum he was on was going to click into a direction of deciding that he was mad at me and I deserved it. And I was terrified that that was going to happen. So I had an interaction with him and got really worried about that on the morning of the 10th.
All right, Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 638. It's already admitted in evidence, Your Honor. And this is from February 10, 2016. And I'm going to ask you to play it, Michelle.
I can't wait for TMZ to copy claim this again.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
What happened? What happened?
What happened? We saw this during Johnny's cross exam, but they get to bring it up and let Amber talk about it. Get it, stupid cabinet.
Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here?
No.
So then nothing happened to you this morning.
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say sorry.
Did something happen to you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see crazy? I'll give you fucking crazy. That's crazy.
A mega pint.
Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going?
I just started it.
Oh, really? Really?
Why? So nothing happened to her this morning. So Johnny Depp was having a bad day.
And didn't it? You were smashing shit.
Bye.
So you had a bad phone call? I mean, who knows?
Why did you videotape this?
Doesn't involve
Amber?
her. Because I was afraid for my life.
Because I knew he wouldn't remember.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Rather than what you knew, you can say what you thought. Just tell us why you.
I was afraid. It's scary. That's scary.
What's scary?
Scared that he wouldn't remember.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Wouldn't remember what?
Sustain the objection.
Nothing happened, according to both you and him, to you. So what were you scared of? You clearly weren't there.
I'm going to now take you
for whatever
up
pissed
to
him off.
April 21, 2016, your 30th birthday party. Will you please tell the jury what happened that night with respect to, in particular, Mr. Depp?
He at that time we had a fitting that day or the day before, and he missed it, and he was kind of disappearing at that time, like at night.
Some great questions.
Vaguely
for break. Can't wait.
saying like meetings, he had meetings, but then he'd be gone for sometimes like 2 days. Just not coming home and that sort of thing. Coming home after a bender.
Calls for speculation
worse.
as to Bender.
I don't think that calls for speculation.
It does.
Objection. He's gone for 2 days. Good.
And I had my birthday was coming up, and or on my birthday I said, well, are you gonna make it to my birthday party? We had a dinner planned at our penthouse. I said it would be important for me if you made it.
Objection, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Overruled.
asserted. Thank you.
And he told me at some point that day that he had scheduled a business meeting or a money meeting. I think he said maybe 7, which is around the time my birthday was planned for. It might have been planned for 8 p.m. He, of course, once my party was starting, he wasn't there. Texted me at some point to let me know that he was going to make it, but that he was running late. And that continued throughout my party. We finished dinner, and when we were cleaning up and kind of everyone was delaying leaving because we were waiting to give him an opportunity to show up before everyone left. And he let me know he was there. I tried to, without saying what I said, I tried to give him the impression that I wasn't going to get on him about drinking or anything. I just wanted him to be there. And
come to my party. I'll let you drink.
A toast. We did a celebratory toast. And the guests left. And later that evening, we were in bed, and I had a book, and Johnny effectively said, what's your fucking problem now? And at the time we were getting advice from therapists without saying what they said. It was important for me not to make him feel attacked. So I chose my words carefully. I won't say what I said, but I remember being very careful about how I worded what I was feeling about my birthday and him having missed it. An argument followed that. I got up out of bed. Johnny's side of the bed was closer to the door than mine. I remember him blocking the door, blocking me to get out, kind of shoving me down, and we had a verbal argument, and then that became a shoving match. I tried to shove him back. I kind of felt myself retreat into the bedroom. At some point, he picked up a large, I guess it's a Magnum size, not a normal size, a large size bottle of champagne, and hurled it at me. This time it went through a painting, and I loved this painting. I remember it just went like right through the canvas, left a giant hole in it.
Yeah, didn't take a picture of that though.
And
nobody.
I remember thinking we shouldn't have art in our bedroom anymore. And the fight continued into the salon area, which is outside of our bedroom at the top of the stairs. Johnny picked up my phone. I don't know why. I don't remember what he was saying when he did it, but he picked up my phone and threw it out of the open window of the salon area, out onto the street, out onto the downtown street that this window overlooked. In that moment, I I went, oh, no, you don't. I saw his on the countertop and picked it up and threw his immediately, like 2 seconds later. I didn't want to be stranded this time alone, meaning I didn't want to be the only one stranded without a phone, which had happened to me already several times before this from Johnny. So I picked up his phone, threw it as well. And I said that I wanted to go stay somewhere else for the evening. I left that room, went into the office. We were still screaming names at each other and screaming at each other. And I walk around the side of his desk, and the next thing I know, he has me by the hair and he pulls me down. Kind of, I hit the side of the desk. I remember things flying off of the side of the desk that I hit with my body. I remember trying to
Did you have bruise from that?
fight him off of me. At some point, we're back in my main bedroom, and I believe I was getting my toothbrush out of that bathroom. And when I came out, we had another shoving match, but this one, he kind of like, I remember he chest bumped me in this like bro-y way, chest bumped me and fell to the floor. And when I got back up, he kind of held me down by the shoulders down on the side of the bed, kind of held me, wrestled me down on the bed. I remember I got up once or twice before I ended up on the bed, and he grabbed me, did this thing that he did sometimes, and he would taunt me, grab me by the pubic area, just as best I can describe it.
Grabbed her by the pussy again.
Pushed me down, held me down by it, and kind of pulled me into it, and he was asking me, kind of taunting me, asking me if I thought I was so fucking tough. I think you're such a fucking tough guy, huh? Are you so tough now? Look who's so tough. You want to be a man? Tough like a man now?
Be tough like a man? That's why I'll grab your vagina.
Happened for a bit of time. I'm not quite sure. I think at some point he left. I remember at some point shortly after that, I remember he was still in the apartment when this happened, but I remember kind of collapsing on the floor and being exhausted.
I know, and I want to show
I
someone.
remember feeling exhausted and
what it's
crying,
like to be a man. I grab him by
kind
the
of throwing in
lady
the towel,
genitalia.
if you will. I remember saying to him, just, can we not fight like this? Like, can we start over? Is there anything that we can do? Like, this is really messed up, but can we just not do this, please? Can we stop doing this? Just don't leave. It's my birthday. Let's just call it couch. Let's call it truce and not have it end like this. I don't want to have it end like this. I was just so tired, hurt. And I remember crying and feeling ridiculous that after this, I would be crying and saying these things. I'm embarrassed saying it now. He responded cruelly. He told me it's what I fucking deserve, and that I'd wake up alone, and that no one would ever love me because all of this, pointing to my face or body, all of this was going to go away. No one would ever love me. My tits sag, no one would ever love me, and I better get used to waking up alone. And
I mean,
he
are you getting used
said
to
this
it?
is all my fault and what I asked for. And he left. I heard him come back in the downstairs. You know, you can hear the door slam. I remember hearing it open and thinking, oh God, is this going to happen again? What's going on now? And then shortly after, I kind of peeked around to the top of the stairs where you can kind of peer into the lower level. And I just see him briefly, momentarily, and he just screams at me, "Happy fucking birthday," and stormed out. At some point, I walked downstairs and saw that he had also left me a note to that effect.
How did he leave a note for you?
How did he leave a
It
note?
was written on a piece of paper as best I can recall, but I'm not sure.
Help me out, Elaine.
And so then the next day, what did you do?
I texted, actually, well, I can't say
You
what
wrote
I
the
texted.
note in
I woke
feces.
up that morning, the morning of my 30th birthday. And I woke up to my best friend crawling in bed with me and
James
putting
Franco?
her arms around me.
Oh,
And I remember wondering how she walked in because there was a lot of glass on the floor. There's lots of glass.
lots of glass.
And she put her arms around me and showed me a birthday video that all of my friends, my childhood friends, all of my loved ones made. Of course, stupidly, the first thing I asked her is why Johnny wasn't in the video, because it had been recorded before. It had been recorded sometime before it was clear. And she said that she'd been asking. for a few
Objection,
months,
hearsay.
and Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I offered to prove the truth.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
And so we eventually got out of my bed and grabbed a few things and got the dogs.
Who's your
left
best friend? Is she going to testify?
Our plans had
to
been
this and
to
the glass
go to Coachella, which
she
is a music
dodged?
festival that happens in California. And that had been the plan for a while, that's how we would go and celebrate my birthday. And I remember, as I am accustomed to doing, just trying to move through it, move on, and remember in vain trying to put on a brave face and have a good time, even though it was impossible.
Is it
Let me stop you
impossible?
for a few things. What, if any, plans
that
were
all the
there
drugs
for
and
Mr.
vomiting?
Depp to join you at Coachella?
He was supposed to drive down, have dinner, stay in the room, maybe do some writing or something like that in the room.
At Coachella?
At Coachella, where we were. Coachella happens in a different part of California than we lived in. We lived in Los Angeles, and this happens about 2 to 3 hours away. So I finally got in my car back, and I drove with my best friends in the car.
And I'm going to stop you again because I just have a couple more questions before we go into that part. You said you brought the dogs. Who were the dogs you
Dags.
brought?
The Dags. You can tell she's from
Johnny's
Minnesota.
dog at the time, Boo. My dog, Pistol. We shared them. They're teacup Yorkies, and I believe Raquel, my best friend's dog, which is a mutt.
Okay. What, if any, issues did Boo have with bathroom problems, if you will?
Objection, leading and relevance.
Overruled all that.
She had eaten Johnny's weed when she was a puppy and had bowel control issues for her entire life, among some other issues. She was, we
here we
regularly
go.
had to take her to the vet to try to
Yeah.
figure out, well, what was wrong with this dog. Never met a dog that
Johnny's weed made
was quite
Johnny's
like
dog
this.
shit on the bed, a
So
human-sized shit
she had
covered in
some
red
control
wine.
issues, hence why she liked to burrow in the bed. She liked to be in the, by the foot of the bed underneath the covers. And it was customary that they slept in bed with us, but Boo, having the issues she had, we have to leave her in bed so that she wouldn't be encouraged to go to the bathroom, which would happen almost immediately once you put her down on the floor. And sometimes it happened in bed too. But yeah.
So what, if anything, did you notice about any bathroom issues in your bed before you left for Coachella?
Well, Raquel and I were both in that bed with the dogs, and I didn't notice anything, but we left them in the bed while we packed a bag to go to Coachella, so that Boo particularly didn't lose control of her didn't go to the bathroom on the floor. So you leave them in bed until you're ready to take them outside to the patio, which is their designated bathroom break area.
And what, if any, plans were there? How often did you have housekeeping at that time at your house?
The housekeepers were there every morning, or they came every day, as far as I know.
Wow.
Now, we'll get you to Coachella, but
It's a 4-pound teacup
why did you
Yorkie.
tell
It's a
Sterling
4-pound
Jenkins
shit.
that you had been involved in a prank gone wrong?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
I said why, Your Honor. I didn't say what she
Said
said.
what?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. Did you commit any kind of prank?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And why would that not be something you would do?
First of all, I don't think that's funny.
Why would
I
you
don't know what
not commit a prank?
grown
What,
woman does. I
what was the
was
prank?
not also in a pranking mood. My life was falling apart. I was
You're in a Coachella
at a
mood.
crossroads in my life that was really serious, and I had just been attacked
You
on my
at the
30th birthday
crossroads.
by my violent husband with whom I was desperately in love and knew I needed to leave. It was not really a jovial time, and I don't think that's funny, period. That's disgusting.
I'd believe the
And
Yorkie took
what,
the shit if it
any,
was a fentanyl shit.
understanding did you have of Mr. Depp coming back to your bedroom that night or the next morning?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking what her understanding was.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Had you had any conversations with Mr. Depp about him coming back to the house the next day?
No, Johnny didn't come back to that house. That was my, he owned it, but that was my house when we were having any sort of problem. In fact, that was my house just 90% of the time because he just didn't come back. That was not a place that Johnny was going to be in, that Johnny was in, and he had stormed out on my birthday. And as per what we did, it was he would go and stay at his West Hollywood home, and I would stay at the downtown places. He wasn't going to come back to the
Objection
Eastern
calls for
Columbia.
speculation.
I think she explained her answer on that
Okay,
one, what
I'll
she
sustain
thought.
just the last part. Okay, next question.
Thank you. All right. So let's take you to Coachella. Who drove?
I drove.
Okay. And who was in your vehicle?
My sister, my friend Savannah, I believe, my best friend Raquel, just my girlfriends.
There's a lot of
typically
sustained
surround myself with
objections.
my girlfriends. It's my sport.
Kind of curious how the
Was
jury's
there
taking
any
them.
occasion in which you were riding in the vehicle that Starling Jenkins was driving?
He picked us up from Coachella in the evening when we, as a group, all were ready to leave. That was the day that we went, which was the day that I took MDMA and mushrooms at the same time. Realized very shortly after what a horrible idea that was, considering the state that
She
my
never
life
did
was
those
in.
drugs, remember?
I highly don't
Never did
recommend
MDMA.
that combination
Why
at the
she
time. So
never
I didn't
would
feel
do
like being in
MDMA.
a crowd. I didn't feel like being at Coachella. I had intended to try to have a good time despite what was going on in my personal life. And I realized that was just not going to happen. And so I wanted to go home. Meaning to be in a bed. I wanted to be, I just wanted to be held by my best friend and watch a movie. And that's what we did. I didn't feel well and wanted to leave.
And when you said you rode back with Starling Jenkins, was it just you or did you have other people in the vehicle with you?
And when we left Coachella, it was my entire group. I wasn't ever alone with Starling. I certainly wasn't anywhere near him. I didn't have a conversation with him. I sat in the very back seat with my best friend next to me, and it was a whole group of us.
Thank you. Your Honor, I don't know, this might be a good breaking point.
All right, that's fine. Okay, ladies, let's go ahead and take our morning recess. Do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll take 15 minutes, okay?
That MDMA thing, man. Last week she testified, I believe, that she only ever took MDMA the one time. She took it the one time early on in their relationship and hated everything about that drug. If I am not mistaken, she used that to justify how ridiculous it would be for her to ask Johnny Depp to have it for her in Australia. Yet when she goes out with her friends to Coachella, immediately MDMA and mushrooms.
All right, we'll just come back then at 10:50. Is that okay? All right, 10:50.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Immediately. Okay, we've got a bunch of questions. I'm going to try and get through as many chats as I can over this break. So here we go. White Alakazam got 2 minis that I made in Hero Forge hitting your P.O. box on Thursday. One was color primed to see how it looked, and one is just plastic so you can paint it as an appreciation of what you do. Hope you like them, Nikki. Hey, thank you, White Alakazam. That's awesome. Very much appreciated. Okay, my super chat window just went wonky. Here we go. Next, Funeral Man 04. Nick, you missed my chat. Do a toast. You do too many toasts. Invite this person on. Invite me on. You were wrong. You were right. Use OBS. Please let me tell you how to run your stream. Madden Moose. Who crapped the bed worse, Amber or Sky News? Dude, Sky News, that was kind of irritating. How they cut away and they came back after the first question was asked, which was very annoying. Ray Marshall, she dropped a pic this weekend that was the metadata was from 2012. Her PR team used it to change the narrative so the date questions are to cover for it. There you go. That makes some sense as to why suddenly the entire timeline is shifted back. And this is a problem for an honest examination. What is the timeline? You've had years to get this thing in order, and they are not telling a consistent timeline throughout most of the testimony. I will say today is more clear. Today they seem to have kind of picked up after the Australia incident and are going on a straight timeline towards the end. But during the opening part of the examination, the timeline was not clear. Just a second. And I think that's a huge mistake. I think the jury is probably lost when half this stuff happens. Give me 1 second. Okay, as you can see, Henry Cavill has very, very short arms. I just need to point that out. Sorry about that. Had a child issue had to deal with right there. BN, what is in her water? Clearly not just water. Oh, and sorry for the loud coming back in. That's StreamYard tries to compensate for microphone stuff, which it should never, ever do. David Caggy, will Runkle, Rob, and Larry be joining you later? Thanks for the great coverage. Turd the herd. I will invite them to see if they want to pop on over lunch. I don't know if they're going to want to do that or if they're going to want to go to a, like a cafe or something. I mean, who knows? Walter Deadman, I see Chairman Amber dressed in her finest revolutionary outfit today. Is she going to a CCP military parade later? Funny, but I think this is one of her best outfits so far. It's at least feminine. She has a skirt on. It doesn't have big, stupid shoulder pads. It's form-fitting to her. I kind of like it. I mean, I wouldn't wear it I wouldn't wear it at all, but I wouldn't want like Lady Raggeds to wear it to a dinner party or anything, but I think that is not feminine. I mean, the cut of the jacket is feminine. It tapers at the waist. It flares out a little bit. She was wearing literal men's suits early on in the trial. This is at least not a men's cut jacket. Wolfram says, can we fast forward to cross exam, please? A lot of people have asked when cross is going to start. I'm going to tell you, if I were running her team here, I would, if possible, after a week-long break, I would try and drag this thing the whole day as much as possible. That's what I would try and do, is a cross after the break. They have not rested, and Elaine says she has a bunch more stuff to ask her. I think if I were them, I would try and drag this direct examination out for the rest of the day today. I don't know what the rest of their time is. I don't know what the quality of their other witnesses are, but man, after that break, drag it as long as possible. Because remember, at all of the prep, you can see how much prep they did over the break, right? They're not supposed to, but they clearly did. Tons of prep. Her answers are different, and her attorney knew her answers would be different, and they asked questions about how different they were, right? Like, we know that she was coached. All of the time that she was coached through the break, that she conferred with her attorneys about her testimony very specifically, We know that Johnny Depp's team has been prepping for this as much. And if you give them that full ammo to come heavy and hot today, they're going to do it. I mean, they're going to take their time ripping her apart on all. And now they're giving them a bunch of new stuff that they'll have to review. I don't know. Whether or not they'll make it to the end of the day is a different question. I'm just saying it makes a lot of sense to drag this thing out as long as possible for them. Again, within however much time they think they need for the rest of their witnesses. Look at the top story on Daily Mail. Let me see. Top story on Daily Mail. Amber Heard's new PR guru hired to paint Johnny Depp as an alcohol binging abuser has 2 DUI arrests, left 2 jobs after sexual harassment claims, is booted off Araya, and is known as the walking Me Too case in industry circles. Oh, shit. That's not a good look for that guy. David Shane, the literal disaster maker. Woo. How could you drag it out? Just keep asking questions. Why do I think she keeps saying she can't tell you what she said? Well, because it's hearsay. What she said prior is hearsay, and she's been caught on it several times. Jason of the Great Awakening says, okay, she's a Chom case closed for me. Billy Witch Doctor. Hey, Nick, thanks again for streaming this trial. Also, I finally managed to beat Millennia in Elden Ring, possibly the toughest boss I've fought in any Souls game so far. She's nasty, man. Scott McKnight says, the way counsel kept saying colon, I was worried Amber was going to leave an exhibit on the stand. No, it's the Yorkie. Aaron Keeney Kane says, this literally sounds like she spent all week being binging LawTube and is trying just to answer all the criticisms of the various panels. Almost guaranteed Amber Heard's team has watched significant, or somebody on them has watched significant amounts of coverage from at least one, if not multiple lawyer shows. Like that is almost guaranteed at this point. And they will definitely be taking notes on, if not what the lawyers say, but what the chat reacts to is going to be big for them. They want to crowdsource public sentiment as much as possible. Magna Nemo, I have not given up on Millennia. I haven't played Elden Ring since I think like before the trial. I have not had time. I haven't played anything. By the way, it's not just Elden Ring. I have not played any video games. No time. Sergeant Schultz, her scars look like what happens when I'm playing with my dog and he scratches me. I mean, they could be scars. Sure. They could be, like, or not even permanent scars, but like healed gouges. But they look, they don't look like glass cuts to me. I don't know. A bunch of curved bottle glass doesn't make like straight line cuts unless you pick it up and were to use a specific edge and cut it. But if your arm's being mashed into glass, it's not going to be cut. It's not how that works. There'll be punctures. There'll be cuts. There'll be curved, jaggedy cuts. There'll be places where glass went into your skin and lodged there. They're not just like, it's glass that you're being pushed on top of. It doesn't make sense for them to be slices. Colin Helmuth, having an abusive father that put his hands around my neck, your legs go limp pretty quick and becomes very hard to fight back. All these stories about hands wrapped around her neck are complete BS. So apparently she's being choked, like the one thing, and that's how I woke up, with my shirt wrapped around my neck and a knot on the back of my head. Oh, he strangled you with your shirt, or I guess blood choked you with your shirt into unconsciousness. And then what? Like it just loosened up and he was fine. Like he had the control to let you go. What happened there? How does this work? Dax Terminax, if you want a good example of a non-responsive objections, look no further than the Ron Toye deposition. Matt Moran, hey Nick, finally caught up on the trial streams and watching live. Hey, welcome, buddy. Regarding the judge, she seems to be more interested in ruling evenly between the parties rather than by law. You can practically predict the ruling 50-50. Today she's doing very heavy in Johnny's favor. Makes Elaine look bad, I think, before the jury. To have this many objectable moments, I think Camille's doing a very good job. And the objections aren't really, they're not taking a bunch of time. They're not interfering heavily with the testimony. That she's just calling out like the obvious hearsay stuff. And there is a point where objections become too much, where it looks like you're hiding something. They don't look like they're hiding stuff here. These look like technical objections. The jury's getting very familiar with the rule, and I think they're being well executed. David Hayter, that whole train story is BS, just judging by Johnny's physical appearance. There's no way you could hit her with one hand by the neck or hold her with one hand by the neck against the wall for any length of time. There's no way he had the upper body strength. Well, what about where she testified at the chateau or whatever, where he punches her and she goes flying into old church furniture? Again, if Johnny has the strength to punch someone and send them flying into furniture, we're not talking about mild, perhaps discoloration around the roots of your hair, which could just simply be an irritated scalp or something like that. You're talking about severe bruising. You're talking about real damage being done, broken jaws, broken orbitals, shattered cheeks, cracked whatever this is. It's not the forehead, right? It's the side where things get a little thinner. I mean, what are we doing here? I just all of her discussion of like this horrific physical violence, and then the showing of it. I'm like, woman, do you bruise at all? Like anybody? I'm sorry, but if I lay someone down and I'm punching them repeatedly in the temple, it's not going to leave a mark like up here that's a little bit maybe greenish. I mean, you're talking about serious damage, and I'm a giant wuss. Like, look at me. I'm not generating tons of fisting power. It's crazy town. Jason of the Great Awakening says, objection, putting cigarettes out on your own face is base and red pilled. Yeah, they have to get out in front of this stuff. They have to get around the fact that she put a cigarette out on his face. Oh, he did that all the time. He's just putting cigarettes out all the time. It's a good gas that he does. Lancelot 652 says, but you said last week you never landed a blow on him, but now apparently you're hitting him often. Yeah, well, again, inconvenient audio, right? I can't believe how she flipped that audio of him saying, you start physical fights, you punched me. And she's like, no, what actually happened was he punched me and then I would have to react with a hit, but not a punch. And then he opened the door and crushed my toe. That's what happened. That's how that worked. Oh, and also, you always run away. You always run away. You never stay and fight. You're a baby, Johnny. You're a baby. He would sit there and be physically violent with me. Like, wait, what? Like, how did you flip that? Like, and it again, you can only hope the jury is not buying this stuff because this is nonsense. Crusade is viewing as an individual diagnosed with the 3 dark triad traits. Oh, dang it. I let the chat go too long without refreshing. Hold on. Let me get to where we were. I really should get my other computer down here for super chats. Hold on, let me go to crew. Here we go. As an individual diagnosed with the 3 dark triad traits, she is doing what I do to blend in just poorly. I mirror people's emotions since I don't possess my own. People like themselves, so you show them what they like. Hey, thank you, Crusade is viewing, for sharing that with us. It's an interesting perspective. Charles Argo in 2 says 911. This is from South Africa. Hey, what's up, man? 911 is not the emergency number in Australia and France. Watching from South Africa. Thumbs up, thumbs up. I had an ex-wife just like Amber Heard who was a makeup artist, and she painted bruises, then take the pictures for her lawyer, but I had laid a charge. Very cool, Charles. Thank you for sharing. I hope you got out of that abusive relationship okay. Jason the Great Awakening noticeably zero about how she felt betrayed and made to feel like the abuser, like actual victims often get. Sean Vermillion, Nick, thanks for recommending Sip and Feast. I'm going to be a fatty now making these dishes. Dude, oh my gosh. I had a minor break with my COVID nose that like the onion was too much. And so I didn't cook a bunch of pasta, but I've been watching him again. I'm like, oh man, Sip and Feast. I'm going to be chowing down. Speaking of Sip and Feast, which is a great channel if you want to learn how to cook some great pasta. I don't think that guy knows anything about me, by the way, which is fine, but his channel's fantastic. I watch it all the time. That being said, speaking of other channels, if you are looking to join my exclusive community, it's ricadalaw.locals.com. There you can get some exclusive live streams. You can always get notifications. You can join for free, by the way. If you want to participate in the community, there's a little bit of a cost involved, but you can always watch live streams. You can get notifications whenever I go live, particularly on my channel, because I always post them to locals first. That way you never miss something with like YouTube or Twitter's algorithmic distribution of notifications for you. So if you're looking to sign up over there, again, it's completely free to get those notifications, to watch live streams, etc. Please go ahead and pop over.
Yes, Rob.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, next we've got Ali Youssef. Can we talk about how Amber Heard is dressed as if Claire Underwood had Hillary Clinton's tailor? A lot of people are saying Dr. Evil. I see it, except for the skirt. But yeah, no, the color scheme and the jacket. Yeah, Dr. Evil all the way. Jason of the Great Awakening, being intimately familiar with hallucinations, how they work and how they start, I'm confident this lady and her writers have no idea about hallucinations. Again, I mentioned earlier, her stories sound like how I would have written a domestic abuse victim when I was in high school doing creative writing classes. I don't buy it at all. Lucky Lass, I'm a hospice nurse and don't fully understand litigation. Was it a mistake for Elaine to try and revise Amber Heard's testimony? Doesn't this highlight that Amber Heard is a liar? How would you have handled this client? Yes, it's a mistake. Yes, it highlights the lies if the jury picks up on it, which will be really up to Johnny's team on cross. I mean, she's effectively changed the timeline today. She came out. Oh, and now there were these instances of violence that I did because of the UK trial, even though your lawyers have been here the whole time directing this trial. And I didn't ask about, I didn't talk about any of this other violence because there's just so much. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Right? That's the new story today. It doesn't make any sense at all. How would I have handled this client? If I were running this case on Amber Heard's side, I would not have gotten into a domestic abuse battle. I don't think it's going to play out for her very well in the long run. I think it's the biggest risk that they have. I would have kept it a strict defamation case on the elements of defamation. And then when the other party tried to go off script, you nail them to it. Say, we're not here about that. We're here about the defamation. These are true statements. These are her opinions plus true statements. And that's that. But they got into this competing war of defamation, probably at her direction. And they should have, well, I shouldn't say they should have tried harder. I mean, we don't know what they did, but I think it's going to be the one thing that makes them potentially able to lose. Because if it were just on the statements and whether or not technically they're defamation, they have they would be the 75 to 90% chance victory here. The defense would. Like, just because of the nature of defamation, they would have the strongest case by a long shot. Once they got into the counterclaim and all the mental health stuff, the mental health damages on the counterclaim are why they could bring in Dr. Mommy, right? Without without those mental health damages, they don't get either of those two mental health experts. They don't get the mental health inventories and tests that show that Amber Heard is various levels of personality disorder. They don't get any of that without her counterclaim. So again, focusing on this war of domestic violence back and forth, that's been a big problem for them. Jeff K, I hope Johnny sees Runkle's hair and goes to meet him and we get Jack Sparrow and Legolas buddy flick. Next, what do we got here? And just for everybody in the chat, I read the large chat, $20 plus chats first. I will read all of them by the end, but that's, if your chat has not been read, that is why. I will get to them all. Frog Frame bought a bottle of Angel's Envy this weekend on your recommendation. Wife approves. Super tasty. Also, it is possible that I won't get to them on this particular stream, but if that's the case, I will make them up tonight on the night show. Whew, I think we got a couple more in here. Bad Weather Biker, we need proof of life with Lady Rackets. Any chance we could do a double racket stream? I don't know. She's not the biggest fan of doing them. So I don't know. We'll see. She likes her quiet. DCV Titan. I love the part where she caught herself before she effed up. She started to say she texted someone the morning after her birthday, realizing she said Johnny threw her phone off the balcony and then her friend was just there. She did testify that she had gotten her phone, or there was testimony that she had gotten her phone back or whatever before. I don't think anybody else knows that Amber Heard's phone flew out the window. I mean, they may have heard the story, but no one went to go get it but her. So she was able to get her phone, apparently, but not Johnny Depp's. And then Jackson Kai, seeing as Johnny's team has so much to cross with, what should be the focus, or can they do it all? For example, the video they love playing of him smashing things, is it worth bringing it up again, or just do her contradictions? I mean, they could ask him about it. It depends on what his answer is, right? Like, they'll have interviewed him. They'll know what his answer to the question would be. Or I guess on cross. On cross, they could just, if they want to cross on that video, just hit her with,
What
you
if
weren't
any
there
contact did
for
you
whatever
have
made him
with
mad,
Mr.
right?
Depp during the period
Yeah.
from April
So you don't know what made him
21
mad, right?
to May
Yeah.
21, 2016?
I had no physical contact with him.
Okay. I'm going to take you to May 2nd, 2016, the Met Gala. Can you please just briefly describe to the jury what a Met Gala is, where it is, and what's involved?
It's arguably the biggest fashion
circle
kind of
jerk
celebrity event, red carpet event of the year. It happens every year in New York City.
And were you invited?
I was invited. Typically, designers will invite people in the public eye to be their, guest, and they will typically dress them, and it's a way for designers or fashion to kind of intersect with a celebrity world, and it's a big event held at the museum every year.
And what, if anything, did you and Mr. Depp do
the
to
Met, the
prepare for that
Metropolitan
Met
Art
Gala?
Museum.
Well, Johnny and I we were dressed by Ralph Lauren, guests of Ralph Lauren, and Johnny missed the fitting because it was happening around the date of my birthday party in Los Angeles. But we were planning on going together as Ralph Lauren's guests.
And did you show up?
I did. I didn't have a phone at the time because I couldn't get it reinstated after Johnny threw it out of the window because no one on his team would respond to me. So I had no way to kind of reinstall it. I had
Respond to you how?
It's no point in getting a burner phone if you don't know anyone's phone number. So I wasn't sure really what was going on or when he would show up or if he would show up.
What do you mean they wouldn't
No one would talk
respond
to
to you?
me on his team. No one would tell me. I didn't know. So I ended up going by myself.
I was isolated.
Frankly, I wasn't sure if he'd show up and, on the carpet or if he'd show up at the hotel shortly before. I had no way of knowing.
And then did you attend the Met Gala?
I did. I got out of the car and walked the red carpet by myself, escorted by somebody from Ralph Lauren's team. And
Ralph
I sat next
Lauren's
to an
team.
empty place setting for Johnny that they cleared
Empty
as
chairs
soon
and
as
empty
we realized that he wasn't,
tables.
that he effectively stood me up on the carpet.
Who did you meet at the Met Gala?
I was standing in line right in front of a gentleman. It was Elon. I didn't recognize him until we started talking. And he had reminded me that we had met once before. He was with his mother.
And did you strike up a friendship with Mr. Musk after that?
We did. As I mentioned, we spoke on the red carpet, kind of in the waiting line of the carpet. He seemed like a real gentleman. He was really nice. And he sat next to me. Well, not next to me. He sat kind of in a nearby table, and we got to speaking that night and then eventually became friends.
Okay. I'm going to, Michelle, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 46? It's already in evidence. It's Aaron Filati's notes. And I'm going to ask you to go to page 30. And I'm going to direct your attention to the entry for 5/11/2016, where it says, if I can see, here we go. Let me see if I can do some reasonable highlighting here.
Reasonable
Okay.
highlighting.
It says client laughed and also reported using illicit drugs, mushrooms and MDMA on 5/9/2016 at home with a high-profile male acquaintance. Client reported that her husband was not aware of the male visitor nor her illicit drug use. Do you see
She
that?
doesn't use MDMA though.
Yes, I do.
Who was the high-profile male acquaintance that visited your home on 5/9/2016?
I don't recall even being in LA at that time.
Where were you?
I don't recall. I believe I was in London at the time.
Okay.
Did the doctor make up the note?
Did you have a male high-profile client at your home in or around 5/9/2016?
Not around that date. It seems like it's a wrong date.
Okay. And did you use illicit drugs, mushrooms, and MDMA with any high-profile client?
No, I did that at the Coachella Music
It's
Festival.
not a male
and
client,
that
you
was the end of
dummy.
that. I learned the hard way that was a
Elaine,
terrible idea.
It's
All right.
not calling the male
Well,
a client,
while
you
we
fucking
are
idiot.
on
Unless she's
the,
a whore.
These same notes, I'm
Is
going
Elaine
to
calling
refer to the
Amber Heard a
Coachella,
whore?
which is up above. And it says it states she ingested mushrooms and MDMA simultaneously while also consuming alcohol, and states she vomited and was high for at least 24 hours straight. Were you high for at least 24 hours straight?
No, I was not. I felt awful, but I was at home feeling awful. At home, meaning at the hotel, with my best friend in bed.
Okay. Well, while I'm still on these notes, let's go. I know while Aaron Filati was testifying, we recall the 5/21/2016 isn't on here. You'd sent her pictures, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Then let's go to 5/26/2016. And it says, client reports having the hardest week of my life. Client states she cannot deal with the negative media publicity she has received. And then if we can jump that up, Michelle, to the next page, surrounding the divorce she requested from her husband, JD. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay.
Is that true?
When did
No.
you go in for the DVTRO?
May 27th.
So that
after
was
this.
the day after Aaron Filati's note saying you just had the toughest week of your life?
That's correct.
Okay. While we are still on this one, let's go up to the first page
They're trying to
for the
discredit the
client
notes.
history. When did you provide a client history to Aaron Filati?
Never.
What?
When did you first get assigned Aaron Filati?
I believe September
You wouldn't
of
provide a
2014.
client history.
Okay. Now it says here that client
It's her own notes for herself.
reports
Oh
a
my
history
gosh.
of substance abuse, including an addiction to cocaine and liquor. When did you have a history of substance abuse, including addiction to cocaine and liquor?
I did not. There's a lot of mistakes in here.
Uh-huh.
Did you ever use cocaine?
I have. I used cocaine a few times when I was 18, 19 years old, but stopped using any drugs, including cocaine, when I got into a relationship with my ex-partner. She was very against that. And
Oh,
I'm glad
talk
for it.
about the ex-partner more.
Then it also says here that
Keep talking about that ex-partner.
where am I? Move up a little. Here we go. Client admits to history of anxiety, eating disorder, attention deficit disorder, bipolar disorder, codependence issues, and occasional insomnia. When have you had an eating disorder?
I've never had an eating disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with bipolar disorder?
Never.
I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder.
When have you been diagnosed with codependence issues?
Never.
I have never been diagnosed with codependency issues, although arguably at the time, from where I stand now, I can see that the relationship I was in with Johnny was certainly codependent.
Okay.
But I wouldn't have reported that at the time. I didn't know about that.
All right, and then can we move up a little bit more, Michelle? Thank you. It has, per report from JD, Debbie RN, Dr. Kipper, client AH has reportedly been experiencing increased anxiety and agitation recently and has had several outbursts of anger and rage. Were you present for this being reported to Ms. Filati?
No, this is the detox.
Okay.
This is Johnny's.
And it also says your mood has been labile. What, if any, outbursts of anger and rage and labile mood did you exhibit during the detox?
None that she would have seen. None. I was there for Johnny's detox. This is what Johnny was going through. This is not me.
Okay. And at the time of the detox, was Erin Filati your nurse yet?
No, I didn't know her and she wasn't there.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can take this down, Michelle. Now, I'm going to take you to May 21, 2016, and I'd like you to describe for the jury what took place that evening in connection with Mr. Depp.
Johnny and I had not seen each other for the better part of a month, or about a month. I was traveling. I had just shot a campaign in Italy. I spoke to him around that time when I was in Italy. I had gotten a phone. My parents got a hold of me. After I spoke to my parents, I communicated with Johnny. He, on that phone call, I didn't know what was going on with him for those weeks. With his sobriety, I didn't know where his state was. I didn't know what state he was in. And when I spoke to him, he was saying what I can only he was going on about scientists and DNA and feces.
Ooh,
that he
feces.
had some scientific analysis done and DNA analysis done, and that as soon as I heard about this feces, he thought that was a prank, and he was going on about all the scientists that he had conferred about the DNA results with. I just thought he was out of his mind, and thought clearly the drinking and the drugs are not getting better. Clearly the delusions aren't better. So
Objection calls for speculation.
It's not about the truth of the matter. We're talking about what her.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah.
Please continue.
So I hung up from that phone call, assuming that, and then spoke to him once my parents got a hold of me to tell me about Betty Sue. we made a plan, Johnny and I, for him to come over. He said he really needed his wife. He had lost his mother and he missed his wife. He really needed his wife. He said it over and over again. I felt torn. I felt conflicted. I didn't think, obviously, the situation hadn't gotten better with Johnny mentally, and I was afraid that all the work and progress and distance I had finally got on the relationship for the first time. I had a month of distance on it, you know. I didn't want that to be undone, but I also wanted to be, I was affected by the fact that his mother had passed. So he said he wanted to come over and talk about that, and he said he needed his wife, and we made a plan. We made a plan for him to come over during the day, thinking that might mitigate the amount that he would be drinking. Night is a little bit more dangerous. And in the early evening hours, I get a text from him that he's almost there, or that he's there. I think it was around 7:15 or so. And he came over, and we sat on the couch, and at first it was relatively peaceful. I mean, I could tell he was inebriated, but makes sense. In my head, it made sense. He wasn't like incoherent. It was peaceful. And then he starts talking about the feces again, and this prank that he said one of my friends had left for him in my bed that he wasn't going to be at. And I tried to point out how that didn't make any sense. I'm not even going to be there. I wasn't there. And my friends wouldn't do that. That's not something a bunch of 30-year-old women think is funny. What is he talking about? And he just kept going on and on about it. So I text my friend that it's
Objection, hearsay.
Don't tell the jury what you texted your friend, but go to the next thing. What did you do next?
I called my friend thinking that it would quell this, what I could only see as a delusion. I thought it was just a delusion he was having. And I thought, oh, I'll hopefully, quell this by calling my friend to if he hears my friend say that didn't happen.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offering to prove the truth of it. Thank you. Please continue.
So I thought if I could get my friend on the phone to prove that this didn't happen, we could move on and talk about the issues that we should be talking about. Our marriage was over and falling apart in front of our eyes. We hadn't seen each other for a month, and his mom had just passed. I couldn't believe he wanted to talk about feces. So I call this friend thinking that we'll take care of it. The friend doesn't answer. I call another friend who is someone else he claimed. I don't know how both people did this, but he was claiming that this person was responsible. So I called that person. And that person is on speakerphone. And I
Tell
say,
us who that person is.
Io.
Io, tell it right?
Io, tell it right.
Okay. And then you put him
Io,
on
tell it
speakerphone
right.
with
Her
Johnny.
name is Io,
Right in
tell
front
it
of
right.
Johnny.
Okay. And what happened next?
Like, that's like a joke.
I
man.
allowed for an opportunity for Io to say why this is impossible.
Objection,
It's
hearsay.
not offered to prove the truth of the matter, is asserted, Your Honor. It's explaining the context that leads to the next acts.
Your Honor, it is being offered
We're
to
not
prove that.
here. We're not here about whether Io.
I'll sustain
on
the
the bed.
objection. Next question.
All right.
Get wrecked, Elaine.
All right. So Io is talking. You can't tell us what he said. Okay.
Objection,
He's
Your
talking,
Honor.
correct?
May we approach?
Okay.
There you go. Get her. Get her, Camille. Oh, my goodness. Whew. See, she should be ramming these objections down her throat the whole time. She's doing great. Elaine hates it.
So Io is talking. We can't say what he said. What is the next
Io's
thing
a
that
he?
happens on your end with
I
Mr.
thought that was a
Depp?
chick.
It just made Johnny madder. He got more upset, grabbed the phone, and started screaming at Io. He just started screaming at the top of his lungs, said, "You dyke bitch, you don't know what you're talking," you know, just screaming expletives, insulting names, and telling Io that he can have me and, you know, fuck off, and just screaming at him. You know, that's best I can describe it without getting into the details. He tosses the phone, you know, down on the couch and heads upstairs. I pick up the phone and try to, you know, apologize for the fact that my husband at the time just screamed at my friend on a cold call. I didn't want Io to think that's why I had called Io, you know, to just be screamed at and blamed for something that sounded crazy, for lack of a better explanation. It sounded crazy. Io said something to me on speakerphone, and reminded me I wasn't safe.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It's to show what caused Mr. Depp to be set off and come back. I mean, it's not offered to prove the truth of what he's saying. It's not hearsay.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Please tell us what Io said and what then happened with Mr. Depp.
Io said, "Amber, get out of the house. Get out of the house now. You're not safe. Get out of that house." Io had been there after the cleanup, or for the cleanup, after December 15th, 2015 incident. And
Objection, Your Honor,
blood out of my
non-responsive.
pillowcases.
I think she can provide the context.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
So please continue.
Johnny hears this when he's on the stairs. He made it up one flight of stairs, heard this, turned around, came bolting down the stairs, grabbed the phone from my hand, and really started screaming this time, lit into Io, called Io every imaginable horrible name that you can say to a LGBTQIA person, for one, and any person, any human being ever. I mean, just screamed at Io some really nasty stuff. And when he was done, he says, "You know, you want to have my woman now. You want to have my bitch. You can have, you take her, you can have her." And he, with that, picks up, just pulls his arm back with the phone and throws it at my face. Hit me right in it felt like my eye.
Oh, really?
I put my head in my hands and immediately start crying. I said, "You hit me with the phone. Johnny, you hit me." And I'm sitting on the couch. I didn't even have time to react, you know. I didn't even have time to put my hands up. I was still sitting cross-legged in my socks on the couch. And I haven't seen him for a month. And several times now that I've seen him, he's hit me. And I didn't even have time to react to this. He comes over to me as I'm crying, and he does that taunting thing to me. He says, "Oh yeah, I hit you, huh? I hit you, yeah." And he just feels like whacks me on top of my head. Just this heavy ringed hand landed on top of my skull, grabs me by the hair, yanks me up off the couch. I'm struggling to stand up. And I don't know if he was intending to hit me in the face, or if he was just trying to grab my face, but he was making this gesture around my face to try to expose my face to him. And he was like, "Yeah, let me see how bad I hurt you. Let me see it. Let me see how bad I hurt you this time. What if I pull your hair back? What if I pull your hair back?" And he yanks my hair back. I'm trying to prevent him from landing the blows to my face. I'm trying to prevent my face from being exposed. And I just remember this mocking taunt he was doing with me as he is yanking me around the room.
Just flying around the room.
And then I hear my friend come into the room. I hear her. Johnny hears her too. He lets go of me and turns, and
Just tell the jury who your friend is.
Raquel, my best friend at the time, who lived in the neighboring apartment. She came in, and Johnny moved towards her, and she ran towards me. Johnny looked at her, looked at me. I retreated to the only place I had to go, which is the corner room, where the couch was. I retreated kind of to the couch, and Raquel and Johnny both ran up to me. Raquel got in front of Johnny. She kind of managed to get right in front of him, in between he and I. And I'll never forget it. Just very slowly, calm, in just a very slow but very concentrated, very controlled, slow way. Just put both of her arms, her hands up like this, and like I've seen people do with horses. That's what it reminded me of. She just went, no, Johnny, no. And
Johnny,
she just got in front of us, in between us, put both of her palms out. Johnny kind of squared off to her, ran into her arms, and she just repeated herself very slowly,
fighter?
Very calmly, very directly. He hit both of her arms off of his chest like that and barreled towards me. I instinctively curl up on the couch, and I just feel her arms come around me, next to me. She was sitting on my left next to me on the couch. I just feel her arms around me. And I'm just looking down at the carpet, feeling her arms. And that's when Johnny, who I can see partially and hear, is right in front of me, and he's screaming at me to get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. Amber, get the fuck up. And every single time he said it, he's screaming it louder and louder and louder. I think he screamed it probably about 10 times, so loudly.
So loud.
The next thing I hear is boss. And I realize that his 2 security guards had come into the apartment after Raquel. I see them or hear them, and Johnny turns to them, and I see Jerry say, boss. And I get up off the couch and I say to Jerry,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
It is offered to prove the truth of the matter.
All right. So don't tell us what you said to Jerry, just what happened next.
Jerry, he was beating me. Not offered to prove she was beating
then
me.
they tell him something. And he picks up the bottle that I guess he walked in with. It was a
This is
Magnum.
Mr. Depp or Jerry?
I'm sorry, Johnny.
Okay.
And starts smashing things off the nightstand, the coffee table, starts screaming. And they kind of, I feel them kind of corral him. I'm not making direct eye contact, but I can kind of just sense and feel and sound and hear things smashing as he exits the apartment, kind of knocking things off the countertops and breaking things on the way. I realize he's punching something. I assume it was the picture because it broke right after he walked past it. And he leaves that apartment. I hear him in the hallway, still screaming. I hear more doors opening, more racket. Eventually, Josh, Raquel's husband, comes into the room and brings me to safety, brings Raquel and I to safety in their apartment. And that's where I stayed for the next few hours.
So who called the police?
I believe it was
Objection calls for
Io.
speculation.
Your Honor, this is not, we have to have the context here of somebody called the police, because then the police come. So I think we have to put, it's not offered again to prove the truth of the matter asserted. It's
not the
just
objection.
who called the police.
Your Honor, the objection is not hearsay. It's speculation.
Do you know who called the police?
Yes, I do now.
Okay.
Sustain the objection.
All
Next
right.
question.
Did you have were you present when there was a discussion about calling 911?
Objection, hearsay.
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'm asking if she was present.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You're going to call for hearsay.
Did you call 911?
No.
Okay. Did Rocky call 911?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know whether Rocky called 911?
I do know whether she did.
And did
She did not.
Okay. All right. So what happens, when did you learn that the police had been called?
Iron that tie, Ben. Goodness gracious.
Roughly an hour, at some point shortly after Johnny and his security guards left.
And what did you do as a result of knowing that the police were coming?
I felt panicked. I
Sat down and decided not to tell him anything.
Because I didn't know what they were going to do when they saw the state of the place. He'd also smashed up the other apartment where I kept all my things. So I didn't know what they were going to do. And I panicked. I called the only lawyer I have, which is my entertainment lawyer. He does like my movie contracts and stuff. And I asked him for advice.
And then without telling what he said, what happened next?
I called a domestic relations attorney after that conversation.
And had you known this domestic relations attorney before then?
No, I did not.
Did you get that name from your entertainment attorney?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you called the domestic relations attorney, without saying what she said, what did you do as a result?
I told the police officers who arrived that I would not
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I repeated to the officers, I refuse to cooperate at this time at the advice of my attorney.
Okay. Did you call your publicist that night?
No.
I don't think she said on the,
Now,
I don't think there
I'm
was
going
anything
to
recorded
ask
about the
you
advice of
to
her attorney,
take a
was there?
look at some pictures, but before I get there, I want to just ask you a couple of questions leading up. What were you doing when the police officers arrived?
At that time, after I learned that they were coming, my best friend took pictures of me. We took pictures of the house and my face.
After I learned that they were
I'm
coming.
going to, and did your best friend take any pictures while the officers were there?
We took pictures before and while they were there and after.
Okay.
We took pictures throughout.
Okay. So I'm going to take you now, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 706? I think we can do the native on this one. Yes, thank you. Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant 706.
No objection.
706 in evidence and published.
And would you please describe to the jury what this is a picture of?
This is my face after Johnny threw a phone at it.
Okay. I'm going to now, Michelle, ask you to pull up Defendant's 708.
Keep rubbing that eye.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed in this picture?
Yes, it does.
All right. And I also see that there is a little, what we call metadata item on there. How do you get that on a picture? How does that happen? Can you just describe briefly?
Objection, Your
Objection,
Honor.
she's not an
It's
expert.
Speculation, lack of foundation.
If you want to approach.
Yeah.
Before everybody gets excited about the metadata, it's likely they have some sort of agreement about the lack of metadata that's there. And again, like, metadata is useful. Absolutely. But usually photos aren't authenticated by metadata. They're just authenticated by when did you take this picture Did you take this picture? When did you take it? Does this accurately represent what was portrayed? Yes. I don't know why she's bringing up the metadata now, if they have some sort of agreement on it, but we'll see. But getting bogged down on metadata can get really, really boring for a jury unless you have some real hammers as to what that some manipulation took place or something like that. And who knows if they've been able to get an expert to do that or not. But I don't think the metadata is coming in. Mr. Shado says, without a burner phone, Johnny's team are not responding via what? Yeah, that was so weird. She's like, I didn't have a phone and Johnny's team wasn't responding to me. Well, what do you mean you didn't have a phone and they weren't responding to you? Lancelot. So he yells into the phone.
Explain how this particular item on here got onto the pictures.
It's a feature that was on iPhotos, where your pictures are stored on your phone. Typically, you just push info.
And was that pushed in these instances?
I pushed info, and that's what came up.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 708.
The objection 708.
Your Honor, I would just ask the picture be redacted on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor,
for the metadata.
Okay, if you want
alleged
to
metadata.
Okay.
So they're going to object to the metadata as hearsay because the metadata is an out-of-court statement made by something. That's interesting theory, I guess. We don't know what made the metadata or how reliable it is. You need an expert really to even explain metadata properly. You'd need an expert because you need to know how easily it is manipulable. Remember, she got a new phone or whatever. You could just turn off the cell service, set the date and time, take the picture. It can be whatever date you want it.
Yeah, one moment, please. I'm
All
just
right.
trying to figure out how to move this fast.
Okay, that's fine.
By the way,
Okay. All right. I'm going to move the admission of 708 with the redaction, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to that?
There still needs to be another redaction at the top, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get it.
show you guys my arm. I got blood drawn
Thank
on
you.
Monday, and I still have a rather nasty bruise. I didn't even notice it until yesterday. But I assume it's from my blood draw. It's the only thing that makes
708
sense.
with the redactions, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would also like the record to reflect that we're publishing this to the jury.
Yes, no objection, correct?
Okay, so she's just not wearing foundation here.
Okay. I would like the record to reflect that this was the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. as
Objection, Your
Exhibit
Honor.
20
That is,
Your Honor, we
that is
couldn't put him in
inappropriate, Your
because
Honor.
we hadn't identified him. Now the jury should be entitled to know which photo
Wow.
Your Honor,
was
we ask
shown.
that we
as that
approach.
exhibit.
Okay, we can approach.
This is
That's fine.
inappropriate.
Wow. Maybe Johnny punched me across the room on the arm. Yeah, absolutely. I was thrown into a closet when Johnny Depp punched me in the elbow on the soft side.
So for the record, this particular photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 24 in both of the depositions that were shown earlier where the pictures were not allowed to be shown yet because they hadn't been admitted. Amber, will you please describe for the jury what is depicted in this?
Oh, Elaine won that objection.
Yes, that's a picture of my face taken that evening, shortly before 9:30, after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Where did he hit you with the
Now
phone?
we can
Is it
take this
just
one
your
down and let's
red
go to
cheek?
Defendant's Exhibit
Is that what that's supposed to
709.
be? Again, I don't know,
Based on the
man.
court's ruling, I'm going to ask if you can redact that, Michelle, please.
I feel like it looks about the same as if you just rested your face on your hand
Remove
for
the
a while.
admission of 709.
All right, any objection?
Not with redactions.
All right,
Thank you.
709 with redactions and evidence, you can publish.
If it could be published to the jury, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, this is the photo that was shown to Officer Sines and to Officer Haddon as Exhibit 25 for both of their depositions.
Okay.
Amber, could you please describe for the jury what's depicted here?
That is my face after the phone incident.
I guess
That's
it's up
that night.
here. Is that what it's supposed to be? The redness up
All
here?
right, let's bring defendant 710, please. And Your
I
Honor,
don't
I'm
know,
going to
man.
move the admission of Exhibit 710. The redactions have been already placed
All right.
on it.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right,
Thank you.
710 with redactions, you can publish.
If we could publish, Your Honor.
I feel like if you get
And
hit in the
for the
eye with a
record,
phone, it's way worse.
A photo was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon. It was Exhibit 26 for both of their depositions. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here, Amber.
That is my face in yet a different light that same evening after Johnny hit me with the phone.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to Defendant's Exhibit 711.
These are some of the best evidence for Amber Heard so far. They're not great, but they are better than a lot of the other stuff. I could kind of see maybe that it looks kind of like she got hit by something. Not saying she did.
And I'm
but
going to move the admission of 711, Your Honor, with the redactions.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 711
But of course,
with redactions,
interestingly,
evidence,
the
publish.
officers who are like,
And
no,
for the record,
I
Your
don't see
Honor,
anything,
For
right?
the jury's purposes, this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as Exhibit 27 to both of their depositions. And could you describe what's depicted here, Amber?
Yes, that is.
No, I mean, this
another
being the
angle,
best
another
evidence so
lighting
far
of my face
doesn't mean it's good.
after the phone
And
that evening.
And when you say angular lighting, what did Rocky do in taking these pictures?
Objection calls for speculation.
I said, what'd she do?
So overrule.
Thank you.
Raquel took pictures of my face in various places around the penthouse. The apartments have really different lighting, really dark in some places. Anyway, so we just took pictures in different lighting so that we had an accurate portrayal and depiction of what had happened.
And why did you take the pictures?
Raquel did it to protect me because the cops were coming, and we knew that the police. I think at this point that they were already here. They were with us, but we weren't. Maybe this was right before. I'm not quite sure without seeing the timestamp, but we weren't sure what was going to happen, what the police were going to say, what they were going to do. We didn't know what Johnny was going to do, what he was going to.
All right, now move the admission of 712.
Yeah,
Your Honor.
sorry
Right,
about the
objection.
mute there.
No, thank
That
you,
was
Your
a-
Honor.
712 with redactions, you can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please describe what's depicted here.
That is another picture of my face
Okay,
taken around the same time.
okay. And then let's go to 713.
It wasn't me. I'm just not throwing the person who did it under the bus yet.
Move the admission of 713, Your Honor.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 713 with redactions, you can publish.
And for the record, this one was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as well as Exhibit 29 to both of their depositions. And just describe briefly to the jury what this is.
This is another picture of my face taken at the exact same time and in the same location as the other one, just with one of the lights turned on, or an additional light turned on in the previous one.
Okay, let's go to 714. Move the admission of 714, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, 714 with redactions.
And please tell the jury what this depicts.
This is another angle of my face or another picture of my face taken at a different time. I don't know if this is later or before because I can't see the time on it.
Okay. You take that down. Let's go to 715.
So someone brought up that when she testified, she indicated the left side of her face.
715, Your Honor.
Pictures of the right side of her face.
No objection.
All right, 715 with redactions in evidence.
Thank you. And for the record, this one was shown
Two
to
things.
Officer Sines and
One,
Officer Haddon as Exhibit 17 for both. Please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
That is a picture of my face. Some point later on in the night, it looks like that was taken in
like a little bit of
Rocky's
swelling
apartment,
here,
or in the apartment that
maybe.
she was staying in.
Okay. And let's go to 716.
So they're getting it darker and darker every time.
Move the admission of 716.
I know she gestured the
No
left
objection,
side.
Your Honor.
I don't
All right.
think that
716
particularly
evidence as
matters. She didn't say
And
hit the
Amber,
left
could you
side of my
please tell
face. She
the
just
jury
kinda
what this
gestured
picture
this way.
depicts.
Yes, it's the business card that one of the police officers left for me in case I changed my mind and wanted to comment.
And with the pictures that we have just seen before this, were they taken before the pictures of the police card, the card that was left, after, or do you know?
I
Objection,
think
compound,
It's not.
and calls for
Your Honor,
speculation.
compound is only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
we took pictures before, during, and after.
And the question I had for you is the pictures you've seen so far, were those taken before, at the time of this, before this card was presented to you and you took the picture, after, or do you know?
Some of them were, but without seeing all the timestamps, I can't tell exactly.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. Okay, and then I'm going to ask you to take this one down and go to 717. And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to
Again,
move the
the-
admission of 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 717 is redacted in evidence.
Remember
Thank you.
the police who are
And
trained
please
to
just
find
briefly
probable
describe to the
cause
jury what this is.
did not find these to show
The
photos of
two
injuries.
officers that first responded left me that card. This is the front of the business card they left.
Can you tell the jury, just explain what the interaction was that you had with the police officers, just describing what you observed as they came through?
I did not want to speak to them. I asked that Raquel's partner or husband ask them to go away without speaking to me.
And just so the jury understands, who was Raquel's fiance at that time?
His name is Josh Drew, and he and Raquel lived in the apartment at Johnny's invitation across the hall from us. Raquel had keys. We kind of shared keys. They were our neighbors, but had keys to our house.
Okay. So why didn't you want to cooperate with the police?
Because I wanted to protect Johnny. I didn't want him to be arrested. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want the world to know. I didn't want this to come out. I didn't want him to be in trouble. I didn't want this to be, I wanted to protect Johnny.
Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1374. That's 1374. One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, move the admission of 1374A, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
1374 in evidence, 1374A in evidence, sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Amber, what is this?
It's another picture of my face after Johnny threw the phone at it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493T.
Ooh, 1493 tea. Delicious tea blend that year. But I got nothing. Again, important to
Move the
remember
admission of 1493T.
the
No
police
All right, 1493T in evidence.
did not find any of
what does
this
this
to look
depict?
like abuse.
This is a picture of my face after that incident. Perhaps by the lighting, it looks like it might have been taken the next day, but I can't tell. I can't tell for sure.
Okay. And then let's go to 1493S.
Okay, what did that show?
And move the admission of 1493S.
No objection.
All right, 1493S in evidence. Publish.
And what does this depict?
And this is another picture of my eye and side of my face.
Now, were there also pictures taken of the property that you described Mr. Depp destroying or damaging?
Yes, there were.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 700? And based on Your Honor's rulings, we will take off the metadata. Move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 700.
No objection with redaction.
700 with redactions, you can publish.
Can you please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, my friend was preparing for a bead show and had displays to show these bead necklaces she made. And she needed some counter space in order to kind of set up the displays that she was going to use the next day. So she asked me earlier in the day if she could use the free counter space in that penthouse 5, to kind of set up those display racks. They were set up in that room when Johnny went in there to destroy things, as he does.
And this depicts some of that damage?
Yeah, security let him in, even though I had asked
Objection,
security
Your Honor.
not to.
Speculation
I don't think that was speculation.
and lack of foundation.
Oh, I'll sustain as a foundation if you want to.
Okay. So what's depicted, what's the damage that was done?
Well, because Johnny would always smash up my things and destroy my property when he was mad at me. I had asked that they not let him in so that he could do that. I mean, the only purpose for him to be let into penthouse 5 in that state, he doesn't have property in there. The only reason for him to go in there would be to destroy it. And they, of course, let him in penthouse 5
Objection, Your
so
Honor.
that he could go.
Yes, ma'am.
Lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Just tell the jury what he did here that's depicted in this.
This is just a one corner of the room that shows the destruction. He just went in there with this bottle swinging and smashed a bunch of things.
Objection, Your Honor. This is speculation. She hasn't established that she was there.
I'll sustain if you want to lay a foundation. It's fine.
Okay. Did anybody else, to your knowledge, go in there and do this?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
I'm
speculation.
trying to lay the foundation here, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Well,
question.
let's do this. Never mind. We'll let somebody else tell who did it. Okay.
Sure.
Just all I'm asking here is what is the damage? What has been done that's depicted here?
This is just one of Raquel's bead racks that he
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll sustain.
All right,
Objection.
let's go to 701. Move the admission of 701.
With redaction, no objection.
All right. 701 with redactions and evidence.
Thank you. Amber, can you please describe what's depicted here?
Yeah, it is our bedroom in penthouse 3, the main penthouse. Looks like he was just throwing things.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for
Sustain.
speculation.
Sustain the objection.
So just
Looks
describe
like he
what
was
you
just.
see here as opposed to what you say he did.
I see a bunch of art tossed on the bed.
Okay, where was that art before Mr. Depp was at your house on May 21, 2016?
Hanging on the wall where it belongs.
Okay,
It's not a map.
let's go to, Michelle, can you bring up defendant 702, please?
Lancelot says, so he yells in the phone and gets up, goes up the stairs, but darts back down, grabs the phone, yells again, throws it at her, but she never left the couch during all of this. Don't think too hard on it, Lancelot. Just believe.
Oh, Your Honor, and I forgot on the last two. For defendants exhibit 700, that was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon. It was exhibit 39 to both of theirs. And exhibit 701 was shown to Haddon only, and that was exhibit 30 in his deposition. I move the admission of 702, please.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. 702 with redactions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was also shown to Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit number 40.
Every time
And
she
can you
says
please
Officer
describe
Haddon,
for
I
the
think
jury
of
what's depicted here?
Haddonfield.
Yes,
Halloween movies.
as broken glass from one of the broken pictures that were hanging on the wall.
And where is this physically?
This is in penthouse 5 on the stairwell.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up defendant 703, please? Move the admission of defendant 703.
No objection.
All right. 703 with redactions. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as exhibit 41 for both of their depositions. And Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph of this stairwell in the same apartment, penthouse 5, which is the apartment where I kept my things.
Okay. And is that glass on the stairway?
Yes, from one of the broken
Objection leading.
picture frames on the wall. We had a lot of I had a lot of picture frames on the walls, and many, if not most of them, were smashed.
Okay. Let's take this one down and go to 704, please, defendants. Michelle, thank you. Move the admission of defendant 704.
No objection.
All right. 704 with redactions. You can publish.
Thank
So
you.
someone
And
said
let the
this
record
is-
reflect that this was shown to both Officer Sines and Haddon as exhibit 34 to both their depositions.
But this is so
And Amber,
boring.
Please describe for the jury
This
what's
is what they
depicted
need
here.
to do. They needed to slow
just
things
another
down from
Piece of
Amber.
glass. It looks like the base of a wine glass. That is in penthouse 3, the main apartment.
And when you say wine glass, did you see this particular glass?
There were glasses in the kitchen and always. And when Johnny was walking out, I saw him myself swinging the magnum-sized bottle, and I could hear glass breaking and things falling.
Okay. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up 705, please?
Again, the officers who were brought through whatever didn't see any
The admission
signs of any of
705.
this.
No redaction. No, excuse me, no objection.
All right.
And let the,
705 in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
and let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Haddon in Exhibit 36 of his deposition. Amber, can you please describe for the jury what's portrayed here?
Things knocked over on the kitchen countertop, and I see pieces of broken glass on the countertop as well.
Where's the magnum-sized bottle of
707.
champagne? I mean, that's a lot of glass and champagne. Where's the picture of that?
Move the admission of 707.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 707 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
And let the record show that both Officer Sines and Officer Haddon were shown this picture. It was Exhibit 18 in both their depositions. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
This is the hallway leading leading up to the apartments. So this is the hallway that connects all of the apartments. It's kind of an indoor-outdoor sort of hallway, meaning it's covered, but it's exposed on the far ends of both to the elements. So this is not carpet. It's like a plasticky. I don't know how to describe the material. It's like a plasticky kind of netting, not netting. It's difficult to describe, but it's a kind of an outdoor sort of carpet.
All right, and what's depicted there?
Wine on the floor and a little on the wall, it seems.
Okay. Let's go to 718, please.
Don't give legal advice to Amber Heard's team. Oh, they're not taking my legal advice. My legal advice to Amber Heard's team would be surrender.
Or the admission of
Quit
718.
No
now.
objection.
All right, 718 with
Best plan
redactions
for your
and
client.
evidence.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Officer Haddon in Deposition Exhibit 31 for both of them. Amber, please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's another photograph on the floor, not the wall. This one appears to be remarkably unbroken.
Okay. Let's go to 719, please. Move the admission of defendant 719.
No objection.
All right, 719 with redactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect that this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in their depositions, Exhibit 35 to both.
Where's a giant bottle of broken
And Amber, please
champagne?
just describe for the jury what's depicted here.
It's one corner of the kitchen in penthouse 3. Looks like one of the things that was knocked off of the kitchen island when Johnny left.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 720, please. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. Super nice. Michelle really nailed it today.
Move the admission of defendant 720.
No
All
objection.
right, 720 with redactions.
And let the
evidence.
record reflect, Your Honor, this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon, in deposition Exhibit 43 to both. Amber, could you please describe to the jury what's depicted here?
That's my office. It's a corner of my office. And that is a box of like sentimental things from my childhood or things that are important to me. Keepsake box that has been dumped out, it looks like.
Okay. Let's go to defendant 721. Move the admission of defendant 721.
No objection, Your Honor.
721 with redactions, published.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon in deposition exhibit 44 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what this depicts.
It's again, my office, different, same thing, different angle.
Okay. Let's go to 722.
KTV, my audio is way louder. Yeah. Well,
Move the admission of defendants exhibit 722.
No
Look,
objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 722 with redactions and evidence. Thank you.
I've been working
Let
on
the record
nailing this
reflect
audio
was
for a
shown to
while.
Officer Sines and Officer Haddon as deposition exhibit 42 to both. Amber, please describe to the jury what's depicted here.
That's a picture of my friends and I when we were at that London house that Johnny punched.
Okay. You saw him punch this?
I heard it.
Okay. All right, let's go to 723, please.
Oh my goodness. This part is
Move
necessary
the
for
admission
them.
of defendant 723.
Again, they want to drag this
objection?
out,
No objection.
All right, 723 redacted
keeping their
and evidence.
time
Let
tight
the
as
record reflect this was shown to
well as
Officer
possible,
Sines and
but-
Haddon in their depositions, exhibit 38 for both. Amber, please describe for the jury what's reflected.
One of the, it looks like a Magnum bottle of wine that is
gently placed
empty
on
or
the
spilled on
ground.
the floor.
Can you tell where that is located?
It looks like it would be penthouse 5.
Okay. Let's go to 724. Move the admission of defendant 724.
No objection.
All right, 724 with redactions. Thank you.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as their deposition exhibits 33. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
Wonder if one of the
This is,
reasons for the
more wine that Johnny was spilling as he was using the bottle he was holding as a bat of sorts.
oh, he's using it as
Let's
a
go
bat now.
725.
I wonder if the metadata's redactions do result from them saying,
We're almost
"Hey,
done, just two more.
it wouldn't turn over the metadata on the pictures, the actual metadata, just whatever's tagged on here."
Move the admission of defendant 725.
We'll never know what
objection.
was done at
725 with
sidebar.
redactions.
And let the record reflect this was shown to Officer Sines and Haddon as deposition exhibit 37 to their depositions. Amber, please tell the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. This looks like penthouse 5.
It's the exact same bottle from before.
And last but not
Just
least,
a different
Michelle,
angle.
please, defendants 726.
I thought he shattered a champagne bottle. Where is it?
Move the admission of.
No objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe the jury needs a tissue.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We will get a tissue. Yes. Thank you, Halisa.
Who needs
All right,
a
no
tissue?
objection, 726 with redactions. Thank you.
A juror or
All
something?
right, and let the record reflect that this one was shown to Officer Hines and Haddon as deposition 32 exhibit to their depositions. And Amber, please just describe to the jury what's depicted here.
More spilled wine on the floor. Penthouse 3 appears.
Okay, thank you.
Doesn't look like wine
Now,
unless it's a white. Was
when
he
the
pouring out
police
red and white?
officers were there, did either of them take you aside by yourself and talk with you?
Yes.
Which one or both?
The male officer I did not have much interaction with. The female officer said she needed to speak to me by myself, pulled me aside. We went into penthouse 3, the main penthouse, to speak there because I had been in penthouse 1 Raquel and Josh's apartment up until that moment.
Okay. And then what, if anything, did she ask you?
She asked me if I would make a statement, if I would cooperate. She kind of indicated to me, I don't remember if it was what word she said, but she kind of gestured to my face and.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she could, if she gesturing to her
gesture's
face
not
is not
hearsay.
hearsay,
I'll
it's not a statement.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
And it's also not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll say.
I'll sustain the objection.
So what happened next? Let's do this. How long were you with the officer when she took you aside?
A few minutes, if that.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you cooperate?
No, I did not, but
But
it was my understanding that I couldn't stop them from walking through the apartment, which is what they indicated to me.
Okay.
I mean, you could have.
And were you with them when they walked through the apartment?
No, Josh, I was with them at the beginning of Penthouse 3. Josh, Raquel's partner, took over from there and showed them around the house up through Penthouse 3, which connects on the top floor to the neighboring apartment, Penthouse 4, and then on to Penthouse 5. They all connect on the top level. So Josh walked the officers through the house.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you say about the identity of Mr. Depp?
Nothing.
Were you asked?
Yes.
Or you refused to tell them?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Okay. Why did you refuse to tell the police officers Mr. Depp's identity?
Because I did not want them to arrest Johnny. I did not want this to happen. I did not want any of this to happen. I didn't want to get him in trouble. So I said, well, I just refused to cooperate.
Okay. Now, approximately how long were the police officers there?
I don't recall exactly, maybe I'd say less than half an hour. I really don't know exactly, but they weren't there very long at all.
Okay. Now, after the police officers left, what did you do?
We cleaned up a bit because there was broken glass and we had dogs. So we tried to clean up the mess, and especially the glass. And Josh, Rocky, Liz, and I, we kind of just cleaned up and eventually sat on the couch, and they just tried to comfort me.
What, if any, knowledge did you have that there was going to be a second set of officers coming later that night?
I didn't know about that. That surprised me.
When did you learn that a second set of officers were coming to the penthouse that night?
I think I learned about it when they were there, when they arrived.
Okay. And we've seen the body-worn video on that. Is there anything that you recall outside of what was reflected on Officer Gaitlin's body-worn video?
I couldn't see much of what was on that video. I just, I remember being surprised that they were there, not really knowing why they were there. I assumed it was because I was encouraged to make a statement by the first set of officers.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right,
Just keep going forward. Okay.
And I was sitting on the couch. It was sometime hours, maybe
Hours?
maybe
on the
between an
couch?
hour, 2 hours, maybe more. I don't really recall, but we had cleaned up and we were resting, and they were
Were you sitting on the
comforting me when
couch
they
for
came, and,
hours?
they didn't
Or
seem
cleaning up?
to,
Or taking
they didn't do
pictures?
what the first set of officers did. They just kind of came into the apartment, confirmed that that I was okay, or that we were okay. They didn't really seem to be that concerned, and they didn't demand to do a walkthrough like the first set of officers had. and they left.
Okay. And what, if any, cooperation did you give them?
Well, I didn't need to. I didn't really
Zero.
cooperate with them. I didn't talk to them. I didn't even get up off the couch. I was speaking to them from a quite a bit of a distance, like between you and I, and
From a distance.
maybe more. And I didn't really say anything. I just kind of acknowledged that they entered and that was it.
Did you provide them with Mr. Depp's name?
No way.
Did they
No way.
ask?
No.
All right. I'm going to take you to the next day, May 22. And I'm going to, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 772?
What's going on with your eye there, Pumpkin?
What, if any, efforts did Mr. Depp make to reach out to you the day after this happened?
Well, he made several efforts. Immediately, he kind of reached out and lashed out. Again, kind of going on what seems to be slightly delusional, thinking that just because he saw my friend's beads out on the countertop that it had become a workshop or a studio for her. So he seemed angry about, this perception that this bead display that my friend had set up was evidence of her running some sort of workshop. And he also accused us of having invited someone else to live there who wasn't living there, who was just in the apartment when Johnny stormed in. So he just kind of lashed out, and then the tone changed in the days that followed.
And let me stop you there. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 772. And is this a text message from Mr. Depp to you?
Yes, it is.
And it's on 5/22 at 12:23 a.m. So it's early morning hours after 5/21. Would that be fair?
She chugging
Yes.
some
Your Honor,
Mio
I'm
pink
gonna move the
lemonade or
admission
something?
of Defendant 772.
No objection.
All right, 772 and evidence with the identifiers redacted and published. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and I know you started to talk about this, Amber, but it says, I'm an idiot, PH5 is Rocky's studio. You are shameless. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, was that what you were talking about with him thinking that you're,
Yes.
okay. And then obviously we can read that he says, I tried to make it work. You just turned more and more into a spoiled brat. All you wanted was to make me fucking miserable. Well, I'm finally there. I'll never be able to understand how I fell in love with you. You're not her. I loved you more than anything. I did everything that I could, but you never fucking loved me. I was merely convenient for you. I hope our divorce goes as quickly as possible and that it is as painless as possible. So sorry you were as unhappy with me as you were. Obviously, the purity of whatever was has been gone for a long time. I will miss the moments of beauty and truth. Goodbye, Amber. What the fuck was I thinking? I wish you all you merit. The former him. What, if any, discussions did
Not
you
that
have
bad
with
of a
Mr.
text,
Depp about
honestly.
divorce that night?
We did not have a discussion about that that evening. We didn't have time. He was obsessed with dog poop.
Okay.
That's what he wanted to talk about.
Wasn't dog poop,
All right, let's
sweetie.
take this down and let's go to Defendant's
And you
Exhibit
know it.
773. Now, this is a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. It starts with Mr. Depp on 5/21 at 6:58 p.m. just saying here. Does that refresh your recollection of when he arrived at your penthouse on May 21?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Nero, that was a very
And then
civil divorce
the next
text.
series are on 5/22. They start at 5/13. And you're discussing talking. You said, sorry, I'm just leaving Amanda's birthday now. Do you see that?
Sorry, I'm just leaving
Yes, I
shit
do.
on your
All
bed.
right. And then he responds to that, correct?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of defendant 773.
Your Honor, if we could just have a minute to review this
Sure.
exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it just this page?
No, there's
3 pages.
3 pages.
I'm just reading Michelle's hands.
William Mitchell, School of Law and Crime says, Nick, can I get a toast for our community in Buffalo, New York following the mass shooting? Praying for Christ's peace to the families affected and the failure of the MSM to pollute this story for their narratives. Yeah, let me see if I can get that in before they get done skimming. All right, a magnum-sized bottle. To Buffalo, New York, the reeling community from a mass shooting. May all mass shooters
Objection,
be
Your Honor.
extinguished
773
long
in
before they
evidence
pull
for
a
the
trigger.
fires for Dackett. Thank you.
Pray for the community and healing, of
Thank you.
course. Cheers to Buffalo.
And if we could, okay, we've got it published to the jury. So let's go to the top, Michelle. And so it starts out with him. This is the 5:21, 6:58 p.m. saying he's there, correct?
Yeah, but I think he came in later than that. Took him some time.
Okay. And then if we move up, the next one is you at 5:22 at 5:13 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And then you say, thank you, and then can we still speak in a min? What do you recall of why you sent those texts?
I believe we had spoken on the phone. Or I can't control this, correct? The screen. I don't know.
We
what
can
had
give you control, yes. Maybe we should do that and clear out my purples.
I just don't know what was sent right before this.
Go ahead. Your Honor, can
Well,
we
she can't scroll. She's asking to scroll.
Okay, Michelle, let's have you scroll if you can. Just go ahead and scroll through just slowly.
Scroll on,
So
Michelle.
she can read the whole
Scroll
thing.
on home. Scroll on, woman, till. That was a bad parody of Roll On 18 Wheeler. Sorry, it's been a while.
Okay, makes sense.
Voice of an angel, sing more, Grandpa. Okay.
All right, does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe that I believe he had apologized to me after the phone incident. I had commitments that I had to attend the following day on the 22nd. So the beach show I referenced, I mentioned to you, I had to go to. I also had to bring a cake to a friend's birthday party. So I had things I unfortunately had to do that day. And I remember there was communication with Johnny, both by phone and by text, where he was telling me that he was clean, that he was sober, he was clear mind, it wasn't the monster, and that he was so sorry. But I had already committed to filing for divorce.
Committed to it.
And eventually I have to let him know that it's not just saying it in the anger, in the fights that like we had done, both he and I did that.
So I let him know by
times in
filing
some
a
of our fights,
domestic
especially
violence
towards the end of
restraining
our
order.
relationship. And so I let him know that I was serious about filing this time, and that I had had enough after the phone.
Objection, Your Honor,
I had
hearsay.
enough.
Okay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to draw your attention to the bottom of the page, Defendant's Exhibit 773. And this is at 5:22, so this is 6:19 p.m. Do you see that? 5:22? And he says, just let me know when you have a minute and I'll give you a call. Nothing I have to say. You should elicit anything but a sense of ease. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, all my love and profound apology.
Profound apologies.
What was he apologizing for?
Objection
Do you
calls
know?
for speculation.
What was your understanding of what he was apologizing for?
Objection calls for
Speculation, Your
speculation.
Honor.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. In his phone call with you, did he tell you what he was apologizing for?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was sorry that he reacted the way he did. He said he didn't mean to hurt me. He didn't mean
To beat me.
to hurt me. If he really hurt me that bad, he's sorry that he didn't mean to.
Okay. Michelle, if we can go to the next page.
Oh,
Up to the
God.
green, please.
Whoever is dropping a metal fucking like bowl next to the microphone needs to be punched right in the
And
dick.
he says here, I'm sad, I'm scared, and I'm broken, my sweet Slim. And then he says, I want you happy. I have zero harsh feelings. I am clear and I am me. What did you understand him to mean by I am clear and I am me?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Do you
I
have
know
an
what he
understanding?
meant.
I know what he meant.
Your Honor,
How do
Did
you
he
know?
use that phrase with you?
I'll sustain that objection.
I'm trying to get to the
I
next
know.
one here.
Then you can ask your next question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Did he use those phrases with you during your marriage?
Yes, he did.
What did Mr. Depp mean when he says I am clear and I am me?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think I established the foundation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Thank you.
That he had sobered up. That he had sobered up and he was not the monster again, that he was him. That he was a good guy I loved.
Oh, stop
The one that I
it.
trusted.
The one that I trusted. Now I got to turn on the tears.
All right. Now I'm going to ask Michelle if you can take that one down and bring in 771, which has already been admitted. Now those text exchanges were in the 6 o'clock to almost 7 o'clock range. And here it's 5:22. It's now 8 o'clock, correct?
Yes.
And he's telling you, sorry if a bit, please know that my hurt towards you is over. My apologies are eternal and belong to you. Solid. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your understanding he was apologizing again?
Objection, Your Honor.
It was my
Calls for
understanding he was
speculation.
apologizing for the bottle rape.
Okay. Was there anything else he would have been apologizing for that he had done?
Objection calls for
I'll
speculation.
sustain the objection.
You can't know what he's apologizing for, Elaine, and you know it.
So
I know you really want her
tell
to
the jury
testify
how
this
you
way.
felt in that week, May 22 through May 27, and what you decided to do.
It's really convenient if you can just decide what other people meant.
At the time, it felt like the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I had worked so hard to try to make this relationship work. I went to therapy, I went to Al-Anon, I got help, I read books, I did everything I could possibly do, and it didn't work. And I was conflicted. To answer your question, I was conflicted. I knew after he threw the phone at my face that after all that month of not seeing each other, that not getting better, not getting clean and sober, there wasn't even, I didn't, you know, it was falling apart. I knew I had to leave him. I knew I wouldn't. I knew I wouldn't survive it if I didn't. So I made the decision to file for divorce. It was hard because, you know, I loved Johnny so much.
So hard.
I loved him so much.
And why did you file for divorce?
Because she just said that. Because I would have died. He would have
I knew
killed
if
me.
I didn't,
He would kill me.
that I knew if I didn't, I'd likely not literally survive.
Which is why I never went to an emergency room.
I was
Never
so
told a
scared
doctor.
that it was going to end
Never told a friend
really
I was going to
badly
die.
for me. And I really didn't want to leave him. I loved him so much.
Get that tear out. Work it. Work it.
I
Squeeze
would have done
harder.
anything, but I couldn't do that one thing. I couldn't stay.
You couldn't quit drinking wine.
The promise and the hope that
Or
I
doing
had
MDMA.
had become less and less regular and more rare. The monster had been this thing that was now the normal and not the exception.
Still
The
can't
violence
squeeze
was
the
now
tear out.
normal and not the exception. And
How can you still
it was,
not cry?
it was so hard. It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. I believe he would have taken it too far. I wouldn't be here.
Why did you ask for a domestic violence temporary restraining order?
I wanted to change my locks. I wanted to change my locks. I wanted a
Why
good
didn't you
night's
just
sleep.
change the locks?
Security would always let him into the house no matter what I asked them. No matter when I begged them to let me know when he was coming over, no matter how much I begged them not to let him in when he was mad or drunk or high. And I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic.
Not one of them testified to this on cross.
I was losing hair.
Not one
I
of
was
them.
losing weight. I got really sick. I had shingles. I couldn't sleep. I'd wake up in a panic attack. I had panic attacks all the time. I was falling apart. I was scared and very conflicted because the person I was scared of is also the person I was in love with. Really, really tricky. And
Super
I
tricky.
was thinking one step at a time. You know, I was thinking very myopically. I wanted just to get a good night rest, a good night's sleep. I just wanted to change my locks.
Literally any hotel room in the
I thought
city
it'd be
would have done
healthier if
this.
I got some sleep and I could think about what to do or how to handle this. If I just could sleep. And when I did, I realized that that wasn't enough, that he could get in any way, that the building wasn't going to stop him from getting a locksmith and coming in. I knew that he would
Literally any
do
hotel
what he
in the
wanted.
entire
Objection, Your Honor,
city.
calls for speculation.
It's not
Overruled.
up for- Thank you.
All right, next.
Okay.
Anywhere.
Did Mr. Depp show up for
You
the
have all the
hearing on the
resources in the
DVTRO?
world.
No, he didn't.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
And why did you show up?
Because I had to provide testimony for why I needed a restraining order.
What, if any, warning did you give Mr. Depp about obtaining the DVTRO?
We gave him warning. My counsel and his counsel were in communication and we let them know. We had to. It was mandatory. It's my understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer.
Was there any confusion surrounding whether Mr. Depp was going to file suit as well?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation,
I'm asking
lack of
for-
foundation.
All right, I'll sustain as the foundation if you want.
Did you have any confusion as to whether Mr. Depp was going to file as well?
So I filed for divorce on the 23rd, I believe. And I thought
That he would
that
file
when
first
I
and
went
you'd be
in that
fucked.
Tuesday, when we filed for it, remarkably, it managed to stay under the radar. You know, these filings are not private. You can't make them private in California. And
Paparazzi was
remarkably,
there
it
and you had
flown under
makeup
the radar.
on.
No one picked up on the fact that I had filed. And as limited as it sounds now, I just wanted as much privacy as we could have. You know, one day at a time, I wanted as much privacy as we could possibly get. And the filing had been missed by TMZ and, you know, these paparazzi outlets and stuff. But
between the communications between our counsel, I realized that Johnny was going to file in
Objection,
retaliation.
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Ooh.
I'm trying to think how to ask this. So,
Yeah, you better think
um,
hard.
without saying what the council said, what was your understanding and what was your concern?
Objection,
concern-
hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, well, let's move on. Michelle, can you bring up
Yeah, go
defendant's
ahead and move
exhibit
on from that
800,
one.
please? Move the admission of defendant's exhibit 800.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 800 in evidence, publish.
Amber, can you describe for the jury what this picture is?
It's a picture of my face while I'm sitting at the courthouse.
And were you wearing any makeup?
I was wearing nothing, not a stitch of makeup.
Michelle, can you bring up 801,
That looks like a
please?
zit.
Move the admission of 801.
No objection.
801 in evidence, publish.
And Amber, if you can tell the jury what this is.
That's me while I was obtaining my restraining order.
It doesn't look like a phone hit
courthouse.
you.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do while you were at the courthouse? Did you testify?
Oh, I provided testimony and sat there and cried.
And did you obtain a domestic violence restraining order? Temporary restraining
I
order?
did. The court granted me a restraining order at that time.
When you left the courthouse, what did you experience?
I walked into the courthouse. It was quiet. First thing in the morning. No one knew about my divorce, so I thought it was going to stay that way. And I walked out to a sea of paparazzi and cameras,
Rats.
photographers. It was to that point at that point in my life had never seen so many photographers, and they just surrounded me as I walked out of that courthouse and screamed at me, screamed horrible things at me.
What horrible things did they scream at you?
I'm going to take you just for a moment.
Paparazzi is
to
not like,
makeup,
you
and
slut,
then
we love Johnny Depp.
okay,
Come
that-
on.
okay.
That'll be
All right,
a
thank
good
you.
breaking point after the makeup. You said
Yes.
that you didn't testify, you didn't wear any makeup that day. We've heard all kinds of things about makeup in this case. Could you please tell
You
the
made
jury
most of them
what
up, Elaine.
your regular routine was with respect to makeup?
Yes, I get up and wash my face like most of us, and I put on right away a moisturizer that has tinted foundation in it. And then I put another foundation on because it has sunblock in it. I have a skin condition that my skin reacts to the sun. In a
Oh,
bad way.
really? Do you?
So I have to wear sunscreen or sunblock every day. Anyway, so I put on
Does
both
your
of
skin
those.
get
I put
red
on
and
concealer,
pimply?
and I do that before I leave my bathroom in the morning. That's obviously if I don't have a bruise.
Now, when you had bruises or cuts of any nature, what would you do about those? Would you try to cover them up?
Cocaine?
Would you try
Oh,
to
not
just leave them
cocaine.
showing? What would you do?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Overruled out loud.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Well, I'm typically photographed in LA when I leave the house, paparazzi type of photograph. So I'm somewhat aware of that anyway. And no woman wants to walk around with a bruise on her face. So if I do have a bruise on my face or someplace visible, the main thing, you have to ice right away to reduce swelling because no amount of makeup can fix swelling, but it's very manageable if you ice it really soon. Arnica is also
Not
a
really.
great remedy, arnica cream.
It isn't actually.
And then if you want to cover up a bruise, you obviously put foundation first, concealer, and then on top of that, I used a bruise kit not a bruise kit. It's a theater makeup kit, a color correction kit. I called it my bruise kit.
And let me-
It's
I
literally
used
a
this, I think,
bruise
in
kit.
opening statement, and it's Defendant's Exhibit
If you could by the
155.
microphone, please.
Oh.
We can't hear you.
Um,
There you go.
May I approach the witness to? let
That's
her
what you
show-
could show counsel.
Literally, actually, a bruise kit for theater. That's what you use. Whoops. Freud was right.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but
Why
I
is
used
it
to carry it
obvious?
with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away. So you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or 2, you get more purple in a bruise. So you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 just, I feel like, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the
haven't
most
shown a
blues and
single actual
purples, and
bruise
you
that
have
looks
to
blue or purple ever.
deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So that's the trickiest part. But after a few days, that becomes more of that blue becomes more of a brown, yellowish browns, like 5-7 days in becomes more of a yellow green. And then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much unrecognizable after a day or 2, depending on how much you ice it. Lips are the hardest.
Oh,
because they
yeah.
crack and bleed, of course. But
Yeah,
it's
noses
easy to
you
hide with
can't
lipstick
tell.
If you're a woman,
Just
or,
ice and your
if you
broken
wear
nose goes
lipstick,
away.
I suppose.
We heard some testimony of people in the week of May 21st to 27th saying that you didn't wear a stitch of makeup. Oh, was that true?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
They just don't know what they're talking about. I always wear makeup.
You always wear makeup?
I mean, it's part of my bathroom routine in the morning. Wash my
Except for
face.
the
I put on
domestic violence
moisturizer. My
restraining order
moisturizer
day.
has tinted foundation in it, and I'm certainly not going to walk around LA with bruises on my face.
Except for that one time.
I think that's
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. Again, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. And we'll see you in an hour, okay? Thank
Remember,
you.
she has to put foundation and sunscreen on. She has
Court is still
to
in session, so please be quiet in the
because of
gallery.
her
Thank
skin
you.
her skin condition.
All right. And again, Ms. Hurd, since you're still under oath and testifying, you cannot discuss this case to include with your attorneys, okay?
I mean,
Your
she
testimony. All
clearly
right.
discussed
Let's
this
come
case
back
with
then
her
at 1:40.
attorneys
Okay.
over the week.
All right, thank you, 1:40.
That is so fucking obvious. Woo-wee. What a day of testimony. What a day of testimony. Bruise expert Amber Heard has done it. She has testified to how she fixes her bruises with her bruise kit that she got in theater class. What I'm not a bruise. It's not a bruise kit. It's not a bruise kit. It's just makeup. Shoot. What do you guys think? How we doing at lunch? At lunch break, is Amber believable to you? Okay, here we go. There's a lunchtime poll. Now for the question, by the way, if you like the coverage, if you like the commentary, please go ahead and like the stream. It really, really helps, of course, with distribution issues through YouTube. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed during the break, but all of those clips that people have been making, me included, were much maligned by the mainstream media. They're very unhappy with the clipping of the Johnny Depp trial. They called it gross. They think it's exploitative or whatever. I've uploaded 2 clips so far today. They are doing god awful. They're doing god awful. So if you guys like those clips, make sure, if you're going to take a little breather for lunch, we clipped out a couple things. The arrival for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, and then of course her twisting of the "I'm not punching you, I'm hitting you" story. I did clip those out. If you like those types of things, go check them out, click on them, share them. Really appreciate it. YouTube, it looks like, has maybe responded to the mainstream media's demand effectively that people not be allowed to clip this stuff. I mean, it wasn't that specific, right? It's a little more subtle, but YouTube is gross for allowing this type of thing. These should not be allowed. We can't have people doing this. It's very, very unbreaded. They're not unlisted. They are listed. Ben Masta. There are still some unlisted videos because you can't list them all at once. You can't do that. That you have to space out your releases. But I have two clips that have been uploaded and are listed today. So, whoo. So we've got 94% no for Amber Heard being believable, 2% yes, and 4% for I'm not decided so far. Oh, we've only had about a quarter of the people in here voting. So I'll leave that up for a little bit. We're going to read through super chats. I have invited, let's see. Let's link up here. I've invited a couple people. I don't know if any of the guests in the gallery will join. I don't know if any guests are going to join, frankly. But I'm okay being alone also. I kind of like having the freedom sometimes to just go ahead and comment as I will. Guests are great. Solo is fine for me also. That being said, let me go ahead and hit the super chats that have come in. We've got Von Bismarck says, as a software engineer, and explain metadata and how both it can help or not in what they're trying to do. Yeah, I'm sure you can. A lot of people can explain it. The question is not whether or not you can explain it. The question is whether it's valuable to go after it for the jury, if there's any purpose or profit for it. Metadata is really boring to discuss, and it gets kind of in the weeds, and the jury's like, if you're going to bring up metadata as like a winning point, you better be ready to have an expert come in and hammer on the importance of what the metadata should say versus what it does say. But if you're wrong at all, you will look like a fool. You will look like you are exploiting something. It will go very, very poorly for you. So those are critical to get right. Next, we've got Daphne Lansborough. It happens sometimes when you get blood drawn from the needle going into your vein. It will go away in a while. Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, I was going to show you guys. Look at the discoloration, right? Like that's a bruise. Look at that. That's a bruise. That's from Monday of last week. So that's a week-old bruise. You have significant area of discoloration, clear greens and browns going on in there. None of this like, oh, it's slightly red. Noodles are delicate. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Amica. Got to use some Amica cream. But no, I had blood drawn at the doctor for my 40-year checkup. So no, shoot, my checkup was on Monday. That was drawn Friday? No. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let me check my calendar. I want to make sure I get my bruises days right. Okay, no, it was okay. Monday, yeah, it was drawn, and my checkup was on Wednesday. That's why I was confused. So I got the blood drawn Monday morning, and then my checkup was on Wednesday. All right. Trashy Saiyan says, if this happened, why did she not go to the hospital? Where's the evidence for the alleged abuse? Again, she has a concierge 24/7 available doctor at any time to discuss any injury. And there's never an injury. Never. Someone is streaming your stream on Twitch for the trial. Hey, what's up to all you Twitch guys out there? If you're still watching, make sure you check out my Twitch channel, Rekieta Law. We do some fun stuff over on Twitch. And yeah, to whoever's streaming my stream, I give you full permission. I don't mind at all. I don't know if it's within your terms of service on Twitch. You may want to make sure you're not going to get in trouble just because I am a Twitch partner. Be very, very careful, but I'm not going to flag you, buddy. I don't care. Whoever's doing that. So I hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are enjoying the show over on Twitch, I'd love it if you come check out some of my short clips on YouTube, by the way. Hey, Twitch, there are only two genders. That's true. Uh-oh. Speaking of two genders, what's up? Law and Lumber, the only two genders that exist.
Yeah, exactly. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, good, man. How are you? Welcome.
This is effing crazy. We've got Runkle who's over streaming with Alita. We've got Larry who's on his own stream, and I'm jumping on your stream to try and get people caught up with what the hell's going on in the courtroom.
Yeah, man, hit us with it. What's the jury sentiment? What's the gallery sentiment?
All right, so gallery seems to be mostly pro Johnny, a couple of pro Heard people. I'm sitting far right against the wall, so I've got a clear line of sight of Amber as well as almost every juror except the bottom right, but then Larry's got them completely viewed. Jury is very young, so got three males in between 20s and 30s, probably guessing early to mid 20s.
Sure.
Another male, 30s.
Dangerous.
African-American woman, middle-aged, probably 40s, 50s. Asian-American woman who is in her 30s, who looks like a Polynesian male in 40s, who quite literally has completely checked out, does not believe anything Amber's saying, and just puts his hand over his face every time she starts talking.
Oh, no.
Caucasian female in her 50s that we cannot figure out. She looks like a Catholic school mom.
Okay.
And then Caucasian male in his 30s that we all thought was like giving Amber a lot of stuff, but then he started showing body signals that he wasn't really buying it. And then you've got a Caucasian male in his 60s that we can't figure out either. But the jury is really not showing a lot of reaction. They're not looking at her. They'll give her glances here and there. One of the jurors,
yeah,
I caught him like faking writing notes. Like he would hold his pen there and then kind of just wiggle the pen back and forth, but wouldn't write anything. Like it was to preoccupy him so he didn't have to watch what Amber was doing or saying.
Right.
One of the jurors I don't know if he's hearing impaired, but he he has been completely checking out. Like he just like fold over, like it's like someone hit the reset button on him, like at the very end of before we went to break. Try to think of everything else that's relevant. They're not buying the emotion.
Yeah, I'm not either.
They're really not. And watching the emotional breakdown, like that last one before we kind of went, like I was tracking like what they were doing as they were going down that, or as she was going down that emotional rabbit hole. And it was basically two of them were calling bullshit. One of them had no eye contact at the beginning. That was when the hearing impaired one kind of just hit reset button and just put his head down. Other one was basically falling asleep. No one would make eye contact with her. No one would. People were either taking notes, but no one made eye contact except for one, the 30s male, who would look up and down, but he had this like creased brow towards the end. Like you couldn't figure out what he was. It's like he was trying to parse through what she was saying as she was saying it and didn't really buy into all of it.
Yeah, I think, and you can tell me if I've got the wrong sentiment here. I think they've had a real trouble establishing the timeline very effectively throughout this entire testimony. I mean, I thought it was worse in the prior weeks, but I mean, just getting from A to B has been kind of difficult for me to follow. I imagine the jury's got to be having trouble too.
I mean, they sped through stuff. They moved through stuff a lot faster today. And I don't know if you've picked up, she's a lot more aggressive today. Like,
yeah,
she is, that chin is out. She is combative. She is like, there's a stick rammed straight up her backside that is like, she is ramrod straight in that chair. And the jury is not responding to it. The jury is like leaned back in their chair. They're like, during one point of one of these emotional pieces of testimony, the jury had their chairs pointed at Elaine and they were craning their neck over at the witness. That is not what you want when you're doing direct examination.
No. And I think it's because the show has been where Elaine and Camille have been clashing. What's your impression on the objections? Is the jury reacting? I mean, there's a lot of objections today.
One of the 60-year-old male juror hates Elaine. We're convinced because Vasquez. I thought at first she hated the objections.
Yeah,
he hated the objections because he would look over at the table, but then I realized that Elaine would rephrase the question and he kept on looking at Elaine without turning over to Amber. And I'm like, he hates the fact that she has to keep asking these questions and he's trying to figure out where she's going with it.
Yeah. I think Camille's been doing very well on these objections, keeping them really short, really technical, and not like, they don't look like they're trying to obscure things so much. It looks like they're
hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, I wish they had a camera on her the whole time. And I'm so glad I'm in the courtroom right now to see it because it's like objection leading and the judge is like sustained. And then it's like she rephrases objection leading. The judge goes sustained. And it's like objection leading. And it's like still leading.
Yeah.
Just fix your question.
Yep. She's been pretty good today, I think, on objections. I feel like she's refreshed after her conference.
This caught me off guard. Every trial I've ever had, man, the judge, I don't care if it's jury or non-jury, the judge is looking at the witness for the most part. They're looking at the lawyer, they're looking at the witness. Judge Ascarati does not even peek over at Amber. She's deadlocked on Elaine and Vasquez.
Okay. So
I don't know what to make of it. I've just never seen it.
Yeah.
Maybe Ron
I mean, I don't think anybody, her stories are very unbelievable. And they led, how did you feel about this? They led with, let's correct your testimony from last week. Do you think the judge is, because Amber Heard was purportedly under an order for the entire week to not talk about her testimony, but she comes in, the first thing that's evident is that she has clearly discussed this testimony with her counsel.
Yeah, and did you like the whole makeup fixing at the end?
Yeah, that was nice. I love that she called it a bruise kit, like an idiot.
Yeah, and she goes, obviously, this isn't the exact one that I was carrying. Like, look, come on. I think.
Well, I love that she flat out says, every single day. I wake up, I put on my foundation, and then I put on sunscreen. I have to wear sunscreen. I have a skin condition. Then the pictures from the restraining order, she has, I'm not wearing any makeup. And it's like, well, did you go outside? Did your skin condition flare up?
And I have a tinted moisturizer.
Yeah.
Like that's what you put. Like a tinted moisturizer is somehow going to make you not see a bruise on the face. And
Right.
what was the bullshit about? In my experience, bruises on the face heal faster than on the arms. Have you ever been punched in the face?
No,
Like, have you
she
ever
never
had
has.
Have you ever walked into a kitchen cabinet?
Yeah, those black eyes do not go away. You'll have that damn thing for a week and a half.
Yeah, the whole testimony about bruising all throughout the day has been really a problem. When she testified that Johnny was holding her down, repeatedly punching her in the temple, and then they showed the picture has like maybe a slight yellowing around the hairline, and I'm like, this is a man who you've testified has punched you across a room, and he can't put a bruise on you. Like I could put bruises all over it.
Like from inside the courtroom, Runkle made this point about that one series of pictures. He said it looks like she slept on something solid. Like she put her hand underneath her cheek and slept on it, and that's what gave it that red mark. And then I had made the same comment, or I made a comment on my little cheat sheet, and I had said, did she just smack herself in the face a little bit just to redden up the cheek? Like that's what it looked like. I don't understand any of this.
I got a question for you. Were you resting your cheek on your hand? Because you're a little red on the right side.
No, I plugged him.
I was, man, that line last night was fucking crazy.
You guys were there since like 9 p.m., right?
9:30. So Runkle and I went to go check it out, just to check it out, see what it was like. And we see people that are lined up, and we're like, that's a shitload of people. And I was like, Runkle, get the hell out of the truck. Like, get out of the truck. I'm going to go back and get our suits. You get out of the truck. I then proceed to drive 80 miles an hour back to my house, 80 miles an hour back to the courthouse, hop the curb, park next to the court TV van, and sprint across the lawn, and end up being number 81 in line when they let 100 in.
God, that was crazy. Yeah, I saw the chatter going on, and it's like, get down here, get down here.
It was. I've never seen anything like it. But then DUI guy goes on, starts streaming, and people from his chat start sending us food.
Oh, that was nice. That's a bro move right there.
That was pretty sweet. Yeah.
So I've got a meeting coming up. I thought I'd just stop in and see what's going on. See you later.
Oh, what's up, Ron? See you later. Okay, so is there anything specific that has really stood out to you from this testimony today?
The age. Everyone had said that these jurors were young.
Yeah.
They're young. They are young. It surprised all three of us how young they are. And two or three of them are easy to read. One of them is quite literally impossible. Like, we're never going to figure that one out. Amber Heard directs her testimony to the jurors that she thinks are on her side. When the two ladies in the upper right are believing her story, you will see her look up and directly at them.
Okay.
When they do not believe her story, they look down, and then she finds the young man in the middle and the bottom. The gallery isn't buying anything that she's saying, except for I think there's one row of her supporters behind us. Yeah, I don't know. This is wild.
How there was a time where a juror needed a tissue. Was that like a runny nose, a bloody nose? Was it an eye? Runny nose.
One of the jurors that was wearing a mask.
Oh, okay. Well, they wore a mask, so they got COVID. Got it.
Yeah. So there was one male juror is wearing a mask, and then two male jurors are wearing a mask. One female juror is wearing a mask.
Sure. You got to wonder if he started wearing the mask because he got sick, like the guy who's got the runny nose, because like he might just want to I want to stay here. I don't want to get other people sick, so I'm going to do my jury duty.
Or he just didn't want to be too telegraphing how much he did or did not believe somebody. I don't know.
Right. What do you think was the best thing that happened for Amber Heard today? I can tell you what I think in a minute, but I'm curious if you have any thoughts on it.
Tell me what you think, and then I'll see if I can remember.
Sure. I don't think these were great, but I thought the pictures of her face that showed some of the redness were probably the best thing she's done on her entire direct, because it's at least something.
It's something.
Yeah. And I mean, to be very clear, I don't think they're great photos. I think in some of the different lighting, they don't look like bruises at all or anything. But I think someone who's sympathetic to her could latch onto that and say, I see redness there. Yeah, that might be a little puffy.
Tell your chat to try and figure out what she's doing with her eye.
The left eye that she keeps doing this number?
She keeps touching it. So, I need to go back and look at the video, because there was one of those sidebars where she looked directly at me and then like did a whole, like, after staring at me, then did the whole and
sure.
like looking away. I don't know if it's real or not, but hell, but yeah, she keeps touching it. I don't know if it's a twitch. I don't know if it's, I just can't see from where I am.
The sympathetic sort of thing would be, she's worried that like mascara from her far lashes is getting into her eye and it's irritating her, but nothing's happening with the irritation. And mascara in your eye, not that I know, but from my wife, is very, very annoying.
And I can tell you that no one in the jury is buying that, and no one in the gallery is buying it, and it's becoming obvious for everyone.
Yeah. I'm waiting for her to, I can't believe that after all this time, she can't squeeze out a single tear, like that. She still can't do it.
Her emotional breakdown, like, I need to go back and actually do a video on this, like, or actually watch through it again and kind of describe what's happening, because I just started taking notes, like, 2 called bullshit, 1 said no eye contact as she's breaking down. Then I was like, looked back up, but then looked back down, looking up and down, creased brow. Like, there's just so much going on.
Yeah. If you're going to have a breakdown with someone, like if you're, and she's not having a conversation with the jury, but you kind of are, and she's been looking to the jury. If I'm talking to you and I'm going to have a breakdown, I'm not going to keep looking away, right? I'm going to break down while looking at you, because we're engaged in a communication. It's very weird to me to see. I mean, it's not weird if I consider that she's just lying and trying to drum this emotion up, but it would be very weird if someone was actually breaking down in front of me and they like could not maintain any sort of consistent contact.
Yeah, it's odd. Like, there's a lot of it just doesn't feel right. I think, and people who have been in the courtroom have kind of said that there's something that just doesn't feel right about it. It's that, like, you just feel kind of uncomfortable, and you can feel that from the jurors too. It's like they don't really want to listen to it. Like, some of them push themselves back in the chair, like, then, and also her posture, man. Someone must have told her that when people are victims, they do the whole like turtle shell thing, but she took the turtle shell thing and she put like a rod behind her back, so she's just sticking straight up in the air and chin is out, and like, I think we might get to cross today, though.
You think so? Because I've been saying to people, like, if I were her team, now time constraints are a different thing, but I would try and drag this thing out on direct for the rest of the day.
And that was something I kind of noticed right off the bat, was when Vasquez started landing those objections, she started getting really testy and really combative. And also, whoever chose her outfit for the day, fucking idiot. Like,
I like it. No, I don't care what you say. I like her outfit.
She looks so aggressive. She looks like she's gonna fucking kill somebody. And then can you imagine, like, and even when Vasquez starts shooting the objections, she's fighting back over Elaine, over Vasquez.
Yeah.
Imagine if Vasquez gets a crack at her this afternoon. She'll go ballistic.
Oh yeah, that's going to be that's what everybody's waiting for, is the fireworks on cross. But yeah, I think Vasquez has been really flustering both Elaine and Amber on the objections. And again, I think her keeping them very, very technical and not objecting to a bunch of stuff. It's like, oh, I don't want you to show that. It's more like, this is hearsay. This is leading. And you can get around a lot of these objections with some re-answers, but every time it's a sustained, it's like bling, a little scoreboard lights up, you know?
There was one where the galleries chuckled. I don't know if you guys could hear it on the stream, but like when it was the leading objection sustained, leading objections to saying it was 4 leading in a row. And at the end of it,
Yeah.
like the gallery was chuckling because Judge Ascarati was like, still leading. Like, and it's that bad. And Elaine can't, she just looks exhausted. Did you notice that she called the mid-morning break 30 minutes early?
Was that what that was? I think the judge shifted the mid-morning break earlier because of the earlier start.
Nope. That's supposed to be right between the 2 sessions. It's supposed to be at 11 a.m.
Okay.
It was 10. It was supposed to be 11 a.m. It was 11:30 when they were starting at 10. It's supposed to be 11.
Wow. So I didn't know that because I didn't keep careful track of the timing. I mean, I saw that it was 10:30 my time when the break was coming. I was like, I know they were going a little earlier on the break, so I thought that jived, but it was still even a half hour earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that they'll make it to the end of the day, or do you think that we're going to go basically till the next break and then get cross?
I don't know. I don't know what else there is to cover. I mean, she hit the makeup. She hit the divorce. She hit that last incident. What else is there to cover? Didn't she hit her own complaint? Didn't she hit that first? Well, she's got to talk about the $7 million.
Yeah. Yeah. They haven't hit the divorce settlement at all yet. And they haven't actually gotten to the article that was written yet.
I know, but is that going to take them all afternoon? It depends on how she testifies. I think Elaine's getting frustrated with her because she can't move her along, so she passes questions up.
Well, I think Elaine might just also be insane in general. Like I'm not impressed with her as an attorney. I don't think her questions are that good. I think, and I think this entire direct examination of her was so bloated as to be ridiculous. I love that she comes in today and she's like, oh yeah, by the way, the entire timeline is wrong that we gave you earlier. And also she was abused so often that she can't remember any specific details of any incident.
And the thing is, I'm pissed because I don't think the jury picked up on that. And even the gallery didn't pick up on it. I think only the attorneys in the room picked up on what they were doing. Because to everyone else, it sounded like, well, let's pick up where we left off and make sure everyone knows where we left off. But to every attorney that's sitting in the room, they're going, excuse me? You're trying to rewrite? Wait, what? You now want to go back and clarify a timeline? That's not how that works.
Maybe they'll call it out on cross. We'll have to see. You didn't testify to any of this at any time prior, just after this week. What's up with that?
I mean, she has set herself up for like the most ruthless cross-examination you could fathom. Like I'm sitting in the gallery and like bouncing in my pew going, please let me do this cross. Please let me.
Yeah. What's up?
Andrew?
What's up, Mr. Branca? Oh, I got you really quiet. Let me see if I can, let me make sure. Oh, you're way down on my end. I got you. Here we go. Okay. You should be louder now.
Okay. I just had a complaint from somebody else too. So
I got you leveled off.
All right.
Yeah, I thought the restructuring of the timeline was crazy. We'll see if they address it on cross or not. They've got so much to go on. And again, I know, I think on Friday we talked about the domestic violence issue, but here again, she directly directly brings up that former partner. And
she's not scoring points with the jury on this stuff. I've told people, like, this is why divorces are always bench trials. We always have the right to do a jury trial, but we always do bench trial because family dynamics are so individual and you don't know how they're going to play with other people. She's testifying to all of these events and she's trying to drone up emotion, but none of the jurors are reciprocating. You're not getting nods. You're not getting movement. You're not getting anything. It's stone face.
Yeah, that's not a great outcome. you got to engage. Like this is their big witness. I mean, she's the one with all the facts and the jury doesn't care. I mean, that's a big problem. Is it possible that you are misreading the jury? Like I know not like that theoretical possibility, but what do you think your bias might be playing into this at all?
So that I think that we've been coming out with every break and we're saying, am I seeing this right? Like we're kind of hammering at each other on this one. And
yeah,
we're kind of in agreement. There's two of them we can't read, like at all. Like
sure.
I'm not getting anything from them. One of them I can definitely read, the guy that has his hand over his face and gives Amber the side eye. He's the one that's closest to her in the gallery. He's lower left. So she doesn't look his way. She'll look that way she'll look that way, but she will not look that way. Like, she knows he doesn't like him. He doesn't like her. There's two of them that I think could swing either way, depending on the testimony. Like, the thing is, they're tired of the boring stuff. When Amber was testifying to the divorce, they just checked out. Like, they slouched back and then looked forward.
Though I think they poorly timed those photos. I mean, I think those photos were the best evidence they've put forth so far, but it was really slow, really long, and really boring. I think they maybe should have saved that for the end if they had any other details to go with, or maybe fresh right after a break or something, because my chat was like boring, just constantly.
I will tell you where the jury perked up and where I saw, because a lot of them had their seats just positioned at counsel podium, which is why I said it was really shitty. If you've got a jury that's looking at the attorney for direct examination and then craning their neck to look at the witness, you're doing something wrong. Like, the jury should be focused at the witness and looking to you if they need to. But the one time when the jury had all positioned their chairs facing Amber was the testimony for that May 21st of 2016 incident, the one where Io, Tillett, and Rocky are involved.
Yeah.
It's like they were trying to figure out what happened, and all of them were kind of intent on that testimony. I think the jury has kind of narrowed down to 14, and they're looking at like 3 of these incidents and trying to figure out what the hell happened.
Would you object to the name Io Tell It Right? Because that just, for the character, for truthfulness.
Sure. And how about how many times you can try and get in hearsay and Elaine goes, it's not coming in for the truth. What the fuck else are you trying to bring that in for?
Yeah, all of these things, like, well, she said Johnny Depp was beating her, but that's not for the truth of the matter. It's for how she reacted. I was like, come on.
Rocky told me to get out. You can't take this abuse. What the fuck?
Yeah. What's up, Mr. Branca? Have you been watching along, or?
No, I just jumped in to see, well, really to exult that none of this involves me. I saw someone in the comment asking, who got the worst divorce, Andrew Branca or Johnny Depp? And I don't know. I think it's, in terms of absolute dollars, obviously he's gotten the worst of it. In terms of what it cost to escape that marriage, in terms of percent of total assets, I might have taken the worst hit.
I mean, Johnny at least is getting his pound of flesh back.
Yeah, that's true. What did you think? This drove me fucking nuts. All those pictures of the apartment. And I think it was a big mistake to have Amber say, we found out the police are coming, so we took pictures. Like, that was, like, to me, that instant credibility loss right there. I think they should have just skimmed that issue. But
I wrote down, like, in my notes, I wrote down and put in front of DUI guy and Runkle. I was like, what the fuck does this prove? This is nothing. These are photographs of quote unquote massive damage. No, it looks like someone knocked over a wine glass and took a picture of it conveniently. Like,
where was the Magnum champagne bottle that he threw and shattered? Where was the photo?
Instead, you get one that's kind of knocked over that looks like it maybe had a few drips of wine come out of it.
Yeah, that was crazy to me. I'm like,
but the other thing about that one was we all kind of were looking at the jury, and it was like they were checked out. They didn't care. These photos they gave zero shits about.
Well, and I mean, it's hard to ever question, like, whether you should give credit to a jury or not. It might be a little premature, but, like, if you give credit to the jury, they all heard the cops, went through that apartment, didn't see any signs of abuse or violence, looked at all those pictures on their deposition, which Elaine was happy to point. I don't think she should have pointed that out.
And I agree with you. That was so dumb, because it sets Camille up to walk through and say, the officer, and I wrote down in my notes, you mean consistent with crying? Like, looks consistent with crying? Looks consistent with crying? Like, it just, it opens that door for that testimony to come right back in.
And you were here for the officer deposition playing, right? Yes, I was. And you remember the officer saying that he looked at that photo and didn't find it consistent with an abuse victim, right? Yes. And she can't say anything else after that. Like, that's the question. That's the answer. I mean, they took these pictures that would potentially be some decent evidence. Again, at least a factual basis for someone to infer abuse, and they undercut them. They hamstrung themselves.
Oh, I got something for you to look up when you're bored or when your chat is the next break. Look up #justice for the line. Larry, when we were in
On
the
Twitter?
line, people were trying to cut the line and do everything else.
Yeah.
And it went like fucking crazy. There's 2 new Twitter accounts that were created, like Justice for the Line. There was 2 Karens that DUI guy just kept his camera pointed at for the entire like 3 hours. It just kept on calling them Karens over and over again because they cut. Like, it was some funny shit.
I'm seeing tons of their pictures posted up.
Yep, it blew up Twitter this morning.
Oh, here, real quick. Let me share this one because this one's really good. Look at the 2 people trying to cut in line. Let me share this. If you should be able to see it on your phone. Here you go.
What's up, Nick?
Hey, what's up, DUI guy? How you doing, buddy?
Yeah,
I'm doing great, man. Is that one of the memes?
Yeah, we saw
These are the 2 Karens from the line that you had earlier, apparently.
It was crazy. The line went ruthless on them, and then every one of it's weird. Like when I'm walking up the line, and it was like, "That's Law and Lumber." I was like, "What the fuck? Shit! Like this is a real thing." And Justice for the Line became trending, and this is crazy.
Oh, everybody in that line, everybody in the line today especially has watched all of your guys' videos. They've seen the coverage throughout the week. Like that's what they spent their week doing.
You could tell when Runkle and I ran back to the truck, changed in our suits, and started walking back up, and people were clapping that we were able to get in. Like the rest of the line was clapping. Like, go
bring
in.
a cape. You should have brought a cape.
I should have. I said I just brought a tie. Maybe
You should have brought a bunch of little shims and handed them out. Been like, here's some lumber for you.
Yeah, this is wild. And then DUI guy ordered like 30 pizzas for the entire courtroom.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh man, sounds like you guys are at least having fun after a really long night.
This is ridiculous. It's hilarious. And
Did you? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Runkle was passing out towards lunch, so I got to feed him at some point.
Yeah. Did you guys get a chance to go? Like I heard they handed out numbers and then you'd have like a couple hours before they got there. Was that true? Or did they hand out numbers right before the,
that was part of the Justice for the Chat. There was some lady who's kind of been the informal person doing it. And she went out and wrote numbers on people's wrists. But then the sheriff's office, some Karen called the sheriff's office and said that we were congregating and that we were throwing insults at them and they wanted people to come over and stop us. And they made us walk off property, like just across the street, and then wait until 1 o'clock. Well, that was the opportunity that a lot of people chose to try and cut the line, which then resulted in the rest of the line mercilessly shaming them on Twitter.
So wait, I just have to ask, when at 1 o'clock, when everybody got the chance to go, did all of the men sprint and beat all of the women back to the line?
No, the sheriff was like, he came out, and God bless, man, those deputies, they're not hired to do this bullshit. But
No.
they were out there, and there was like 15 of them, and they were like, there will be zero running. You will walk, and you will go in this direction. And
so was it all like a weird Monty Python walk as fast as you could back?
Kind of. And then I started yelling because people weren't listening. And then there's a meme going around of like me being sheriff. And I had 3 bottles of wine in my bag with me, so we were drinking the whole time too.
Oh, that's fantastic. You guys are on an all-night bender of wine.
Kind of. Watching
You show up
Amber
in
herself
court.
this truck.
This is how I show up to court every time.
Yeah, this is wild.
How was so we heard right when they arrived, Sky News played the arrival of both parties. What was the sentiment when each one arrived? I mean, when Johnny Depp came, it was roaring cheers on the stream.
Yeah, so we couldn't hear it from where we were, but what was really funny is what people have observed as well. So the judge will take a recess, and we all stand, the jury walks out. And then the judge walks off the bench. And then everyone's still fucking standing, and they haven't left the courtroom. And I'm looking around going like, you guys realize we can leave now, right? And they're waiting for Johnny Depp to turn around and wave. That's what they're waiting for.
Yeah.
And once he turns around and waves, they all wave back, and then they leave the courtroom. It's ridiculous.
Have you slid into wait, are you married, Rob?
No.
Have
Like
you
Andrew.
slid into the Court TV chicks DMs yet?
No.
You're gonna try and get an interview with her? You should. It'd be great.
I don't know. Is she on screen? Can you see her?
She's there today. I saw her walk in. She's like the most attractive person in the gallery. I can't remember
She
her
and I
name.
would disagree on a lot of how she's viewing this trial.
I haven't seen her view of the trial at all. I haven't watched her coverage. I just see her in the gallery.
Yeah. It's who knows. The gallery is like 90% women.
Yeah.
Andrew, make a trek.
No, I'm happily married.
You can still, it's eye candy. Some of them are just crazy.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna get a mix. It's almost like, look, I've been
What
I've
are
been
the odds
fortunate.
that Johnny gets another marriage out of this?
Well, I saw a thing. He's definitely dating Camille Vasquez, according to some article. So that's
Which
that's
is
true.
also completely false because he actually is dating somebody else, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, Camille Vasquez. No, no, I'm kidding.
Nick, don't break my heart.
No, it's funny because in my time as a YouTuber, I've been fortunate enough to be invited to a bunch of anime conventions to talk about because I did a lot of talk in the anime industry and a Me Too event there. And so because of that, like I look at that gallery and I go, I know these people. These are convention people. They're just in court. Like it's very funny to me.
Yeah,
seeing
it's fucking
them.
hilarious. These guys are characters.
Yeah. Yeah. And you get, I'm waiting for more cosplay. I think on like one of the last days, there was a chick in the gallery and she was like dressed up in almost a Jack Sparrow cosplay, like close as you could get without getting thrown out of court. She had like the puffy sleeved blouse thing on. And I was like, she looks like a pirate. That's great.
Yep.
Ugh.
But anyways, I'm gonna hop in because I gotta get a granola bar in my mouth or something. Like I'm starving and need energy. Otherwise, I'm gonna pass out.
Yeah, get that thing in your mouth as fast as possible.
Fucking, of course that came out. I'm delirious, like zero sleep, and yeah, it's dumb.
All right, brother.
All
Well,
right.
thank you for checking in, man. It's really appreciated. Have fun. We'll see you in the gallery.
Yep, nice chat with you guys.
All right, peace.
Well, as always, Rob brings the wood.
Oh man, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I think I got some allergy thing going on. It's so I'm a little hoarse, but I'm not really sick, and everything's great.
Yeah, you sound a little bit fuzzy, but you're back from the land of death and destruction, right?
I
well,
made
at
it
least
back
of wallets.
from Disney. Yeah, my money didn't make it back, but I made it back.
How was it for you?
It's I don't know. I mean, we had some good food, so it turns out there's good food at Disney. Like everything in life, it just takes money. So it was expensive, but it was good. But it's you're there with two little kids every day. It's hiking 10 miles in 90-degree heat. I'm 57 years old. I mean, there's other ways I'd rather spend my time. But the kids loved it. The wife loves it. And these are the kind of sacrifices we make for our families.
Of course. Well, I'm glad to have you back on stream, man. Today has been kind of a roller coaster of testimony. We're in, I think it's day 4 of Amber's testimony. And is it day 4, chat, or day 3 of her testimony? I can't remember.
Now, is today the first day across?
Well, we'll see. We haven't gotten to cross yet. They had a 1-week break for a judicial conference for the judge. The really interesting part of this, and I don't know, have you ever seen this where the judge tells the party witness that they cannot confer with their attorney about their testimony during the recess of the court?
No.
That's been
it's not even clear to me how you'd prevent that. I mean, how did that come up? The judge just decided to say
the judge has said that for every recess, for like the short breaks, that when the witness is on the stand, the party witness, Johnny and Amber, are on the stand, that they're not allowed to confer with their attorneys about their testimony. And then for the week-long break, I mean, Johnny had some overnight breaks, but Amber had a week-long break, and she tells her, yeah, you can't confer with your attorneys about your testimony over the week-long break. Which is like, God. I mean, I think she clearly violated that order of the judge. But 2, I don't know that the judge has the power to make that order. I've never heard of that.
No, it seems to me fundamentally contrary to due process. I mean, you have a right to consult with your attorney.
Yeah. So it's a weird one for me. So to the chat, I'm unbiased on this thing. I think well, I don't know how the judge would enforce that anyway, because that'd all be privileged communication. That like you're not gonna get in evidence that they talked to their attorney over the break about their testimony. And I think that was wrong for both parties personally. That's maybe it's an archaic rule of Virginia, but I don't know, man. That's a strange one. So did you get a chance to follow along at all while you were on vacation? Like any clips or anything like that, or summaries?
I saw a few of your clips, but only a few minutes of that. I was kind of, I'm not really following the trial like the rest of the law tubers, but I was definitely interested in her cross. I was afraid I was missing that today, but apparently it hasn't started yet. So that would be good. I do have, I don't know if you know who John Lott is, the economist.
Yeah, from Chicago,
yeah,
or from University of Chicago, at least.
Right. So I have an interview with him I just tried to do one actually at 11, and for some reason we had a StreamYard gave me an infinite echo thing going on, so I had to cut it off. That's why I'm here now. But at the top of the hour, I got to duck out and try to interview him again on Zoom this time.
Yeah, absolutely. John
but then
Lott's
I'll
really
plan to pop
interesting
back
dude.
in, and I'd like to see the cross. I mean, that should be pretty entertaining.
Oh, it's gonna be a train wreck in a good way. It's gonna be. I have a feeling Camille Vasquez is just like, she is putting on the glove and she's looking at the lube and she's going, nah, I'm not even gonna do that. I'm not even gonna give her that courtesy.
Just comes right out with the plunger.
She's just ready to go. Man, so what are you interviewing? I mean, I can infer the obvious general subject that you're interviewing John Lott about, but anything specific?
Yeah, it's prompted, of course, by this Buffalo shooting, and every
Right.
time this happens, the usual characters come out and scream for gun control, gun violence control, and it's all nonsense. And of course, I feel it's nonsense just from fundamental civil rights first principles, Second Amendment law, plus the
Right.
fact that simply as a practical matter, gun laws don't stop bad people from doing bad things. But I don't claim any particular expertise on that subject, and obviously John Lott has that expertise. So I asked him if he'd do an interview for my community so he could, provide people with a more economics, data-driven foundation for understanding why these calls for gun control are insensible.
Is that going to go up on your channel then?
It will. I tried to do it live, but we had this echo thing. So I'm going to do it as a Zoom, and then I'll take the recording of it and post it up.
Okay. So guys, if you want to watch that, if you're interested in the gun control debate and questions, and you want to see two guys who are, Mr. Branca is not a gun law expert, but he is a self-defense law expert. One of the preeminent self-defense law experts in the country. I don't know the names of any others. And, and
as far as I know, I'm the only one.
And John Lott, who is a walking encyclopedia of gun statistics, who has been studying this in depth for what, 25 years? I think
probably
now.
longer.
He's one of the guys who has written most of the most persuasive papers. I think he's been cited in many amicus briefs to the Supreme Court on gun control. He is a University of Chicago economist who has done some very extensive studies on gun violence and gun usage in this country. Go check that out. You can click on Andrew, Law of Self-Defense, in the description. It'll take you right to the channel and allow you to subscribe and look for that video. Also, Rob, Law and Lumber. He doesn't have the fancy tag name for Law and Lumber yet. YouTube hasn't updated because his channel had a meteoric rise. So that hasn't there, but his, you can click on the hyperlink to Law and Lumber, which is in the description as well. And that'll take you to Rob's channel. You should definitely check out his commentary and analysis and streaming of the line. These guys, Branca, they got there at 9:30 p.m. last night.
Just, I mean,
insanity.
More power to them. I'm sure.
Yeah, it's great.
It's an experience they'll remember for the rest of their lives, for sure.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's very fantastic. What was I going to ask you? Oh yeah. Okay. Just briefly on the John Lott thing, because it's interesting to me. Do you know of like a counter argument expert with any sort of qualification or resume that John Lott has? Is there somebody out there?
No, I mean, you have these, gun control organizations, the Brady Group and similar organizations, but their quote unquote research is nonsense. I mean, it's just cherry picked, emotionally driven rhetoric. It's not actually based in any kind of disciplined social science. And that, like most gun control people, they're never arguing out of good faith. I mean, they're not looking to actually understand the problem. They have a political agenda. They're well funded by Soros type groups, and this is how they make their living, is by propagating propaganda, anti-gun propaganda. And it makes, listen, we have a violence problem in America. It's not a gun problem, it's a violence problem.
Yes.
Something ought to be done about that. But the same people calling for gun control are releasing criminals from prison, are not prosecuting people for violent crimes, or are releasing people without bail. I mean, you want to stop violent people, you have to secure them from the general population. And as long as you don't do that, frankly, I couldn't care less if there were no guns. I mean, they'd just be using knives and bats.
Can you ask John one question for me? Maybe
Sure.
if you get it, if it works into the conversation, can you ask him if there's been a study on the breakdown on of gang related violence versus non-gang related violence as it comes to gun crime? Because I think that's a huge disparity in the United States. And I've seen some statistics bandied about as much as 80 to 85% of gun crime being somehow gang related. I'd be curious to see if he has data on that, because that would be very, very interesting to me.
I'll ask him. I don't know if anybody collects that data in a sufficiently robust way to allow for that analysis. I can tell you, we do, of course, collect the data, geographically. And if you remove 6 cities, 8 cities from your study of gun violence in America, America as a nation then has the gun violence of Sweden. I mean, so it's highly localized.
If you move it's like New Orleans, Detroit, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Chicago, and I think it's either it's like Houston, or it might even be like St. Louis. Like, if you remove those 6 cities, you have almost
there is no gun violence.
Yeah, you have all the traditional like first world country gun violence, and then you have these specific cities which are hotbeds of just horrific gun activity.
Yeah, dozens of people shot dead every weekend, and we just pretend it doesn't happen because we don't see it in the news. And I hate the phrase gun violence, because guns don't commit acts of violence. I mean, this is people violence. They just happen to use guns to commit it.
My guns do. I have put the brains of my dead victims into the guns, and now they're very violent. But I take their bullets away, so they just yell verbal abuse at me.
But,
like Johnny
emotional
Depp.
appeals work. I mean, look how they work during the pandemic. All these bullshit shutdowns and masking and keeping kids out of school and wearing masks on planes. I mean, this was all utter nonsense. There was no scientific support for any of this, but we've emotionally traumatized half the country into believing they were facing a death virus, and actual policy was enacted to that effect. The same could happen with people's gun rights. So these arguments for gun control are inane, but that doesn't mean they won't be implemented.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to watch how they approach this. Of course, coming into the 2022 election, we're going to see a lot of the very controversial policies. The Supreme Court's given us a preview gift of Roe versus Wade being one of the most controversial things, because again, before the chat screams at me and leaves, no matter what you think about the Roe versus Wade decision that is pending, if Roe versus Wade is removed, expect a competing case to come to the Supreme Court very, very quickly with the exact same outcome arguments that abortion is a fundamental right, but with a completely different legal approach, because that is actually the ruling of Roe versus Wade.
Right.
Like, I will sensationalize it all over the place because I find it very funny how much people are screaming about it. But right now, let me give you the no sensational view of this. The court has merely ruled that the path in which they found a right to abortion is not a correct constitutional path. That does not mean that all of those paths are foreclosed, and we will see a lot of fights over this over the years to come.
Yeah, I mean, the Roe decision is just a bad decision. It's just bad legal reasoning. I mean, forget the merits of the argument on either side. It's just bad law. But yeah, certainly they might well be able to get to the same effective conclusion by a different route.
Yeah, and so we're going to see that. We're going to see gun violence. I mean, we had, I think, 2 or 3 mass shootings. Actually, the Buffalo one got the most press, but I think there was one in Houston, one in California as well. That we're gonna see a lot of discussion around that coming up in the United States as we get closer and closer to November. These are going to be some of the hot button issues. So I love that you're interviewing John Lott. I would love to talk to him at some time. He seems like a fascinating guy.
Yeah, I've known him. So he just got back to me actually. So I should be now. This won't be a live thing. We're doing it on Zoom, so I'll have to put the recording up on YouTube and the Law Self-Defense site. So no reason for anyone to leave Nick's show.
Never
folks,
leave.
Never
You're
leave.
Stuck here.
But I'll be ducking out at the top of the hour to do that interview with him. Yeah, I've known him forever. I mean, I had his book More Guns, Less Crime when it first came out decades ago, and then just because we happen to run into the same circles. We've known each other for a few decades now. I've been happy to plug every book he's ever done since. I think he does absolutely fantastic work.
Well, while we still have some break left, I'm going to read some more super chats to try and address questions. Some of them may be specific, some of them may be general. If there's anything you want to chime in on, please do. No Casual Fox says, I feel like they watched Nate the lawyer's video on why he doesn't believe her and is trying to discredit the police, nurses, everyone who said I didn't see anything. I agree. I don't know if it was Nate's video, but I would say that Amber's team has watched basically everything, especially the shorter content that has come out. Andrew, would you agree or disagree that if you were lead counsel on a case right now, especially one with significant financial resources behind it, like an Amber Heard Johnny Depp case, would you have people watching basically any social media coverage? And I think I would focus particularly on lawyers doing commentary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's first of all, it's like free insight because you have a lot of good lawyers like you folks here. And throughout LawTube, providing, these are experienced attorneys who are smart, who are very capable of providing legitimate insight. They're not just loons like in the chat here.
Chat on life support.
And if nothing else, it gives you a different perspective from informed people, because often you get so, when you're in the trial, it's very easy to get a very locked in mindset. You're seeing what you're seeing, but you've got blinders on to everything else. And you may not see that your argument is not the most compelling argument that could possibly be made, or that you're making mistakes that you don't need to be making if only they're brought to your attention. I mean, it would be ideal, of course, if the lawyers themselves could do it, but you can't simultaneously be arguing in court and being on social media. So absent that, having a team of, qualified, competent people who can do that watching for you, filter it, and get back to you what matters would be I would consider it malpractice to not do that, assuming you have the resources to do it.
Yeah, I agree. John says, you throw a phone like a Frisbee, not a pancake. You should see a clear line from the edge of the phone, not speaking from experience. I think he might have just whipped it. Like if he threw it again, guys, if you take these things weigh 1.3, 1.4 pounds. They're like, this one's magnesium and glass. If I take this and whip this at you, it's like throwing a rock.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever been hit by a rock, like a 1-inch rock, that weighs half of what this weighs. You do that, you throw that at someone and hit them, you're going to cut or severely bruise them. I mean, unless it's just a little like toss. But I mean, she's talking about whipping a phone at her face and it hitting her in the cheek or the eye or the brow. Like this would, I can't imagine it not causing severe bruising and even a potential laceration of some sort. It's crazy to me. I've been hit in the head with a rock as a kid and it was fucking terrible. I can't imagine getting hit by a phone would be much better.
And if we're talking about Johnny Depp having thrown the phone, I wouldn't presume he would throw it in any particular way, especially not any particularly manly way. Have you seen how he runs?
Yeah, it's true. Let's see. Here we go. Lancelot 652. That's not a phone injury on a pale woman like her. It's a tiny bit pink. Who knows what that is? We know what it is. She clearly, and I don't know if they've got a dermatologist to testify to this or anything like that. She has a skin condition. She's a fair-skinned woman who has testified that she has to wear sunscreen when she goes outside. You can imagine she has some sort of rosacea or something else going on specifically going to impact her cheeks every single day, all the time, if she's not wearing a decent amount of makeup. I mean, I don't care how quote unquote naturally beautiful you are. We've seen the pictures of her without makeup at all. And at best, you've got rosacea. At worst, I mean, she looks like a train. She looks like she has a giant pimple on her face when she goes to get her DVRO. Just Me says, I slipped and just fell down on a tile floor, bruised my ribs, and as the bruises on my fat padded body would the U.S. supply of Amica cream would take the U.S. supply of Amica cream to cover up. Seems bruises from a fist to my face is going to be harder to hide. Yeah, and a lot of you in the chat, I can't respond to everything. Obviously, there's almost 30,000 of you in here, which is insane. But a lot of you in the chat have pointed out that she misstated the order of operations for applying a bruise concealing makeup formula. Your contour and contrast colors have to go on apparently under your foundation. I'm taking y'all's word for it. I don't know. I'm not a makeup expert. But yeah, it actually makes sense that the contour and contrast colors would go on under the foundation, because the foundation is there to smooth things out into a level sort of experience. You wouldn't want to put foundation on and then try and contrast over it. That doesn't make any sort of sense at all. So I'm going to agree with you just from my limited knowledge of makeup in theater, which is again, very small, but I've seen lots of people who I trust and gotten some direct messages from people who I know are domestic abuse people. Survivors, that is, who have had to put that makeup on, that her testimony is complete bullshit. Fluffy Cakes Lives says, when you're hit in the face, you don't need to search for a bruise. It's easy to see. Oh, here we go. Court's coming back.
Yes. What do we have?
Let me keep reading these. And again, I will try to get through all of these today. If I can't, because we've got extended court time, I will read them tonight on my 11 p.m. live show. By the way, I do 11 p.m. live shows, whether or not there's a trial, every weekday. They are spicy. They are fun. They are full of all sorts of crass and crude jokes and interesting stories. Come hang out for that. If you don't like crass and crude jokes, don't come. Don't come. You'll be offended. And that's fine. But if you want to come be offended, come do that. It's fun. That's where life is, right? Being offended. Not a party loyalist says she wanted to protect him, but showed officers pictures of her injuries. If injuries were true, the officers would have taken their own pictures for evidence. Fake it till you make it, I guess. I want a minor correction here. The officers were shown the pictures during their depositions. They were not shown those pictures at the time of the arrest. All of the response. All of the pictures, interestingly, were taken sometime around the police showing up. And my favorite is, well, we knew the police were coming, so we took pictures. You just go ahead and just chop the legs out from under your credibility, if you would, please. Lancelot 652. So at this time, he's best you more than can count. He's beat you more than you can count. Graped you with a bottle, choked you on the bed, choked you on the train, threw a phone at you. You're still there and wanting to protect
Ready
him.
for the jury?
Apparently. Tiger Cop says, have been DV investigator and sex crime investigator. Testimony is not in line with a typical victim. Picture doesn't show abuse. Story changes. Victims fear testifying. Don't pose for photos. Yeah. There's a lot going wrong. And again, she undermined her own testimony when she said, on advice of my domestic relations counsel, I went and filed the domestic restraining order and took all these pictures. I mean, that sounds like in California, you're trying to get a leg up in your divorce. That's what it sounds like to like 95% of people who are listening.
Oh, she's got the Star Wars officer look going.
Yes. Yes, she is.
This is a fully operational vagina.
Oh, yes. Andrew, my favorite testimony, you missed this, was when Johnny Depp was allegedly beating her and saying, you think you're a man, you're tough like a man. And to prove it, he grabs her vagina.
All right, your next question.
So,
I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 155.
Okay.
That's the makeup palette.
Oh, okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
All right, 155.
It's not the
Do we have
actual
it?
makeup that she used. She
I think
testified.
it's
I would have objected.
There. We had pictures.
All right, thank you. All right, 155 in evidence.
By the way, if you guys, again, if you like the stream, go ahead and click that like button. It really helps us
Okay.
out on
Yes, ma'am.
YouTube, and it
Thank
doesn't
you.
Why not
cost you
introduce
anything
like
except
just one of
your-
those little cement mixers they use at
Can you bring
construction
up,
sites?
Depp exhibit number 357B is in boy, plaintiff's exhibit. And it is a tape recording from June 2016. The timestamps are 4:47 to 7:50.
Why not B as in booze, D as in domestic violence?
All right. Is that in evidence
B
yet?
is in
I'm gonna
beat
move the
her
admission.
hard.
Okay,
Thank
so was that going to be for the whole 357 or is that 357A or is that?
That's just B. I have that as B as in boy. I think there was a
Magnum pint.
portion that
Okay,
was-
357B. Any objection to
357
357B?
C is in called her a cunt.
No, Your Honor.
All right, 357B.
Mary Kay's coming out with a new makeup line called Mary Kapow.
Class is like, it was private for days after I filed. You did not have to file. That's not a move that the other party has to make.
Okay.
It's just not.
Okay.
And you did.
Okay.
Well, your team did.
Okay.
And then within 5 minutes, it was private in T&Z. You just do the math yourself without any other thing, and it's very clear.
Okay.
And I don't know if you knew that.
No, I didn't know that. And if that's the case, I'll acknowledge it. You know, and if you say approve it, then I'll acknowledge it. Look, it doesn't shock me that any fucking
Yeah, it just makes sense.
attorney would do something like that. It doesn't, you know,
Yeah.
it doesn't
Yeah.
shock me. But I'm telling you now, if we go, if they file the fucking papers tomorrow, which means the shit I gotta file before we go to court on Friday. If they file those papers, it's first of all, it's very bad for both of us. Okay.
Well, your team's not gonna file anything that they think is bad for you. Trust me.
No, you're what you're saying. You got to do something to protect yourself, which means throwing me under the bus for some video about me being.
Not me. I have to respond legally, meaning I'll have to go and pursue the. No, I have to pursue the whole course of action because here's what you don't understand.
This is why you don't have conversations like this, folks. This is why you have lawyers.
Well,
to have
no,
these conversations.
why I call my lawyers and I said, why aren't we negotiating more? What is going on? Where are we? And they're like, everything's in our court. We literally.
They won't settle. Your agents won't. Your lawyers won't settle, baby. I'm telling you.
No, we want to mediate. We even have we even found mediators and everything. Like that was all worked out. The thing that Laura didn't agree to was she did not want to agree to a mutual gag order. And that's the problem, that she doesn't want the gag order. Why, Johnny? Why? Why wouldn't she? Why wouldn't she want both parties to not talk about this in the press? By the way, just talking about the press, not even talking about the court.
Okay,
Why?
I'll tell you what, Amber, let me get on that right now. I'll fucking get on it right now. And I'll get a message back to you somehow. Just, but I'll get on it right now.
I just want you to know I've not done anything and have not been doing any moves. But look it up, the timeline. Nothing was on the offense. Everything has been a defensive move because I'm being called a liar and a gold digger. And I'm not lying about any of this shit. And I am not after a dime of your money. And
I would never advise my celebrity client to take a gag
Do you
order
remember
on a divorce.
when you had this discussion with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe that was June of 2016. So after the divorce, while we still had the restraining order.
And what, if anything, was going on with respect to a gag order at that point?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking her. I haven't.
All right, overruled.
I was trying to get Johnny to stop the smear campaign. That he
Objection,
launched.
Your Honor.
There's no
Hearsay.
smear campaign.
Lack of foundation.
What, if any, discussion did you have with him about a smear campaign?
Johnny told me that he would ruin me, that no one would ever touch me, meaning professionally, no one would ever work with me again.
Still no foundation for a
That
smear
I'd never work again, that I'd be selling Depends, is what he said. And that
Probably
he'd ruined
because
my
you shit
career.
on his bed.
And he refused to not engage with, up until that point, he refused to not engage with the press by leaking.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
How is that speculation?
This is what he's telling her, correct?
Right.
Okay, all right, I'll overrule the objection.
And up until that point, I was trying to, get him to call the dogs off, call it off, because it was, it was forcing me in a position where he was calling me a liar and he was forcing me to prove it. And I knew that wasn't going to be good for him. And I kept saying, don't make me prove it. I don't want to. But he was calling me a liar and having a really sophisticated, very, very well-paid, very sophisticated PR.
I believe this is the reverse of what happened.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll move on. Let's go to Depp exhibit. That's Plaintiff's exhibit 357C.
His statements that you were a liar were consistent from the very beginning? Oh, okay. Thank you.
To 16:30. I'm going to move the admission.
Colon.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 357C in evidence.
All right. Michelle, if you complain.
I'm not, it's not about that. It would not be about me throwing you under the bus. You know what it would be? It would be released through documented people coming on the record and having the protection to do so that haven't had yet. It would be eyewitness statements. It would be evidence, tons of it, and it would be through years. And it would be unbelievable,
Literally.
to imagine that either I'm in a secret fake club, or B, I've had
A secret what?
I've had a secret fight club, or that I have been plotting to do this for 3 years, and taking pictures of it and documenting it, just saving it up for the right time when I'm not asking for any money and have nothing financial to gain from it. Like, no one is going to believe that.
You did
no
ask for
one
money.
is going to believe that one of the two alternatives, either I'm in a fight club, or I've been going through hair and makeup, or going through makeup through all these years, where I have corroborating text messages between people that match those dates of those timestamp validated photos of either corroboration between people hearing us, or corroboration of next day, witnessing text message to Kevin, him
Her facial
responding,
expression says
or
this doesn't sound as credible as she thought it would sound.
in your life. It is insanely cross-corroborated. Then it is a plan. I'm going to put makeup on myself and take pictures throughout years and just sit on it for years.
Has happened
this, imaginary life run
infinity
parallel.
times.
You understand? The pictures I have match with text messages to my mom back and forth about it. And text messages between, say, Raquel and my mom, or Raquel and my dad, or between my two friends. Or there's a text message where I tell Jody the night before I had that James Corden night show thing, where I say, hey Jody, I've had an accident. I think I have a busted lip, I may have a busted nose and 2 black eyes tomorrow, because I thought that will be until the morning every day.
But Depp knows he didn't punch her in the face.
I don't know how I'm icing it. I'll let you know in the morning, and things like that. It doesn't matter. There is nothing, and all of that won't be me throwing you in the bus. That will be evidence in this.
Why would you play this?
It will be criminal as well, because I can't go on Friday and file without filing a police statement first. And the only reason I haven't filed that police statement, which has been used against me, by the way, every day, and the only reason I won't do it, I haven't done it, It's because I don't want to hurt you, and that means it goes out of my hands. And the third party prosecutor comes, and
Nice career you have here, Johnny. Be a shame if anything happened to it.
problem is hearing from you, like your biggest struggle is that this is just it's the most solid evidence case of domestic violence I've ever seen. And if you give this over to them or present any part of it, they will prosecute him. And I felt like I'm not, like, I would never do that for you. It's hard for me to even understand. I don't call myself, like, so in my head, it's hard for me to even accept any sort of victimdom ever.
I used to have conversations like this on the phone with my ex-wife, and I would literally put the phone on the counter and go make a sandwich and come back, and she'd still be talking.
I was begging Johnny to not make me prove
You were threatening
what I've had to
Johnny.
sit on the stand in front of all of you and prove and talk about. I was begging not to do this and have to sit where I'm sitting today. I didn't want this. I don't want to be here. I didn't want to be there then.
No tears coming.
And I was trying to point out something to somebody who I thought did not have a firm grasp on reality.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. Good.
I was trying to point out how absurd it would be for him to keep making me prove this by calling me a liar. I was trying to get him to not call me a liar because everything that I had said to date and everything I've said to date now is the truth. And I was begging him not to make me prove it, that there were photos, that there were witnesses, that there was my testimony. There were years of me with injuries on the dates where we were fighting, and they were documented. I mean, a picture from 2012. So I was trying to say to him, either you'd suppose that people would rather believe this is a hoax, elaborate, well-orchestrated, year-long campaign for what? Or that, what? It just seemed crazy. And I thought no one was advising him in his best interest. I thought no one was telling him the truth. I know he's surrounded by yes men, and I thought nobody was saying to Johnny, this is crazy, don't do this. And I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to hurt him. I loved him. I loved him so much.
Oh God,
That's why I'm explaining to him why I didn't file criminal charges. I didn't file a police report, even though it was being used against me. I didn't want this to go to a prosecutor. I didn't want this to hurt Johnny. I don't want this to hurt Johnny.
Still can't cry.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp Exhibit?
Neil has one earbud in. She's listening to Barry White music, getting herself geared up for
That
this
is
drop.
17:25 to 17:37.
She testified to her own character for
Move the
truthfulness.
admission,
She's going to
Your
get
Honor.
All right,
ripped
any
apart
objection?
on cross.
All right.
Everything I've ever said
370.
is true, she said.
Okay.
Everything prior to today.
Baby,
And today.
baby,
Gold digger.
baby,
Everyone is.
baby. Amber, I didn't call you those things. I didn't call you those things.
I'm going to go on now to, can we go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 357?
What was the point of that last audio clip?
And this is 21:47 to 22:37.
It's all about
I can't figure why they'd play any
I'm
of
going to
them.
move the admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
357.
All of them so far have not made her look good.
And you're stronger. And so when I say that I thought you could kill me, that doesn't mean you counter with you also that you lost your own finger. I am not trying to attack you here. I'm just trying to point out the fact of why I said call 911. Because you had your hands on me after using the phone in my face, and I just got crazy in the past, and I truly thought I need to stop this madness before I get hurt.
Oh my God.
And I never think about myself that way. I never defend myself that way. I never see myself as a victim. It's to a fault, you know?
All right, yeah.
And
To a fault.
when they came, I did not cooperate with them. it has been used against me, not by the media, by your side.
And what are you referring to there?
That I don't want to call myself a victim. I don't like to think of myself as a victim, and I don't want him to think I'm attacking him or blaming him. I'm pointing out I didn't cooperate with the police, that I didn't
about being a victim.
want to get him in trouble, that I didn't want to hurt him. I don't want anything from him. Just don't call me a liar. It's all I said. Just don't call me a liar. Just don't say this isn't real. Because I'm the walking proof of it.
Sweetheart, you need to actually cry.
I'm going to ask to bring up plaintiff's exhibit, Depp exhibit 357.
Cover the eyes
F
because you
as in
can't get a
Frank,
tear out.
24:04 to
No cocaine today?
48. And
She
move the
always sounds
admission.
mad
Any objection?
or looks
No objection.
mad rather
All
than
right,
crying.
357F.
She doesn't look sad. She looks
I
angry.
hated this from the very beginning. I only have my integrity. And the unfortunate thing is
What about mine?
taking it a step further.
What about mine?
They keep taking, that's what keeps, I'm trying to say to you, literally in words. I'm out of my mouth.
I presume there's not 1 second of tape that has Johnny saying, "Hey, I'm sorry, I hit you, baby."
They're hurting Johnny by this because every time that they call me a liar.
There's tape of her apologizing for hitting him.
This text message actually happened, or that your security guard, who, by the way, was a follow-up to your security guard saying they never saw abuse happening. The same security guard who, by the way, have said to me multiple times that I was going to get killed.
And what are you talking about there, Amber?
That even though Johnny told me that his guards would say whatever he needed them to say, that they were the same guards who had told me that I would lose my life
Objection, Your
this
Honor,
way.
hearsay.
All right, sustained objection.
It came in.
After the next break, she'll come back with little tears tattooed on the side of her eye.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so she can testify to what Johnny said to her. She can't testify to what the guard said back to her. That's hearsay. Of course, it's not on the recording that Johnny said, "My guards will testify to whatever I say because they're my guards." It's all very convenient for her to do this.
Michelle, can you bring up Depp exhibit 357G, plaintiff's 357G, and it's 26:00 to 26:28.
Keep trying to sniff up those tears. She got her weird pink lemonade stuff refilled. It's just vodka and red wine mixed.
A little bit of Johnny's blood from the finger incident.
Oh, move the admission. I'm sorry.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
Cynthia, the chat is on slow mode. There's 30,000
They're
people.
gonna
It's
say
what
they didn't
happens.
see it in front of me and other people that have heard them.
You're gonna have to do this under oath too, you know.
Because the unfortunate part is, I can talk about all of this.
Do you believe all this, Amber? Do you believe all
Oh,
this?
yeah, the fuck, yes.
You believe I'm an abuser. You believe I'm an abuser.
In May, in December, in April.
That's not an abuser talking right there.
What were you referring to with the May, December, and April?
Just listing some of the times in which he beat me up and that he knew about.
So I'm going to take you now fast forward into the July 2016 timeframe. There was a mediation that came about during that time. What, if any, intent did you have to reconcile with Mr. Depp at the time of the mediation?
I wanted there to be no animosity. I wanted to minimize animosity. I wanted to reconcile in that way. I didn't want to get back together with him, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe what transpired during the July mediation?
Even though I had a TRO and I wanted to move on with my life, the campaign I mentioned earlier, the smear campaign, the article after article, the hounding me, the, leaking fake.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right, I sustain the objection. Okay.
Please explain. Please
What I
explain.
was meeting with him about is because he had, put these things out in the media. It seemed like every
Objection,
day
Your
there was a new
Honor.
attack.
Calls for
Objection.
speculation, lack of foundation.
Did Mr. Depp discuss with you that he was putting these out in the media?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Yes.
Oh, did he?
Okay. Please explain.
He told me he would tell his team to back off and to back off effectively if I agreed to do certain things. One of which, he wanted me to drop charges. He wanted, or some version of that. He wanted me to get back together with him and go on tour with him in the tour bus. He wanted me to do certain things that I thought were impossible and that would definitely go against all of everything that I stood for and had earned in getting my TRO, getting my restraining order and moving on. But I had to break the TRO in order to beg him to stop the machine, the press machine, because I was feeling like I couldn't live my life. I was being dropped.
You
from
would go to court
commercial
for that,
opportunities.
because it'd be a
People were
violation.
turning on me. A campaign I shot dropped me. I mean, it was just, I had never been inundated with that much press. Every single day, me and my family were, and every witness, anyone who even indirectly supported me, got bombarded. And the media
Objection.
campaign
Calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
I'll stay in just the last part of that, all right?
Again,
Next question.
all of this would be a violation of the TRO. You wouldn't have to
We
break
heard
it.
Christian Carino testify earlier. Can you describe to the jury what your relationship is and was with Christian Carino?
He was my commercial agent, meaning he handled things like campaigns for a short amount of time, and then became Johnny's agent around the time of the divorce. He was a kind of mutual friend at the time between Johnny and I, and so he helped us kind of negotiate or mediate a time where we could meet. And my goal in that was to just beg Johnny to stop doing this.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, that's right.
What, if any, desire did you have to return to Mr. Depp after the divorce?
None.
Now, you heard Mr. White testify that he engaged in negotiations with you during the settlement process of the divorce. What, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. White?
None. The first time I saw him was on the testimony screen in the UK during the UK trial. I've never spoken to him.
So he didn't negotiate your settlement?
No, he did not.
What was important to you in the divorce negotiations?
The statement. That was it. The statement. I wanted a mutual statement, and I wanted him to call get the press out of this. Just make a statement, and in that statement, clear my name. I wanted to clear my name. It's all I have. I said this to him too, and he knew this. All I have is my name. I come from nothing. All I have is my integrity. All I have is my name. And that's exactly what he promised to take from me.
Why did you agree to accept $7 million as your settlement?
I didn't care about the money. I was told if I didn't agree to a number, that it could be overturned. That this would never it would never get completed, it would never settle.
Objection,
and then it would be
hearsay.
overturned.
What was your
Sustained, go ahead.
What was your understanding?
That if I didn't agree to a number, it would be overturned. So I took far less than what they were offering and what I was entitled to.
And why did you donate it to charity?
You didn't.
I promised the entirety of it to charity because I was never interested in Johnny's money.
Then why'd you ask for it?
And in the divorce, I just wanted my safety. I wanted to move on from my life. I wanted my future. And then he started compromising that, calling me a liar, making it impossible for me to move on by doing so. So that I wanted the truth. I wanted him to clear my name and to leave me alone. I've been saying that since 2016.
So why did you donate 3.5 to Children's Hospital and 3.5 to ACLU?
Well, I pledged the first half, or 3.5, to Children's Hospital because I've been working there as a volunteer for well over a decade. I knew the facility well. I'd worked there with another nonprofit is how I got affiliated with them. And I knew they could use the resources. I was familiar with it. And
What about the ACLU?
And then ACLU, because I was a supporter, because I believed in the work they were doing. I believed that they were doing good work for people who deserved it.
Why did you make the donations over a period of time as opposed to just a lump sum?
Two reasons. The short of it is because I was receiving the settlement in installments. I was receiving the installments over time. Second of all, so I could get the tax benefit of paying over time. You know, it's my understanding that's how you pay these like large sums. You pay it over time.
Did you make any payments towards these donations?
I did.
Okay. Approximately how much?
I allowed for the first installment, which is $100,000 to each. That came straight from Johnny in 2016. I followed up
Allowed
with
for
$350,000 that year, 2016. 2018, I did another. Oh, and I also donated to $250,000 to Art of Elysium, which is the affiliate I was just speaking about, that does the work in the Children's Hospital. It was not going to count towards my overall pledge, but I did that too.
Then why are you
And
testifying?
then I did another donation to each in 2018. And then Johnny sued me, 2019.
Before we get to that, did anyone make donations to the Children's Hospital or ACLU on your behalf during that time period?
No.
Yes, Elon also, Elon, who was my boyfriend at the time, had his own charitable contributions that he made. He made $500,000 to both in my honor, in my name, in 2017, I believe.
And have you completely fulfilled your donations
That
to
may
the
have been tax
ACLU
fraud.
and the Children's Hospital?
I have not yet.
And why not?
Because Johnny sued me for $50 million in March of 2019.
So?
And I
You're
have
gonna
spent
win,
over
right?
$6 million.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
This is a motion in limine.
Shit.
That part was supposed to come in.
All right, once you come forward, let's take a look.
That part was supposed to come in. Whoa. Here she is. I've spent over $6 million being sued. Can't testify to that until damages if you win. Here we go. Brian Mrazinski says, I'm fire EMS. After seeing the photos of Penthouse 5, that doesn't look like someone had a fit of rage smashing things so far. 9 out of 10 times there are holes in the wall and furniture overturned. Brian Bank, thank you for the donation. Your message was retracted. Arno09, objection, hearsay. She may actually live like this. We have no proof otherwise. Very possible. Gethralkin, she keeps saying the pics were shown to the officers. Seems she's trying to imply the officers saw these on scene. They were talking about the officers during the deposition. Shri, thank you for joining. Welcome to Lawyer Status. Game Guy 151. I turned 27 today. I hope I can get to see some cross as a present. Again, if it were me running her team, you would not get to cross today. I would not let you get to cross after a 1 week break on the same day. I would make you wait a whole day. I know it's a sacrifice of their time. They have like 22 hours left or whatever. And this would eat up, 7.5 of those hours. I think it's worth it to eat it up. Frankly, I don't know that the other her other witnesses are going to be any better, but if they get on cross today, it's going to be a fucking sledgehammer. So Jeff K, why is the song playing in my head? The one Adam Sandler sang about his ex Linda in Wedding Singer. And I haven't even been listening to The Cure a lot. The Smitty Jeff says, hey Nick, first super chat here. How would perjury work in this case? Get perjury out of your head immediately. Does it work the same as in a criminal case? Yeah, as in it doesn't work. What would it take to prove that she had committed perjury and lied on the stand? Perjury is always a criminal case. Perjury is a criminal charge. And if you want to, she will not be charged with perjury, even if she very blatantly lies on the stand. It's not going to happen. Perjury charges really just don't typically happen unless you have the state as a party. Then because then the DA is more, invested in going after it. But a lot of people have talked about she will likely has committed perjury several times during her testimony. They will not prosecute it. They just don't do it, especially for civil matters. They're not going to go after perjury for people. Maybe they should, but they just don't. I know one of the criminal elements of perjury that makes it really difficult is perjury requires actual intent to commit a crime, an intent to lie for the purposes of criminal gain. That's one of the big hurdles to perjury.
So going back to that, then, could you afford to continue making payments to the ACLU and Children's Hospital?
Yes, of course you could.
Okay. What, if any, intention do you have to fulfill your pledges and donations to these
Oh, I
organizations?
definitely will.
I still fully
course I
intend to
will.
honor all of my pledges.
Of course I will do it.
I would
When
love
there's-
for him to stop suing me so I can.
Oh my goodness.
What, if any, deadlines are there on your pledges and donations to the ACLU?
That wasn't
and Children's
overruled,
Hospital?
Robert Morgan. That was
There are
sustained.
none. They understand.
Okay. Now, let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already admitted.
And yes, Australia is pursuing perjury charges against her. That's a completely different system. I can't talk to about the U.S. That's way different.
I'm going to just direct your attention to paragraph 27, where it says, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. What, if any, significance did that have to you?
None. It's an obvious bullshit
That
statement.
was everything to me. That was
Made in settlement.
that was the most important thing in the separation agreement between us, is that he acknowledged that I hadn't made a single false claim, that my allegations were not false. I thought that just because he signed his name to it, he'd honor it. I mean, he signed his name to it, and I thought
He signed
it would mean
his
something.
name.
He acknowledges that I never did it. I mean, I never made a false claim, and I didn't do it for financial gain. And that's what I was being called at the time, a gold digger and a liar.
Thank you.
But you made the statements to the
We can take
Washington
this down,
Post
Michelle,
after that.
and I'm going to now take you to post-divorce and your career. Please describe for the jury how your
And it's
career
also an
evolved
obvious
after
bullshit
the
statement.
divorce, which I think was final in February 2017.
You were not supposed to talk about, but you did anyway.
I had to fight really hard to keep my career. After I got my TRO, I lost opportunities. I got canceled from jobs. I got dropped from campaign I had shot. I was told I was going to be dropped from.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained objection.
I fought to keep my job in a movie the biggest movie opportunity I had to date.
Which was what?
It was Justice League with the option to become Aquaman. It later became Aquaman, but I had to fight really hard to stay even in Justice League because that was right around the time of the divorce.
How did you fight?
Tell the jury
Was it by a
what
massive
Justice
public
League was and
campaign
what
of
your
smearing
role
Johnny
was in
Depp?
that?
It is a superhero franchise, DC action film, and it introduced my character, and it provided the base for the Aquaman spinoff that followed it, but that was not a reality at the time of shooting Justice League.
And then you were able to be an Aquaman, is that correct?
Yes, I kind of showed up to work months early and stayed really late to fight to keep the job. I managed to keep it and managed slowly to kind of to gain through this kind of hard work and goodwill I was able to foster. I was able to keep and make other jobs, and eventually made a movie called Aquaman, and Aquaman was very successful. I think it was the most successful DC film.
That's not hard to do.
By its release, and I was getting my career back, even though it was, it took a major hit when I got my restraining order against Johnny.
So let's talk about Aquaman for a moment. I think you said it was the highest grossing film of DC films. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When did that come out?
December of 2018.
Okay. And what was your role in Aquaman?
I play Mira.
And was that a lead role?
Yes, it is one of the leading roles. It's the female lead opposite Jason Momoa's character of Aquaman.
Okay, so you were his mate?
You could say that, yes. I was his love interest, the female, I was a female lead of the movie.
Okay. So in December of 2018, as Aquaman's coming out, why did you agree to participate in the op-ed?
Well, because I believed in some of the causes that the op-ed was seeking to advance. There was a lot of attention and energy around gender-based issues, gender-based violence issues in general. I had just recently become an ambassador for the ACLU. I was proud of that ambassadorship, and I was looking forward to the opportunity to lend my voice to what I thought was a great cause, which is just a conversation around
the ambassadorship that Elon bought
women's
you?
issues and gendered issues that I think the whole country was having at that time. You know, quite a political conversation and cultural conversation at the time, and I was happy to lend my voice if I could.
Who drafted the first draft of the op-ed?
The ACLU.
Did you initially want to include Mr. Depp by name or reference?
No.
What
You
were
literally
you trying to
did.
accomplish by the op-ed?
I was trying to raise awareness around some of the issues that I just mentioned. There was some legislative reform.
It's going to get reamed
Title
on
IX
cross.
being one of them. And there was just a greater cultural conversation being had around gender issues. And I was happy to weigh in on what I saw as the unique phenomena that women and typically women experience in our culture when they come forward against somebody more powerful, when they speak up about gender-based violence. And I thought I could lend my voice to that conversation.
I love
I thought
how
I had something to say
what
about
she
that.
faced was her career
Were you
continuing
trying
in
to
his
boost
ending.
your sales for Aquaman since it was coming out in that same time frame?
It doesn't work like that. I don't think any op-ed, a major motion picture or major franchise like that is not aided by the publication of
No,
an
but the
op-ed in
publication
Washington
is
Post.
aided by
I'll
the
put it that
motion
way.
picture.
But the other way around can be said. You know, I was wanting to lend my name at that specific time to potentially advance the causes within the op-ed.
Because of your success as Mira with
Objection
Aquaman?
leading.
Yeah, just the publicity of the movie and the success of the movie would hopefully, in best case scenario, only add and lend itself would lend attention to the issues that the op-ed aimed to address.
What did you do once the ACLU had your agreement to be the spokesperson for the op-ed, to put your name to it?
I sought the advice of my attorney.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want to get into any sort of legal issue. I didn't want to have any sort of legal problems.
I didn't want to be here.
For talking about what happens to women or people when they come forward and speak about
You didn't say people, you said women.
these sorts of issues, especially when they come forward against someone more powerful than them. And that backlash, the retaliation that people face when they come forward is exactly what I was writing about. And I didn't want Johnny to retaliate against me and quite literally prove my point.
In 100% of these instances, the woman ends up successful when they say that the guy has more power.
Who was the counsel that you hired to review the op-ed?
His name was Eric George.
Where is he located?
Los Angeles, California.
How did you know Eric George?
Eric George is the attorney who represented me in a different litigation against those the producers of London Fields, the movie I mentioned earlier about having a body double and sex scene that I didn't approve of.
What was your understanding of
How'd you
Eric
do in that
George's
lawsuit?
experience and skills to be able to review that op-ed for you in the context of your concerns?
Objection, speculation.
I'm asking her understanding.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Did you have knowledge of Eric George's abilities at that time?
I did. I thought he had an excellent reputation and would give me great advice.
And what, if any, experience? What was your experience with him in representing you earlier?
I thought he was a fantastic attorney, very smart, and I trusted him.
Did you win?
Without going into the content of it, what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you follow in the context of the op-ed?
I took all of his advice. I made all the edits he suggested. I took all of his advice.
And what, if any, of Eric George's advice did you ignore?
None.
None. I mean, he's my lawyer.
I took all of
listened to
it.
him.
Okay.
Oh, well, if that's
I'm
how it
gonna
works,
ask
lawyers
you,
would be much
if
happier.
we can pull up, Michelle, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Oh, he's my lawyer. I listened to everything he said. Oh, fuck off.
Now, this is the online
Every lawyer in the chat
version
died
of the
inside.
op-ed, and it has this title, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. What, if any, role did you play in this title?
None.
What, if any, role, to your knowledge, did the ACLU play in this title?
None to my knowledge.
Okay. Are these exact
retweet
words anywhere in the article?
No. No, they're not.
Did you retweet
When
it and
did
then
you
testify to
first
sexual
become
violence?
aware of this title being included in the online version of the op-ed?
I think in this litigation is the first time I realized that.
You tweeted it.
Okay. I'm going to now ask, Michelle, can you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2?
Oh, I hope they have that tweet or Instagram post or whatever where she
This
literally
has also
just
already been admitted into
shares
evidence.
that
Yes, ma'am.
exact headline.
And this is the paper version, if you will, of the Washington Post with your editorial. And if you go to the second page, this one has a title, A Transformative Moment for Women. What, if any, role did you play in that title?
I didn't.
Okay.
None.
Now, do you recall seeing this version, the newspaper version, at the time?
Yes, this is the version I saw. I'm very proud of it. I had it framed.
You had the newspaper version, not the online?
Why?
I did.
You
I had
didn't
the
write it.
newspaper framed.
Okay.
Someone else
and now
wrote
I'm going
it.
to ask you to turn to,
Oh my
and Michelle,
God.
can we pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3?
I'm going to frame someone else's work pretty soon. Look at how proud I am of this.
And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit number 3 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 3 in evidence.
If we can publish it to the jury. Thank you. Now, is it fair to say this is a tweet?
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
And can you explain to the jury
There it
what a
is.
tweet is
There's
for
the
those
tweet.
who are not as social media oriented?
Tweet is a posting on a social media network called Twitter.
Okay. Now, did you send this tweet?
I think so. I must have.
Okay.
I think
And what, if any, control did you have over whether the title given to the op-ed online was included in
you
the tweet?
testified you've never seen the title until
You
today.
don't have control when you're retweeting something. It's my experience that you don't control a title when you're retweeting something. You don't get a chance to re-editorialize someone else's title.
Oh, can't put me on
And at
cross.
the time you sent this tweet, do you remember even noticing that title?
I do
No,
not.
I don't
I
remember
don't.
noticing
I
it
don't
at
think I
all.
even realized it.
Have you ever typed the words from that title?
No, I have not.
None of this
Now,
matters,
I'm going
by
to
the way.
ask you, let's go back to number 2, Plaintiff's 2. And I'm
You could have
going
said,
to
I don't
go-
agree with the title.
I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, in this op-ed was incorrect?
Nothing. Every word of it is true.
Including
I'm going to
the title.
direct your attention specifically, and if we can blow this up just a touch, and move up just a touch, Michelle, if you can, so we get to then 2 years ago. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Was this true or false?
That was true.
True.
I felt the full force. That's
What,
why I
if
kept my
any,
entire career.
thing did you do about speaking up about domestic abuse 2 years earlier?
Well, I went and got a restraining order against my then husband and walked out to a sea of media and endured to that point 2 years of
Said you didn't want to
vitriol
speak out
from
by
the
the way.
media and from Johnny Depp supporters in retaliation for having done so.
And I guess you really answered my next question, which is, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Is that what you were referring to for that next?
Objection.
Yes,
leading.
because at the time, I thought it couldn't be worse. I obviously now from where I sit today, no, it gets a lot worse.
And then Michelle, if we can move this up a little bit further. Well, actually, that's perfect, Michelle. Then I don't have to use my purple again.
There you go, Michelle.
Then you said, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Is this true or false?
True.
Okay, and explain to me what you meant by that and how that was true for you.
I got a restraining order. I had to prove to a judge that I needed one. I had a bruise on my face. I got a restraining order. I showed pictures. I had proof, and yet everyone, the media, the studios that both Johnny and I worked for, they were ready to support him. They made statements in support of him. They were ready to fire me.
Objection,
they
Your
attempted
Honor.
to fire me.
Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
I'd almost let her go
What,
on
if
that.
anything, did you witness with respect to institutions?
Meaning the people that we work for, the institutions we work for, the studios we work for, decision makers in my industry, filmmakers and powerful people and decision makers within my industry whom I had not ever even met, who didn't know anything about what happened behind closed doors in the marriage of Johnny and I, were making comments about me, statements about me. I was dropped from campaigns. It was hard for me to work. I was harassed. I'm harassed on a daily basis.
This is such bad
and
testimony
just
from her. I can't explain it
the
yet.
fact that
I
that
will.
wasn't, there was no parity. The studio and these decision makers and such were so ready to support him and eager to
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So what, if any, ill will or bad intentions did you have or intend against Mr. Depp by assisting in writing, giving your name to this op-ed, and in publishing it?
None. It's not about Johnny. The only one who thought it was about Johnny is Johnny.
No, and everybody else.
It's about me. It's about what happened to me after Johnny. It's about what happened to me after I escaped my marriage. It was about me and my life and what I endured once I moved on and got a TRO and moved on with my life. It was about what happened to me after. The only one who made it about him, ironically, is Johnny.
Is it ironic? It's not really ironic.
I'm going to, we can take that down, Michelle. I'm going to turn to something.
USA
about
Today thought it was
electronics
about
and
Johnny
transparency.
immediately.
You've testified about, and we've seen photographs and audio recordings and text messages, emails, etc. What, if anything, have you done to cooperate in the authentication of all of these things?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
May we approach?
It's highly improper because she didn't turn over the metadata. She hasn't turned over all of the photos. They've had motions in limine about this, and they're going to try and bolster her testimony and her willingness to be cooperative, even though it's not in front of the jury how uncooperative she's been, because it would be prejudicial. It's prejudicial in the other way to allow her to testify to this. That's what the objection is here. We're going to move on from that, I'm guessing.
All right, I'm going to turn to your counterclaim. You have made a counterclaim against Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
See what happened there?
And it's based on 3 statements that
no way you can pull that
Mr.
bullshit
Adam
in.
Waldman, Mr. Depp's attorney, made, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask if you can pull up Defendant's Exhibit 245. But, Your Honor, I'm going to ask, do we have
It's already in evidence.
Your Honor, if we may approach
Okay,
just real quickly, because I think we can move this along faster if we do this ahead of time.
Yeah, I hope you guys followed that. So real briefly, they know she has not cooperated in discovery. They've probably made concessions in discovery. They've had pretrial motions on this, and they've come to resolutions on it. For them to come in and bolster, well, how cooperative have you been? Oh, I've been fully cooperative. I've been so cooperative. Everything you've seen is great. Everything you've seen is all the evidence, would be really prejudicial in favor of Amber Heard. You can't do that shit. And Elaine knows it. Cubus SC7 says she shows what a strong, empowered woman is all about, to cry and whine at any opportunity, even while in total safety, like the trial. Yet she would be the first to declare women are superior and deserve more power. I mean, the big problem is this. I never wanted it to be about Johnny. I never wanted any of this, except you did. And let me briefly address, I said how bad her testimony was for her from a legal perspective. So part of their theory that they've been running with is that all of the stuff from 2016 up to the op-ed was what caused the damage. But she's testifying over and over that they were ready to keep Johnny going. They were going to keep Johnny on. They were going to ruin her, keep Johnny, ruin her, keep Johnny, until the op-ed. She's literally taken her argument and undercut it and said, no, it actually was about the op-ed. This is where the damage came from. I could not have foreseen making that kind of fucking blunder. That is such stupid testimony. But the whole way their trial has been going, and their primary argument on their strongest claim that this isn't a defamatory statement in the article, that this doesn't qualify as defamation, they've just made the argument on damages that the damages came from that article and nothing prior. They nailed it. If I were trying to do this as Johnny's attorney, I would be happy to have elicited the testimony that they elicited. Wait, so you mean that before your op-ed, they were gonna shit can you and prop up Johnny Depp, and only after your op-ed, that's when they decided to get rid of him and keep you around? Oh, well, thank you. We really needed that. Oh my God. Like, that is so, again, for the jury, I don't know how much it matters. For the legal case, which is going to come up on appeal, and that's where this really matters. Her testimony right there on appeal says, we've established damages directly linking to these statements, not to prior statements from the defendant.
Okay, we're going to start
amazing
by bringing up defendants 1245.
Amazing. You couldn't pay to get that testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs.
Yes.
They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp.
Yes,
Do you
that's
see
true.
that?
It's in the fucking headline of the article.
Is this a true
her
or
friends
false
in the
statement?
media.
False.
And why is it false?
Well,
your friends at the Washington Post wrote
Well,
the headline. You just testified to it.
To use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this.
That's not
This is what
actually
I've
the
lived
statement.
through. And to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things. I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I hadn't.
No, but your friends in the
I have
media
been
sure
protective
did.
of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever.
Also because it was fake. But
Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world.
no,
As remarkable as that is, I
Washington
had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer,
Which
not
is
only
bullshit,
uses
by
that
the way.
against me, but says it's a hoax.
Should never be able to testify with protection
Thank you.
unless maybe
Now
you're
I'm
a
going
child.
to ask if we can bring up, and it's going
And
to
that's
be
a maybe.
1246A. And I think I'm moving this
All
into
right.
evidence as well.
There's no objection, so 1246A is in evidence. You can publish.
And this is an article that was published on the 28th of April, 2020. And Michelle, if we can, thank you. And this one says, Depp's lawyer, Adam Waldman, said,
What?
quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick.
That's
He
true.
told dailymail.com. And let's keep going.
That's a mix of truth and opinion. They set him up as an opinion. And we know that Io called the cops. She testified.
So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine and roughed the place up, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and a publicist, and then placed a second call to 911. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that true or false?
It's false.
Couldn't be more false.
And why is that?
Why didn't you just say it's false?
Every part of it is false.
Couldn't be more false.
I didn't call 911. I didn't call the police. I refused to cooperate with them to protect Johnny. I protected Johnny. I didn't call them once and I didn't call them twice. I didn't rough up the place. I cleaned up the place. I didn't even know the second cops were coming. If I wanted to get something from him, I wanted to hoax Johnny, why wouldn't I cooperate with the police? Wouldn't I say something to the police?
I don't know.
Wouldn't I
Would
do
you?
more damage to the house and than just knock over the things that you saw pictures of? It makes no sense. And to do it online when there's no fact checking, there's no authorities, there's no one able to, I can't respond. I can't.
Tons of fact checking online, and you can't.
I can't fight this and use these sorts of media leaks and these comments to re-echo over and over and over again online with a network of people that are intent on helping Johnny through a sophisticated PR machine. to
Objection,
echo
Your
this
Honor.
abuse at me over and
Hearsay,
over again.
speculation.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
All right. And so what in fact did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny.
This unhinged
I refused
testimony
to
does
cooperate
not
with the
look good.
police, like so many other people do. I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him. And did the opposite. And I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I
You said you called a
my
domestic
contract
relations
attorney
order.
to get me
You
another
did have an
lawyer who
attorney.
could give me advice on how to protect Johnny. Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had
This is
fought
stupid.
really hard to keep
You look like a
for
fucking
nearly
liar.
5 years.
Oh, it's all
which
to
was
protect Johnny. That's why you
behind
get
closed
a
doors.
domestic violence restraining order against John to protect
Things were
Johnny.
not what it looked like.
This comes
Okay.
across so
So can you
uncredible.
take this one down and go to defendants 1247, please. And Your Honor, I'll move the admission.
All right. I know there's no objection. 1247 in evidence.
I mean, just terrible. Like again,
And Amber, this
She's
is
going
another
so
Daily
far,
Mail
too
Online.
far.
This is published on 24 June, updated on 25 June 2020. And then if we can go further. And this one says, Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, said, "We have reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse hoax against Johnny Depp." Is this true or false?
It's true.
False.
And why is it false?
Because
it's shown to be very true
unfortunately,
so far.
All of this is real. And what I mentioned earlier about how preposterous it would have to be for this to be this elaborate hoax, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't fathom one day that that would actually be legitimately the position that he, through a lawyer, would take, albeit online, where he could get away with it for some
Objection.
time.
Calls for speculation.
Sustain the objection.
And why is this so absurd?
Can we strike on the editorializing of
Because
get away with and
Johnny and I
smear
lived this.
campaigns?
We lived through this. I lived through this, and I narrowly survived it. But I survived it. And, I have mountains of evidence, mountains of proof, and yet it won't be good enough for people who are seeking to make money off of Johnny's success.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
This is
That's fine.
crazy.
So I'm going to take you
You
now
sound like an
to
unhinged
the
idiot.
damages that you've suffered as a result of these statements by Mr. Waldman on Mr. Depp's behalf. Please tell the jury
tell
how
us
you were
about it.
doing reputationally.
Objection. That's a legal conclusion, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Move to
You
strike.
need an expert.
Counsel's testimony.
Come forward.
You got to have an expert. You can't just come out, oh, tell us about your damages. She doesn't know. She has no idea. You gotta, notice how Johnny had an entertainment lawyer and an accountant as experts onto how much damage he received. That's why you can't just get up there and say, well, I was damaged. I received some damage. She's doing
From the record, we'll disregard that question. All right.
Yes,
next
you
question.
will.
What was your understanding of on whose behalf Mr. Waldman was making those three statements?
Objection. Lack of foundation. Calls for speculation.
If you want to approach again, that's not what we just said here. I just want
Elaine's getting wrecked and she knows it. These are the problem that they have to make this case, and they have to do it through experts, not through Amber Heard. This should be an indication that they had problems getting experts for this.
So we'll move forward to my other question here.
Yeah, we'll just
how were you?
just go
Please tell the
past
jury
that question.
how were you doing reputationally before these three statements were made, beginning April 2020?
Objection,
April
lack of
8 was the
foundation?
first of them.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on lack of foundation.
She can talk about her reputation.
Can she?
It took hard work.
Judge gave her that
It took
one.
a lot of hard work on my part, but I was able to work, get my life back on track. I was taking care of myself emotionally. My career, I was working really hard. I was able to star in a major success. I worked on a TV series that I had been attached to for a very long time. I became an ambassador for several nonprofits that I deeply care about. I was doing a lot of really, it felt really good to be doing the social work and the charity work that I was doing. And I was also filming and working and planning on, I was awaiting a schedule from Warner Brothers for Aquaman 2, the sequel. And I had wrapped on that TV series I mentioned, and I was waiting to start doing publicity for it to promote it. And I had a campaign, a global campaign, as a spokesperson for a major beauty brand. So things were, the trajectory was positive.
So how did things change after these statements were made?
I remember around the time, unfortunately, I lost my mother on the 1st of April. And I remember it was when I was grieving her that I got a call that I should be expecting a script for my role in Aquaman 2.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth.
It literally is.
Go ahead.
So I was waiting a schedule and a script for that. Feeling concerned that, I wouldn't have enough time to grieve before having to get back into work. I had a press schedule to promote the TV series I was doing, and I was shooting things for this beauty brand. And then I remember at that time, the beauty brand had to suspend posting what I just shot for them because they were getting bombarded.
Objection, Your Honor, this is hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. All right.
They said no. I mean, they suspended
Objection,
what
this
I
is
had
still
shot.
hearsay.
Objection, Your Honor.
She
Still
can testify
hearsay.
to that, Your Honor. She has to be able to testify.
I'll
to
sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you actively involved in campaigns for
Amber's getting
L'Oreal
frustrated with the
before
objections,
these
talking
articles?
through them.
I was.
Were you actively involved in campaigns with L'Oreal after these articles?
Objection leading.
No.
Were you with the Stand? You were talking about the TV series. That was the Stand, correct?
Yes, the
Objection
TV series
leading.
that I had already completed.
All right. And were you actively involved in publicity
Objection leading.
for the Stand prior to these articles?
Yes, I
Were
was.
Were you actively involved in the
Objection
publicity
leading.
after these articles?
No, shoots were canceled. Things were
Okay.
canceled.
With respect to Aquaman 1, Aquaman 2, you'd already started
objected to
Aquaman
all
1,
those.
right? Just so and they called it Aquaman at that time, but now there's an Aquaman 2, just right for.
That's correct.
Okay. So were you actively scheduling timing for filming and scripts for Aquaman 2 before these articles?
Yes, I was.
Were you actively scheduling after these articles?
No, the communications stopped at that point.
All right. I'm going to,
I'd keep rattling the cage.
Michelle,
on this
can
one.
you bring
Elaine
up
is,
Defendant's Exhibit
Elaine is
1258?
not happy with the objections. Neither is Amber. Keep going with them.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1258. It's dated September 21, 2015. Do you recognize this document?
Yes,
Okay. What is it?
it is the Justice League Aquaman contract.
Okay, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1258.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Okay, Alejandro Hernandez. The interesting part about the courthouse is they have an underground side entrance for high-profile people, even as far as to coordinate an entrance in advance, yet they decide to leave through the main entrance. Matthew Self, Amber Heard, I have to wear this makeup because sun burns. Also, Amber Heard, I wasn't wearing a lick of makeup outside the courthouse. Big problems. Cameron Mason, pinkish purple like a bruise is the color of the makeup. Did anyone else catch that color admission? Oh, her makeup testimony is all just bullshit. If you don't realize, like this testimony is going very poorly for her. Look at her. Look at the jury trying to get a read on them. She can't get the read she wants. She's not smiling when she looks at them. She's looking back at them. She knows how bad it's going. Sin of the end. What she just showed everyone is the bruise Meron kit used on sets a lot. The bruise kit, right? Beth, the necklaces are different in her abuse photos. Same day, different necklaces. I need a mega pint after this today. Big Raj, I see Amber's going for the dictator look. Nissy Pissy says the thing she says about bruises is correct. Bruises on your face tend to heal quicker than your body. My expertise being a soccer hooligan. I thought she said, I didn't think she said they healed faster. I thought she said they were easier to conceal on your body or something like that. Walter Deadman, unlisted, unbreaded. Well, I have some unlisted videos that are waiting release, but again, you can't release them all at the same time. So that's that. This testimony has been absolute disaster so far. Keith Gray says, what the fuck? She really needs something.
Amber, can you explain to me how the contract structure was for Justice League and options? Just explain to the jury, please.
It's structured like a 3-picture option.
Okay, she said face
I
bruise,
signed
heel
on
faster.
to
Okay, I didn't remember
do
that.
Justice League, where my character was introduced. The fee is, small relative to what it will become if and when you do the other options or movies in that under that umbrella. So it was the contract for Justice League, which could then become Justice League 2, or it could be Aquaman, or it could be some other movie within the DC universe. And the second picture ended up being Aquaman. And then the third picture, Aquaman 2. Each time the fee goes up, but...
Objection, Your Honor. This calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled out loud. As far as the contract is concerned, that's what the contract says.
All right. And if we go to page 6.
Put the contract in front of us. Show it.
So what was your fee going to be for Aquaman? And what was it for Aquaman?
$1 million.
Okay. And then was there also box office bonuses, opportunities?
Yes, I believe.
Okay.
Yes, there are box office bonuses. If it makes a certain amount in the box office, you get a bonus.
Okay. And it says picture number 2. At the time you entered into the contract and with on Justice League, did they know what the picture would be?
No, as I mentioned before, when you do the contract...
Objection calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection.
Okay. So ultimately, what was picture number 2?
Aquaman.
All right. And then what was it for picture number 3?
Aquaman 2.
Okay. And what was the fee under the option agreement at that time?
$2 million.
Okay. Now, did you have contracts with L'Oreal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you just describe for the jury what was involved with L'Oreal? You talked about being involved in campaigns and then not. Just explain that to them if you can.
As a spokesperson, I'm just involved with the brand as a representative, and a certain amount of commitment you have to do throughout the year on social media and on red carpets, promoting various products or causes they're advancing. Generally, it's just like a brand ambassadorship.
Okay. And did you, well, let's pull up 1262.
Okay.
And this is dated as of April 25, 2018.
L'Oreal dropped her because
correct?
abused women
That's
don't wash their hair.
Was that your first contract with L'Oreal?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And was that for a term, a specific term?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Was it for 2 years?
Yes, it says 2-year contract, and that sounds right.
All right. And
Not that it
then I'm going
matters,
to ask you to turn to 1264. And that's April 20, 2020. And what, if anything, did L'Oreal do with regard to extending your contract then?
They extended it. They chose to extend it with the option to kind of...
All right. And did they extend it just an additional 3 months? If you look at paragraph 1.
Let's see.
So wait, you were damaged because they
Yes, they
extended
did.
your contract?
Okay. And what, if any, work did you do for L'Oreal after these 3 statements were made?
You're supposed to be testifying to how
I
you're
have only been
damaged.
able to participate in, I believe, 1 live event that they also couldn't promote or use the material from because of...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
I'll
hearsay.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Now let's go to 1265. And this is, as of November 15, 2021, this is another extension with L'Oreal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And if you look at the second option
Okay, they're
term under
showing how
paragraph
she
1,
was
it's an
extended
extension of 20 months.
until-
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what, if any, work have you been able to do for L'Oreal since this contract?
As I stated, I believe I've only done one in-person event with them, and they couldn't use the material.
Okay.
Oh,
Now,
why? Were you bad at it?
Let's talk about the stand for a minute. Let's pull up 1263. And this is dated July 3, 2019. And I believe you indicated that you had already filmed it by the time these statements were made in April and June of 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what, if any, marketing opportunities were you participating in prior to those articles?
We had appearances, talk show, press, the normal kind of group cast press junket, promotional material, photo shoot. And I had various publicity engagements lined up, like a magazine cover, that sort of thing, to promote the film. To promote the series.
And what, if anything, were you able to do with marketing opportunities after the 3 articles were published?
None.
What, if any, covers were you on after that for the stand?
They pulled the offer for that, so none.
Okay. And while we're on this agreement, if you look at the second page, how much were you paid for the stand? It's at 6C.
I forgot I was on mute. It wasn't important.
200,000.
$200,000 an episode.
Objection
Okay.
leading.
Now let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1266. Have you been able to get any work since that time?
I have done one small independent film.
Okay, and tell the jury what that is.
She earned more from her divorce than
I
her
shot a film in Guatemala. It's a small independent, meaning it doesn't have distribution or, it doesn't have distribution or anything. It's a lower budget film that I had been attached to for many years, called Into the Fire.
Okay. And 1266 has, as of January 13, 2022. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. When did you actually film for this in Guatemala?
March.
I've never even heard of Guatemala.
I believe it was March of this year.
Okay. And do you recall what your compensation was for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I'm
If you
sorry.
can look at ALH 17628, it's paragraph 6A.
Oh, 65,000.
Okay. And have you participated in Aquaman 2?
I have.
And tell us about that.
I had to fight I fought really hard to stay in the movie. They didn't want to include me in the film.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Were you ultimately able to get to film in Aquaman 2?
Yes.
A very pared down version of that role, yes.
Okay. What, if anything, changed in the script?
They took away a lot of...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can
Lack of
testify.
foundation.
Overruled as the script.
Go ahead.
I was given a script and then given new versions of the script that had taken away scenes that had action in it, that depicted my character and another character, without giving any spoilers away. They're two characters fighting with one another, and they basically took a bunch out of my role. They just removed a bunch.
What evidence do you have that
And
it
what,
was
if any,
because
leverage
of
did
this?
you have to negotiate a higher salary beyond the $2 million?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, effort did you make to negotiate a higher salary for your participation?
I couldn't renegotiate my contract.
Why not?
And why not?
Objection, this calls for hearsay and speculation.
Do you know why?
Still the same objections, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
There's no plausible reason why she couldn't renegotiate her contract.
All right. Amber, I'm going to ask
You
you
can
to
renegotiate a contract that you're
describe
in
to this
and
jury
actively participating
the
in.
emotional
You can always renegotiate a
impact
contract.
on you of these three statements that we have talked about, these three counterclaim statements. Please describe how this has impacted you.
These statements are used over and over and over and over again online to reverberate, re-echo, and re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not responsive. Lack of
Objection,
foundation.
no foundation.
And hearsay.
She gets to give her
I'll
Where are the
sustain-
tweets?
Well, her
Put it-
emotional, the question was, well, your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay.
The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day.
Close your
I
eyes.
am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times.
Like with your framed fucking domestic
Embarrassing,
violence article?
intimate details that I never wanted to be known, never wanted to be public ever, and to have them used every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims.
You framed the
Over
article.
and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating, and personal things that I've survived
I just get back
are
up on
used
Cross.
against me every
You framed
day,
the fucking article, didn't you?
over and over again.
Well,
It's
that was
torture.
bullshit, wasn't it?
I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me.
That's why I
By
wrote
making
an article
statements like
about it.
this, he won't let me. I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture. It's torturous. I want you to have to
So
do that.
unfair to sue me for lying.
I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. I want him to leave me alone.
Thank you. I have no
You
further
actually
questions.
could have settled this out. Oh,
Ladies
there's
and gentlemen, it's probably a good time to go ahead and take our afternoon recess based on that. So go ahead and do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Okay, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay.
Cross is coming. Oh, baby. You couldn't drag it out, Elaine. You had 2.5 hours. Half hours lunch. You couldn't do 2 more hours of this shit. Have her cry some. Why would you do this?
Why don't we just make it 3:25 then? We'll come back at 3:25. Okay.
No,
thank
you
you.
should. You could have. Oh my gosh! Like, look, even if you're not going to go the 2 hours, go an hour, go an hour and a half. Hamstring them. Oh man, I just want him to leave me alone. I just want him to leave me alone. I can move on with my life. That's why I wrote an op-ed about it. That's why I have a publicist team. I just want to move on. Oh, God. It's going to be a disaster. I can't wait for Cross. I can't wait for Cross. It's going to be the meanest thing. I'm hoping Camille will bring an axe to chop the bitch. Oh my goodness. Cross is not going to finish today, I'm guessing. We're going to have at least a day of this. Cross is coming. Deus Volt. Okay. What do you guys think about this thing? Look at that. We got a weird little banner down there. Maybe it should go up top. Down the bottom. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Woo! Up top. Top. No bottoms in the chat. One bottom in the chat. Couple tops. I can maybe do it both way. We'll do it. We'll do it up top for now. Little Ricada Law up there. Locals Twitter. Look at all the tops. Man, a lot of tops. Couple bottoms. Okay, let me read a couple of these. I got to go to the bathroom really bad. Let me read a couple super chats. I'll run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Ron White, Nick, if it's obvious that the lawyers had discussions and prep over the break, why doesn't the judge question it also? Great coverage and play-by-play. Thank you. Again, I don't know. I don't find that to be a lawful order that the judge can even make. I don't know how you'd get into it. I don't know what is going, I don't know how any of that would come about. I don't even know how you could even reasonably request that as a judge. Loser in a suit. Nick, you've disappeared from my sub list and your icon said you weren't streaming, so I thought you got nuked. YouTube usually never does this with your channel on my end. Oh my gosh. By the way, the suppression is real today. My clip videos are doing absolute junk on views. They're struggling against the algorithm, but man, they are dead. They are dead in the water. And I can't imagine, they're not particularly worse than any other clip video I've done. So don't know what's up with that. We've got a couple more videos that are in the hopper. We do have the Law and Lumber. I've got a short one and a long one on that Law and Lumber of Rob coming on and talking about some stuff. So those will be going up later this evening or early tomorrow. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to see. Corpus Delecti says, Rackets, tell Rob to make sure they go to Ald Shabin for lunch. It's right across the street from the courthouse. Also, would love to grab drinks with the guys while they're in Virginia. I live 20 miles away from Fairfax. You could try message all three of them, see what happens. Julio Chavez, hey, wanted to try again with our Give, Send, Go. Was unable last time to share the link. Marcella Medical Bills. For anyone that can help or a share or prayer helps too. Thank you, Nick, for all you do, man. So that's on Give, Send, Go. Marcella Medical Bills is the page if you feel like checking that out and maybe throwing a couple bucks their way. Lots of people are in some rough estate these days, and any little bit helps. So Marcella Medical Bills on Give, Send, Go. Debbie O, please ask Rob. Someone said a juror left at lunch crying. True. No, he said the jurors can't really leave. But a juror did get a tissue. That tissue was for a runny nose under a mask, which makes me think that the juror, I don't know if they've been wearing a mask every day, but they got sick over the week or a little sniffle, and they want to probably protect others as much as possible. That seems like what would happen there. Next, we've got Fluffy Cakes Lives says the eye touching is a way of play acting tears, but she's not producing them, so that's a big mess for her. Stephen Littleton, welcome to Lawyer Status. Jason Gould, an acting teacher said she's clearly trying to play a character she doesn't understand. That's why she can't do the emotions, like crying. Maybe she might also not know how to do human emotions at all. And I think that may, in fact, be the case. I think she's with her diagnoses from Dr. Mommy. Ms. Micmac says, Nick, you really need to watch videos by Incredibly Average. Their reason Tug started to investigate Amber. Incredibly Average proves that R was Rochelle that called 911. Well, again, if it's not in testimony and in evidence, it's not going to matter. Debbie, oh, watch Andrea's Twitter. She's comparing photos from supposedly different incidents. Interestingly similar. Yes, Andrea said she's not available to be on streams today. She's going to go on Legal Bites tomorrow morning and join here for the afternoon. So we'll see her. We'll see her after lunch, I suppose, tomorrow. But today she had real world stuff to do. So love having Andrea on the channel. Her insight and her knowledge on this case is invaluable. See Goody says Camille's giving Elaine the fat end of the Maker's Mark bottle, if you know what I'm saying. Desert Rat, I'm a couple hours behind, but when Amber Heard said he hit her in the eye with the phone, she gestured to the left side of her face, thought the bruises were on her right side. Yeah, I don't make too much of that because someone might just say, oh, he hit me. He hit me. She didn't say he hit me right here. Like she didn't do that. She just made the motion. The jury may disagree with me. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Sam, like there's plenty wrong with her testimony that we don't need to really analyze whether she gestured with her left. On Johnny Depp, I think the finger thing was more important because he was saying, I'll cut off my left finger to make sure I don't cut off the right finger ever again or something like that. That was a bigger difference. He was indicating clearly what was going on after the other finger had already been cut off. This is a good deal later. Sam Lightsey Jr. Holy cow, I'm 55. My kids are 4 and 2, and the wife wants Disney this year. Those are some young kids for 55, man. Good luck, brother. Bring an oxygen tank or something. It is hot in Florida. What do we got? What do we got here? Running out of time, and I gotta hit the bathroom. Okay, here we go. Alejandro Hernandez says hashtag Loon Gang. That's you, chat. Sean Johnson, welcome to Super Lawyer. Mike Bennett, welcome to Paralegal. And David Caggy, welcome to Lawyer Status. Very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. Here for Lul says, shut up and respond to all of this. Anyway, Nikki, lawyers aren't allowed a choice on this. That's true. With that, I'm going to take the non-choice to go to the bathroom because if I don't do it here, I won't leave a grumpy on my chair, but I'll be urinating on it. I'll be back in 2 minutes or less. See you there. Okay. Still in the 2 minutes. Woo. I had time to eat a hot dog too. Whew, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Okay. Register says Branca, best guess always. Love having that guy on the stream. It's fantastic. Skeet Neat says, is it a sin to use super glue to glue parts for Warhammer 40K minis? Building Wraith blades that I receive while I'm watching this train wreck so I can test paint on them. I mean, it depends on how super glue I think would be okay. You just got to really beat it out really thin so it doesn't gloop up. Why no song? Because when I play this song, everybody leaves thinking the show's over, even though it's like the middle of the day. They're like, oh, well, he must be quitting. Like, no, doesn't matter what you say. Here for lulz in Trump voice. Johnny, you're doing it wrong. That's not how you grab a woman by the pussy like that. No. Who does that? Look, trust me, I'm the best pussy grabber there is. Just ask the mainstream media. They've seen lots of it. Some of them have tried it. They're not quite as good. They don't have the good technique. I've got the perfect technique. You got to grab in there. You got to make sure the fingers are in the right place. I'll straighten you out. Here for lulz. Oh, wait, I read that one. Dirty Dan, if I were Vasquez, I'd repeat the objection every time Cat Lady says, what, if any? Get her to actually lay foundation instead of going with magic words to ignore the objection. That would be great. Yeah. Really. And she did a little bit early on. C. Goody says, do you think Amber fake cried more or less when she got piped by the wrong end of a fifth? Mike the Dad Crosby says, it's horrible that Amber is a victim of herself. Yeah. I mean, this is just not, she didn't sell me. She really had to sell this thing. I don't think she did. The defense, Salinan, the defense did not rest, but they finished their questioning of Amber Heard. So we will now move on to cross-examination. Just want my reputation/name preserved. Paraphrased, Amber Heard, ironic as her name is now literally associated with shit. Restless Medic. I'm also firing EMS for all these injuries that she claims to have. I've yet to see any of it be substantiated. You're telling me you have major injuries that qualify for a trauma center, but nobody saw it? Calling bull. Yeah, not only did nobody see it, people were around. I mean, the British butler would have been with her while her arm is dripping blood from the bottle wounds. And those scars, I mean, we're talking, like, let's say hypothetically that the scars on her wrist are from the bottle, right? Scar. She's got these get a little bit more longitudinal, but it's like scar. Okay. Those would be dripping blood when she got them. They would be, they would possibly require stitches. I mean, we're talking about serious cuts. What's up, Mr. Branca?
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
We get to cross yet?
It's about to start.
No kidding.
They just finished questioning. Break should be over in 3 minutes.
It's all about the cross. All right.
It's your timing is impeccable. So good job. Good job on that one.
That's
Renegade Guardian says she looks like Hillary Clinton wearing Dr. Evil's suit. The Man Bro dude says, here because you deserve it. Thanks for all you do. Also, when you get a break, can you toast to toasts? Because I'm a firm believer in pissing off people who whine about things. Yes, let me get a little Angel's Envy rye whiskey here. Angel's Envy finished rye. They don't sponsor the show, but they should, except I think they're also owned by Diageo. They should, because I'll sell tons of bottles of it. But it's a very, very good rye, even if it is owned by Diageo. To toasts. The one thing that has become so controversial on this channel as to make me laugh, they always please and never disappoint when I read about them later on. cheers to toasts.
Good stuff.
What are you drinking?
Seltzer.
Seltzer. Just seltzer wanted there. Oh, there you go. Snuggle Struggle says Amber Turd was trying to expose ginger-based issues in the industry. Maybe this ginger-based violence is why Disney was parting ways and not because Turd was threatening a suit herself. Oh, she's saying gender? Lol. Yeah, the problem with her thing, well, they rewrote part of my script down in Aquaman 2, but they didn't renegotiate your contract down. They didn't give you less money or less screen time. They just reduced your role. And I'm sorry, but rewrites happen constantly in Hollywood on the set. You know this. Well, you would if you were more likable and they put you in more productions. But the first draft that they go with when they get to filming is rarely what ends up coming on screen, because an executive gets an idea about something like, oh, well, I'm very smart. I'm an executive. Therefore, I will go ahead and rewrite this part of the movie that a writer slaved over for years. That happens all the time. So again, I think she did very poorly on her damages, except for solidifying that once she wrote the op-ed, that's when Johnny really took the hit. That was brilliant of her to say that. Branka, she talks about how, she never wanted to hurt Johnny. But and in the entire time between 2018, when she writes the op-ed, that the studios are ready to can her and keep him. They're ready to can her and keep him. And then the article comes out and suddenly everything turns around. Thank you for making that case. Restless Medic says, oh, boo-hoo, you had to prove you needed the restraining order, so we should just hand those out like candy. Get bent, woman.
Well, we do.
Yeah, we still hand them out like candy. The amount she had to prove is laughable. He didn't even show up. Like, what testimony did she have to offer? All she had to do was get up there and say, he hit me. He hit me and he didn't
nothing
show
like
up.
proof. There's going to make any kind of allegation the way it works.
Boo. You got real laggy for a second there, but no, I think we got the gist of it though. Oh, you're fine. Yeah. I need you to crank the engine on your internet. Deadly Darkness. They were already support him. That's why he lost absolutely everything, and she gained almost everything. Yeah, of course. Igor Slagathor, who is the breather in the background audio? It's someone in the courtroom. One of the tables has a live mic. You can occasionally hear Camille's co-counsel.
Sure. Okay.
Say objection. Objection, hearsay. You can occasionally hear that. The breather is there. There's also the court reporter. You'll hear typing and clacking noises. They don't sound like a full clack, like a mechanical keyboard. It's something else. That's the court reporter's keyboard going off. They have a weird keyboard that they use. Also, please ask them if they were able to figure out who it is. The sound of it, definitely a dude. Yeah, it's at one of the council tables is where that live mic is with the guy breathing into it all the time. Senshi Roll says, boy, it's almost as if we have a set of rights written into the Constitution at the time of the founding to protect the accused, because England had a history in the 200 years before the founding of malicious action. Yeah, she did testify to the fact that she got to testify in the UK, and thank God they protected her. And she got to testify behind closed doors. Can you imagine? That's the legal system in the UK. Well, you're a victim of this person, so you get to testify behind closed doors. Like, well, how is that presume any innocence or any fairness or equity in any action at all? Oh, it's nuts.
We should definitely fight those people for our independence.
Yes, we should fight. We should go back to their island and be like, we're here to finish the job.
We're back.
Can you give a toast for Man Bro Dudes Toast to Toast, just to make some people even more upset? To Man Bro Dudes Toast for Toast. Two bros who know that toasts are the way to go. Cheers. Jose Gonzalez says, Amber, it's my truth, but I can't prove it. Clown World. Timothy Reaper, wait, did the Grim Reaper play an April Fool's prank on Amber Heard? Nope. She just elicited a 4-pound turd from a 4-pound Yorkie. I hate to say, I've looked at the picture. It was we pulled it up on stream before. It looks like a red wine fueled shit. Like, I mean, it does not look like a
Had
healthy,
that bouquet.
Yeah, it's like it's red and stainy.
Oh man, look at that Karen with her arms crossed. I wouldn't want to fight her.
I would want to fight at least half the people in this audience.
Oh
I
my
think
God,
I could win most of the fights.
What a grim audience.
I think I could win most of the fights in a row.
Grim and unattractive. And they found the local Subway shop. They cleaned that place out. Oh, somebody wore all the mask. Yeah, I decided to bring all the mask.
What if every one of the 100 jurors had a foot-long tuna sandwich from Subway at the break? Like, how awful would that room smell? It's like 100 foot-long tuna sandwich burps going on at the same time.
This is like tryouts for some movie where they need a really unattractive female actress.
That's why a bunch of guys showed up. I could do it too.
Next. Oh my God, look at Miss Banana back there.
Yeah, I wouldn't wear yellow ever. In general, I think I have one yellow shirt that I got for free that I'll wear on occasion when I'm out of them. Because I was a chaperone at a youth group event. That's how you always end up with a yellow shirt.
That girl in the yellow was like doing shoulder stretches. Like she was getting ready to bring all the rolls. Oh, danger hair in the gallery.
We've got one. Look at the dude in the back. My girlfriend brought me here. I hate my life. I don't even care about these people. I just want to play my PS5.
He's got like estrogen patches all over his arms.
Make me care about this. Make me care. Bash Coder says, can Amber now sue herself for damages from the op-ed? She should. She
Right.
should.
Like, maybe Johnny just likes a girl with personality. That's good because she's got several of them.
Snuggle struggle. Amber Turd lost time on the film with Aquaman 2 because of her previous dismissal of Australian law and trying to get her dogs into the country illegally. Australia wouldn't let her in, and it delayed Aquaman 2 filming significantly.
Huh.
There you go. Well, maybe we'll get that on Cross. They have so many places to go on Cross. We'll really have to see what they do. By the way, do you know who Andy Dick is?
Yeah, I'm aware of his existence.
Are you aware of his recent shenanigans?
No. Oh, you know, maybe I did hear something on Joe Rogan. He was in some kind of trailer park and what?
Okay, so he's in worse than a trailer park. He joined the IRL streaming community. So like he was like living with these. Hey, there's Runkle. There's Runkle, DUI guy, and Lon Lumber. There you go. The only handsome people in the courtroom. Good job, guys. Way to be. Well, this guy's kind of handsome. This looks like a knockoff Steven Crowder, actually. Like, what,
he was the line holder for Steven Crowder. Got him by accident.
But yeah. So he
So did Runkle have to leave his elfin bow and arrow out with security? How'd that work?
Yeah, but he slipped in a couple blades. You know how elves are. You know so yeah, he joined the IRL live streaming community and was showing up at these random streamers' house. He just was like living there on the guy's couch streaming forever. Then they moved him into an RV, and apparently some guy passed out and he started shoving fingers in the guy's butt.
Whoa.
So not a good not a strong showing for Andy Dick and the trajectory of his career.
Let's keep him away from Johnny Depp.
After breakout hits like In the Army now, I don't know why his career didn't go straight to the moon. Okay. Bobby Ray says Camille is coming and hell is coming with her. Alexandria Hitala says, let's go cross exam, release the hounds. Oh, woo. Ben Cruz says, when I need to last longer in bed, I think of Elaine's voice. I lasted hours. Matthew Perkins, bunch of popcorn. Here comes the cross. The troll, formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food, says in Omar Coming voice, Mommy Camille's coming. Okami. Shoot, where we go? Okami no Kaze says, now we are going to see this harpy actually cry. Oh yeah, I am going to be. I mean, again, you have this unique opportunity. Amber Heard would be a victim in 99% of cases, and you'd have to deal with her with kid gloves. In this case, she's not a victim. That's your posture. Your posture is that she's an opportunistic liar who has destroyed your client's life to make herself better for whatever reason. You get to be brutal. You almost have to when you think about it, because this person has done the worst thing. They've accused someone of the worst possible crimes for the purpose of getting their own boost. So you have to treat them like trash. And I hope Camille is just devastating. Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, what is there? So, I mean, I guess there's pedophile, racist, domestic abuser, right? I mean,
it's literally that, and maybe above murderer, in all honesty, because like a lot of murderers don't know the people that they kill. But the fact that you would beat your wife, like a domestic abuser is a murderer in waiting for a lot of people. Like it's just that one time when they goes too far, hits too hard, chokes too long. That's that. So yeah, you've got pedophile, racist, domestic abuser. It's why they went with the, it's why the headline was effective. It's why the article did what it was what was intending to do. If she had accused him of being a drunk and a drug addict, no one would have cared. Yeah, he's unmanageable. He's vomiting all over himself. He's a drunk and a drug addict. And they go, yeah, but not on screen. Who gives a shit? Every celebrity ever. You just described all of the Rolling Stones. Okay, thank you.
Or some lawyer's college career. Not to name any names.
Cocaine breakup. Gethralkin says, if she didn't want to relive it and move on, why in the world did she become a face of abuse victims with the ACLU? Yeah, that's a problem. I had a relative that was an abuse victim and had true PTSD about it and could hardly talk about it. Well, the other thing, she says this. So she says earlier that she's very proud of the article that she testified to not writing. She's very proud of the article, so she framed it, right? But then later, she's like
Johnny.
Yeah, later she's talking about how Johnny Depp's team is repeating all these things, and she has to see it every day, the worst time in her entire life, and relive all of the trauma. And it's like,
that's framed above her mantle.
The domestic violence article. You framed it.
It's probably mounted on the ceiling above her bed.
Optical Infinity says, counselor, real LawTube streamers wear #depends. Truly appreciate your inside humor and #baseness. Yes, you gotta have depends. Chris, if this YouTube and lawyering thing doesn't work out, you can always write children's hits such as "Bring an Axe to Hit the Bitch." It's true. We'll make an album.
That's so inappropriate.
Takul says, well, she's bad enough at mimicking emotions and reading the emotions of others, so we know she's not a sociopath, at least. What isn't there like an unskilled sociopath? Like that's got to be a classification, right? Like they're a sociopath, but they're not really good at mimicking the emotions. Or is there an unsuccessful one somewhere?
Well, she looks like one.
She does read. I mean, she reads as having severe issues to me. Oh, are we maxed out on resolution? No, it dropped resolution on me. I thought so. There we go. Slightly clearer, at least.
Yeah, much higher resolution bench.
Envoy of Aries says, been watching all day. Thanks for the fantastic work. Hey, thank you for watching all day. Thank you for being here. That goes to all of you, chat. And just probably the last time I'll say it, but if you are here and you haven't yet, you enjoy the coverage and commentary, please click like on the stream. It helps. It helps YouTube let people know that they should be sharing this thing out a little bit. I know I'm not getting shared very far, probably because, well, we have too much fun. You can't have fun on the internet. You have to be dour and sad. Jacob Disher says, how is the verdict announced? Is it like a criminal case where they pronounce a side of guilt and innocent? They would find in favor of. So that we, the jury, find in favor of the defendant and find in favor of the plaintiff. Virginia's a unanimous juror state on these issues, on the civil issue. So they will, if they find in favor, it'll be 7-0. Exit, or they'll find that they could not come to a unanimous ruling. They would have to get permission from the judge ahead of that.
How many jurors?
7.
7.
Yeah. Virginia's weird. 7, and it has to be unanimous for civil.
Huh. Okay.
Or at least for civil above a certain amount. I don't know the exact breakdown, but for this case, that's what it is. Execution. If she's telling the truth, we all go to hell. Also, my name is Daniel Sharp. Can I get a toast for surviving a heart attack at 40 years old a week ago? You might be my only chance of infinite life. To execution to Daniel Sharp, heart attack survivor. Buddy, I don't know the reasons for your heart attack, and sometimes they're not knowable, but hopefully you can resolve them, or they will be resolved on their own, and you will have a strong beating heart for many, many years to come. Cheers, brother, to your good health and good survival. Anthony Zink, all I hear the entire time she's been testifying is in Johnny Depp voice, in Johnny's deep voice. Aquaman. Chris Benoit, for toasts that derail a good stream with woe is me crap, they deserve the gifts I gave my wife, kid, and later myself. Anyways, time to hit the gym. Why does my head feel funny? No, Chris Benoit. No. Stay away from your wife and kid, you monster. White Alakazam, noticing a lack of funny PR guy in the courtroom. Wonder why that is. Did Amber lose him somewhere? So she fired her PR team, which was full of Obama staffers. And then she hires a new guy. Turns out he's got enough DUIs that it's a problem. He's also known as like apparently like a sexual harasser, a serial abuser of people around him. And he's deleted all of his social media. So good job. Way to pick him. Good job, David Shane. Good job, David Shane. Threaten to sue more people, David. See how that goes. See if that'll help get away from it.
So is she on her third team now, or she's doing without? She can't possibly do without, right? She's someone who needs her PR managed.
She has not fired the David Shane yet.
Oh,
to my knowledge. At least there's been no public announcement about it. But, man, they're having a long discussion here. You can bet your ass they're talking about what they can now get in after those motions in limine and after all of the testimony that Amber gave.
Yep.
That's what they're doing here. Where can we go, Judge? Because here's where we're going to go. Here's why we're going to go there.
Right. That little brunette lawyer is kicking open doors like a Navy SEAL.
Yeah. And Amber just like she testified again today to her previous partner relationship, one in which she was arrested for domestic violence, not because the partner reported it, but because a police officer saw it in public. Like, I mean, you've got problems for this chick all over the place. And that's why the sidebar's taking so long. Elaine and Rottenborn are going to desperately try to mitigate the damage that's about to come their way on this cross. And they're going to be leaning on the argument. Well, we had these motions in limine. We had the motions in limine early on to keep this out. And they're going to say, yeah. And then you testified right to all of these things. Oh, hey, there's the Court TV lady that I said Law and Lumber should go pick up. You should try and get an interview. She's like former Miss Arkansas or something.
No kidding.
Like that.
Yeah, she's certainly one of these things does not belong for sure.
This guy's mustache is, and mullet. He's got a mullet. Oh my goodness. He's in a mustache and mullet in a suit. You wear a mustache.
Detainer in the front, conviction in the back.
You wear a mustache and mullet so you never have to wear a suit again. Because it looks ridiculous. Oh gosh, I love that guy. I want to talk to him. Okay, Don Travis.
All these resting bitch faces. Oh my God, it's like a plague.
They're all tired. Again, they all got there at 8 p.m. yesterday to wait in line to get there because they only let 100 people in. They're all exhausted. Don Travis, I sent you a package full of goodies. Did it not come in? It did, Don. It did. Thank you so much. I talked about it on stream. you had the how to draw manga book and the Biden stickers and stuff like that, or the Let's Go Brandon stickers, I should say. Yes, it did come. Oh, hello,
Oh,
camera.
it looks like lumber guy may have lost his chance there. Someone's chatting up Miss Blue Dress.
This guy?
Yeah.
I'll take you out for steaks afterwards.
Yeah, he made the move. I like cigars.
I like to eat cigars.
I got a
I don't smoke
cigar here.
Some other lawyers were using it and they quit, so I grabbed it.
Found it in
Wanna
the
share it.
urinal.
And when I was at Wells Fargo, I had this guy come in to my desk. His name was Archie. He's definitely a crackhead, meth head, one of those two. And he comes to my desk and sits down. This is in downtown St. Paul in the Skyway. And we had a long discussion about how overdrawn he was on his account from his Social Security check. It's way overdrawn, right? So then I see him leave and he walks real slow and stilted because of all of the drugs. And then he goes over the garbage can. He looks down. He finds a little bit, like it's a cigarette butt with like a little bit on it, right? A little bit left. And he goes, "Ooh, I'll save this for later." And he picks it up and he puts it behind his ear. And to
As
me,
one does.
that was way more disgusting than it being on the ground by a garbage can. I was like, oh, I would pick it up off the ground. I would not put that thing in my mouth after it's been behind your ear, Archie. That's
He
horrifying.
won't smoke it for a week. It's like his aspirational cigarette.
I'll keep this one. Amber smokes cigarettes over a 4-week period because after every drag, she puts it out on Johnny's face. Shannon says the law tubers are watching that sidebar hard, trying to read lips. Oh my gosh. I've wanted nothing more than to hear these sidebars. These sidebars have got to be.
Well, here we go.
All right.
Here we
Cosplays,
go.
Cons, and Cuisine says, can't wait to see Cross ripping through this rice paper of a testimony. Thanks for streaming this, Nick. We'll see. I'm hoping Camille's got it.
Miss Turd. Excuse me?
Can I call you Turd?
Just call her Miss Turd the whole trial, the whole cross. Just like Amica. Turn around as fair play.
Oh, we're waiting for the jury still. Devil's Advocate says, favorite seeming contradiction of the day. Amber, I didn't know the cops were called. I didn't cooperate. I didn't want to hurt Johnny. Also, Amber, we knew the cops were coming, so we took the pictures. That's true. Fantastic catch on that one. And you know Amber Heard hates Camille. Camille has been on the case since the UK trial.
All right.
Finally got her in an American court. Camille's adjusting her pistols. Spinning the cylinders.
You know,
Good
you're
afternoon,
in for
Miss Heard. Good afternoon.
at least 8 hours of reaming.
What?
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Oh.
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
She sounds emotional.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
Let's please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 1229.
Ooh, here we go.
Here we go.
It's at 1101
What up,
through
Nate?
1209.
What's up, guys?
To be admitted into evidence.
Any objection to 1229?
Yes.
All right, 1229. You want to enter it in its entirety?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
229 entered in
Every
its
inch.
entirety. Go ahead and play your section.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No.
Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just
I
been
just wanted to touch you.
through. Really? After all this shit you just said?
I just wanted to give
After
you
all
a
this
hug.
shit you fucking accused me of? You want to touch me?
Please stop me. Please stop. Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I wanted to hang back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you. And I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
What? You're not my shrink.
It hurts my heart. Please just calm.
No. Not with you. You're in the fucking hole. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't even don't take my fucking glasses off. You don't like fucking looking at not my fucking eyes? You will not see my eyes again.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met.
That's great. That's a great recording.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
I just
And he
wanted a
tells you
hug.
you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, yes, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
Oh, you can never hurt him.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me.
Question.
And has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
No, you didn't.
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence? Right?
Hammer it.
With all due respect,
Yes,
I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he's a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Then why'd you say man,
Mr.
not
Depp
man
is
who
your
beat me
victim,
up?
isn't he?
No, ma'am.
And once he left you, you continued to abuse him publicly by calling him an abuser, didn't you?
He is an abuser, and you can look either of us up online and figure out who's being abused online.
Let's look at some of that. Mr. Depp wears rings on every finger, doesn't he, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience, yes.
And they're not delicate rings, are they?
No, they are not.
Every one of his fingers is adorned, your words, big, chunky rings. Isn't that right?
That's my experience of him.
And Mr. Depp is always wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard?
That's my experience of him.
And you've never known him not to wear these rings.
That's my experience, is he normally wore rings, yes.
So Mr. Depp
She looks terrible
is
here.
wearing
Look
these
at a little
big,
smirk,
chunky
smirky
rings
smile.
on every finger. Every incident of abuse you've described to this jury, right?
I can't say for certain it was in every single incident.
But you've never known him not to wear rings, right?
In general, my experience with Johnny is that he wears rings almost all the time.
Ms. Heard, do you recall giving testimony in a deposition in this matter in January of this year?
I do.
Can we please play
Ooh.
Here we go.
from your deposition, day 2, 512, page 512, lines 11 through 15?
You said he hit you and he was
drink.
wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
You testified to.
He pretty
In
much
March of
always.
2013.
She's saying there were multiple times you
Right.
did that?
That's what
In
you're
March?
What are
saying.
you asking me? I'm sorry.
Today.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Great. She is killing it.
Camille is.
You
a
testified that this
katana.
is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
Or any
And there's no
picture.
medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged
Bill
incident.
Vasquez killing it.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times,
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Wait, what?
despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
Oh,
It doesn't look good.
the therapist stitched her up.
Another incident in March of 2013
Cut me, Mick.
where Mr. Depp hit you while he was wearing a lot of rings. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified you felt like your lip went through your teeth and it got a little blood on the wall.
Yes.
That's
I
a
remember
punch.
There isn't a picture of you with injuries after that alleged incident, is there?
I don't know if I've seen one. I can't recall. There are a lot of pictures.
You can't
You didn't
recall if
produce
took-
any photographs after that alleged incident, did you, Ms.
I don't
Heard?
know if I took one or if it's included. I'm not quite sure which ones.
You didn't show any pictures to this jury after describing that alleged incident that your teeth, your lip went into your teeth. You don't remember that, right? You
I
didn't show
don't-
any pictures to this jury after describing that incident, right?
I don't believe I've seen that picture admitted.
She's going to hit her on every one of these incidents with no pictures.
That picture doesn't exist.
I don't know which one you're talking about. We have pictures from March 2013. Yes.
Oh, do you?
The only picture that you've produced and shown to this jury is the one that was just put up on the screen, where you said he hit you multiple times in the face and you appear to have what is a bruise on your arm, correct?
I believe this is the only picture that's in evidence right now.
It's the
When were
only
you going to
picture
get the
you've
rest of
shown to
them
this
in?
jury from March 2013, correct?
I believe so.
Why is that?
You testified about an incident in Russia on or about June 26, 2013.
She's walking it
Remember
through
that?
it. She's walking it through all the bullshit.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that Mr. Depp, quote, whacked you in the face.
That's correct.
And you went to the bathroom after that, right?
I did.
And then, according to your testimony,
Not the bed.
when you
the
came
bathroom.
out of the bathroom, Jerry Judge, Mr. Depp's security guard, who's passed away, pointed out that your nose was bleeding. right?
He did that in the hallway.
And you said you hadn't known that your nose was bleeding until Jerry Judge pointed it out to you?
Yes, that's correct. I was unaware until he brought it up to me. I didn't see it when I was in the bathroom, but I wasn't looking.
So it's your testimony that you went into the bathroom and didn't look in the mirror, which I assume was in the bathroom, to notice that your nose is bleeding?
That's not why I went into the bathroom. I went into the bathroom crying. I don't even know if I paid attention to the mirror. I certainly didn't enough to notice any blood.
And you didn't take any pictures of your bloody nose either, did you?
I did not.
But pictures were taken of you in Russia, though. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We had a press or a dinner.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1248.
I gotta pick up my daughter. I'll be back.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp in Russia, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit.
All right, no objection. 1248 in evidence. You can publish.
And this is you and Mr. Depp in Russia for the Lone Ranger figure, correct?
It was a dinner function.
Destroyed.
I believe in promotion of the movie. Wasn't the premiere, if I recall.
You don't have any visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
That would be visible.
Let's look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1249.
All my visible injuries were on the inside.
This is a picture of you, isn't it right?
That's correct.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1249.
All right, 1249 in evidence.
This is also a picture from when you were in Russia for the Lone
I'll give
Ranger.
you this. That's the first time I've seen her look pretty.
That is correct.
And you have no visible injuries to your face, do you?
None that you can see.
None that you can see.
Even though Mr. Depp whacked you in the face so hard that your nose bled?
He did.
While wearing chunky big rings, right?
That's correct.
If any of these jurors have been punched with a ring, it's over. If their dad
You
wore
also
a ring when he
testify that
smacked
Mr.
them
Depp,
one time.
again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
Would
You
you?
didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
What?
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
You also understand that you're under an obligation to produce all medical records reflecting any injuries you allegedly sustained from Mr. Depp, correct?
That's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers. Everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your
Gotta nail her
nose
down on
after
this.
the Met Gala?
Yep.
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the All-Star Comedy Tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
That was the next
Legend.
night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken at this event.
Yes.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1252. This is a picture of you, Ms. Heard,
Yes, it is.
at that event,
Yes, it is.
the night after the Met Gala,
Yes, it is.
the night after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose.
I'm not sure if it was broken, for the record, but
What?
yeah, you should see what it looked like underneath the makeup.
Wow.
He whacked you so hard in the face that you thought you had broken your nose.
Exactly.
Now you're not sure.
Permission to admit this photograph.
All right, 1252.
They need to admit a photo of a tumor. Say, this is a picture of your soul, isn't it?
This is a picture of you, Mr. Depp, and Don Rickles, right?
That is correct.
Look how happy
Zoom in
Don
on
is.
her face.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1253.
Oh my gosh, this is nasty.
This is another picture from that evening, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, it is.
Just hammer with the facts.
Admit Exhibit 1253 and publish it.
All right, so moved. 1253 in evidence.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp at the event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought he had broken your nose.
He did whack me in the face, and I did think it broke my nose.
And this is you the night after.
Yes, it is.
Man, that Amica cream is something else.
Let's please pull up
It's
Plaintiff's
amazing how
Exhibit
well it works.
1254. This is also a picture of you at the same event.
We should get some of that for Dan Crenshaw. He can rub it on his missing eye.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1254.
All right, 1254 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And just to confirm now that the jury can see it, this is a picture of you at the same event the night after Mr. Depp allegedly whacked you in the face so hard you thought you broke your nose.
This is a picture of me after he did whack me in the face.
The night after, right?
Yes, it is. I believe it was the night after, yes.
Ooh.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Right.
Yes or no,
Makeup
please.
covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
No.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might
now
imagine.
she's a medical
For
expert.
me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
Oh, do you? Where's
A picture
the
you haven't produced or shown to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Talk to your counsel. Why won't they produce it?
Is it a doctored photo? Is that the problem?
may
It
we
was not
approach?
admitted?
Your Honor, may we approach? Holy shit. She is sitting here testifying that she produced things her counsel is unwilling to produce. Can we go into this? Can we ask, have you had conversations with your counsel about producing these documents? What has your counsel said to you about why you're not allowed to do this? She has raised this issue. Camille didn't elicit it. She would like to produce them. I mean, Your Honor, and Camille's probably saying,
you
Your
can't
Honor,
let this go. You can't let her imply to the jury that this favorable evidence for her exists, but her lawyers simply are choosing not to produce it.
right, because it also casts an implication on Camille and her team because they could produce it if they had it.
Right.
And they could criticize the picture. But she's saying, oh, she produced everything. Why don't we have a picture of her broken nose without makeup?
Amber is suggesting that Johnny Depp's legal team is not producing his photo. She's suggesting they have the photo because she produced everything.
Yep. Credit to Camille for not just going off in public and to calmly go to the bench after the second time that Amber has done this. She let the first implication slide.
Right. The judge is listening to this explanation from Cat Lady like, what? Says, no, Judge Moranis, it's like this. We can explain.
Oh, this is a nasty, nasty cross. I love it so far.
You think after Johnny wins the 50 million from her, he's going to take off his glasses and give her one last look at his eyes? 25 million an eyeball.
A big chat from Yellow Flash 2. What's up, buddy? He says she is going to need some Amica cream after this cross. So far, it is really, really.
She needs a new legal team from the firm of Amica and Amica.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, we've been waiting days. They've been setting up this cross. We've seen the furious note-taking by Camille and her co-counsel. I can't remember her name back here in the dark blue. I can't, Elizabeth, maybe? I can't remember her first name, but they have been very, very attentive to this thing. They've been prepping, and because of bad scheduling planning by Amber Heard's counsel, they gave them a week to examine 80% of the cross exam or 80% of the examination. So why you would do that is beyond me. They should have had Amber go before the doctor and gotten through the entire direct before cross and before the break. Not before cross, but before the break. What a bad play. Or they should have waited till after the break to run her and run a bunch of other nonsense first. Let's see. Devil's Advocate says, oh wait, read that one. Rick Nikita says, Camille to Hurd, say nothing. Listen with utmost care. He said, you understand me. You are in danger. You know this. You can see the tools against the far wall, but do not look at them. Look at me. Is that from Game of Thrones? When the weird guy is about to carve up the Theon. The troll formerly known as I Can Taste Fried Food says Amber's face is the picture perfect definition of hatred towards a person. Let's see. What do we got? What is it? Oh, that's from Warhammer. Oh shit. That's probably from Conrad then. There you go. Thank you. Restless Medic says picking up strong Gage Grosskreutz vibes from Amber Heard right now. What, destroying your entire case on cross? Ooh. Adam Trapp says, I would love to say Camille is my spirit animal, but I'm not that fierce. Mike the Dad Crosby says, Amica, would this all be considered as an amicus brief? XSSFD SSFD132 says Amber is going to be the new spokesperson for Preparation H following the ass reaming she's receiving.
I see a promising adult movie career for her. Like the rum ovaries.
Rum ovaries. Oh, God. Crystal Henderson says, theory, the mystery picture of her
Ms. Heard,
broken
you
nose.
testified that
Okay,
in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that nothing.
After the event?
I couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or misunderstood. It was on the way back from it was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256.
I'm assuming you have it. I do.
This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Part 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
Her whole back. I mean, I see a little bit of
I'll show
ass
you
there.
one other photo. If we could
Where
please
else
have
would it
Plaintiff's
be?
Exhibit 1257. This is a front angle picture of you and Mr. Depp at that premiere, correct?
That is correct.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1257.
All right, 1257.
By the way, again, she testified to this on direct about this incident, and they didn't produce the photo. That looks bad automatically, that this is having to
I'll show
come
you
into
one
the other
more
people.
picture.
Why didn't you
Plaintiff's
show the
Exhibit
photo?
1258. And again, Ms. Heard, this is you and Mr. Depp at the Mordecai premiere.
Yes, it is.
Move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1258.
All right, 1258 in evidence. Publish.
Irish Major Tom, not sure who won on the
And that's the
sidebar.
backless dress, right, Ms. Heard?
And now I've seen all of Amber Turd's back. All of it.
You also told this jury about an incident in Australia in March of 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You testified that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yeah, I would put that alleged
Yes,
in
that's
every
true.
time. She doesn't always
You
do that.
testified
That's a
that you had
mistake.
cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point, I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also raped with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your vagina as a result of that sexual assault.
Yes.
Start crying. Do it.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
Alleged injury.
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for the rape?
No, I did not want to tell you.
Alleged.
Not for the cuts?
No,
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
I didn't need to?
You also told the jury about an incident on December 15, 2015, right?
Where? I'm sorry.
December 15th, 2015.
Yes, that's correct.
You told this jury that after this incident, you had a broken nose.
It certainly felt like it.
Sir, do you recall giving testimony on day 16 in this trial? You were
Yes,
under
I do.
oath, right?
Yes.
You can have a transcript for the jury.
Oh, please nail her with the transcript. Like, none of these done some pussyfooting transcript impeachments before. Like,
okay.
It would be funny if Amber
right.
Heard sneezed right here and just covered the witness stand in cocaine.
her shoe just pixie dust. The bailiff walks by and falls unconscious. Oh, Judge.
Was that the judge farting? What was that?
Thank you.
No, it's her moving that mic.
Oh,
She just cranks on it. Like a Model T or whatever.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
All right, yes, ma'am.
And would you like a copy?
Yes, please.
maybe they could have Gage Grosskreutz sit in for her for a little bit.
I can do better than this chick. As a little bit of an abuser myself.
If I can please direct your attention, Ms. Heard, to page of day 16, 4593.
In fairness, Gage is
jury
probably the
trials
only
transcript.
man who could punch her in the face and not leave a mark.
You know what they say? Gage Grosskreutz. Sun's out, gun out. They should hand her a big binder full of all the evidence of the shit that never happened.
Lines.
Or an empty binder. Here's all the evidence you produced of your injuries, isn't there?
On which page? I'm sorry.
4593.
Yes.
starting on line 8. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly thought, excuse me, strike that, let's start over. I thought I probably had a concussion and certainly that I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over the pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor, all over the place actually. So lines 9, that I had a broken nose.
God, inside this broad's
Recall
head
giving that
is such a
testimony,
terrifying
Mr.
place.
Yes, exactly.
So you had a broken nose, right?
That's absolutely what I thought.
You had 2 black eyes after this incident, right?
I did have 2 black eyes after that incident.
And you testified that you also had a busted lip from when Mr. Depp punched you.
That is correct. From December, yes, that's correct.
You testified that the lip wound kept reopening when you moved your mouth.
That's correct.
You also testified that you had bruising on your temple
That's correct.
and bruising on your chin.
Correct.
You also testified that your head was bleeding from where Mr. Depp ripped chunks of your hair out.
I remember, yes.
And that you had, quote, gross, pussy, and, quote, bruising around your temple.
In my scalp, yeah.
Now, for this incident, you did take pictures.
That's correct.
And we will look at some of those in a minute. But I first want to talk to you about your appearance on the James Corden show.
Sure. Can I close this?
Sure.
Your appearance on the James Corden show, like that night or the next day.
You appeared on the James Corden show the day after this alleged incident, right?
I did.
And that was December 16th, 2015?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's please pull up a clip of your appearance from that evening. If we could, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35. And for the record, we will only be playing a portion of this, so we will call it Plaintiff's Exhibit 35A.
All right, any objection? 35A in evidence.
I grew up, in Texas riding horses and.
Oh, really?
Not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
Not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet, no. So I wanted to train for it, and there were some ballet sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person in the world, and I have no grace.
Right.
So I knew.
Your Honor, I'm
I
so
knew I had to
sorry,
train.
but it's not published to the jury. We may have it please published.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies. If we can please start that over.
Start it over, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, there we go.
I grew
Wow,
up
she looks like she's
riding horses.
She's a wreck.
Oh, really?
Not
Not a big ballet community out there in Texas.
not so much. Shooting guns, yes, but ballet.
Broken nose, 2 black
so
eyes.
I wanted to train for
bruising,
it, and
hair
there's
ripped
ballet
out.
sequences that we wanted to have the option to incorporate into the movie. So I trained forever, and I have 2 left feet. I'm the most klutzy person
Clearly
in the world,
concussed,
and I have
broken
no
nose.
grace. So I knew I had to train for it, and what they don't tell you, I crammed about 3 months of solid training in, and I'm kind of like working
That's
my
the
way
lip
up
that had the wound that kept
learning
opening every time she moved her mouth.
of ballet, and I've got these dances down technically perfectly. I'm learning all the movements, but the last thing we get to are the hands. And I haven't yet got to that point, but everything else is working. I'm acting it up on my face, and I'm selling the ballet. And I think I'm doing really good at this point, kind of nailing it. And so I send videos and images to my friends to like get encouragement, look for their support. And everyone shoots back, what's with the claw hand? And I look and I realize like all that stress and fear of performing and doing this thing had just kind of like funneled out through the one thing that I hadn't yet like
What were your hands doing?
So I'd be doing this amazing, I'd be doing like a jump with a back bend, and you can see this like graceful falling, and my hands are like and my face though is like, I've got that you saw in the clip, like this beautiful 1920s, stage makeup on, and like flower crowns and all this stuff, and then my hand and my face, and then my hands.
Ugh. Oh boy.
That was you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
That was.
Happy birthday to me.
Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Thanks, James Corden, for giving me that awful gift on my birthday. I'm glad I didn't watch it.
These are pictures of you on the James Corden show on December 16th, 2015, right, Ms. Heard?
They look like freeze frames, like screen grabs, stills. They're not like it's not like a photo shoot. It doesn't seem.
But on the James Corden show, correct?
From that appearance, yes.
Move to admit and publish Plaintiff's Exhibit 98.
Any objection? All right. And Ms. Britton, you could move the microphone and turn it on for you. So Judy and I are having trouble hearing you.
Sorry about that.
All right. Thank you. All right. 98 in evidence. Thank you.
Is your nose broken or your lip busted in any of these pictures?
That's a photo of you opening your mouth on the right, right?
That's correct.
And again, a larger view of the same photo on the bottom.
That's correct.
With a split lip.
You've seen pictures of it without makeup. Yes.
So you had a split lip when you were
sure
moving
did.
your mouth that way
I sure did.
in those photographs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
There you go. Let the jury see it.
You did take pictures of your alleged injuries after December 15th, correct? And you showed those to the jury?
I sure did, yes.
Okay. Let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 516, which is already in evidence. You testified that this is a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015, right?
It was.
That's her no makeup picture. Still
And
doesn't
if we
look
could
like
also
a
please
broken
pull up
nose.
Defendant's Exhibit 517, which is also in evidence.
Or black eyes.
Clearly the victim of a brutal beating.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is also a picture of you after the incident on December 15th, 2015.
That's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409, which is already in evidence.
I know it's Arnica, not Amica, but they called it Amica. That's the joke.
These pictures ended up in People magazine in June of 2016. Isn't that right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
How'd that happen?
You gave these pictures to People magazine after you publicly accused Mr. Depp of domestic abuse, didn't you?
I didn't personally know.
Oh, who did?
This was you protecting Mr. Depp after you got the restraining order against him, isn't it?
No, this is him calling me a liar and me forcing to prove it, as I mentioned to you earlier.
So you did give these pictures to People magazine?
No, I gave these pictures actually to
the U.S.
my
Postal
lawyers
Service. They
and
gave them to
representatives at the time.
So it's your testimony, Ms. Heard, that your lawyers and representatives gave these pictures of their client to People magazine in the middle of a contentious divorce?
I certainly did not personally give it, no.
You also have a medical record from after the December 15th, 2015 incident, don't you?
It worked, by the
A
way.
partial one, yes.
You went to see Dr. Kipper's office a couple days later.
That's right. He wasn't in the office.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 47, which is already in evidence?
I didn't give it to him. My lawyers did. But remember, she
This
got
is
a
your
killer
medical
deal on the
record for
divorce.
December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't-
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right. Okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Partially?
Scroll down, please, if we could.
What is it from another visit also? It's
The
signed by
signature,
Dr. Kipper.
down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
All right, bitch.
Please go.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
under
you.
skin on the second page, it reads intact, normal color, moisture, hair distribution, texture, turgor. No signs of, oh, this is going to be hard. Cyanosis?
Cyanosis.
Jaundice?
You tell she went to law school.
It also says I'm a well-nourished male.
Right. I have no idea what that means.
I think this medical record's missing a lot of things.
Yeah. It doesn't document any physical injuries.
Doesn't seem to be documenting anything.
It documents several things.
Probably because there was nothing to document, right, Ms. Hurd?
I disagree with you on that.
Did you disagree with the doctor who documented it and recommended
You don't have any
care?
medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I saw an ENT after my relationship ended.
That's not an answer.
So?
And you saw an ENT, it's your testimony under oath that you saw an ENT for broken noses that you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp?
No, but the ENT told me I sustained
Objection.
multiple fractures.
No, I'm going to move to strike.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll move to strike.
Thank you. So again, just to try my question, there's no medical records reflecting that you broke your nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp, is there, Ms. Hurd?
I don't know what made it an evidence, but I do know that I documented that visit and that everything was given to my attorneys.
An
Ms. Hurd,
ENT,
you never
ear,
went
nose,
to
and
see
throat.
any doctor or surgeon to treat a broken nose during your relationship with Mr. Depp. Yes or no?
I never sought treatment for broken nose while I was with Johnny.
Or after you were with Mr. Depp as a result of any injuries you sustained as a result of Mr. Depp.
Afterwards, yes, I did.
And you didn't produce those medical records in this case.
I object, Your Honor. She did.
I did.
I don't know.
They have not been produced, Your
Yet
Honor.
they not only
All right,
been
if you would
produced.
come and approach.
So an ENT, not an EMT, ear, nose, and throat doctor. But again,
Well, she's
of
dropping
what-
the ball here. This is poor questioning because she's leaving the door open for this kind of counter argument. Records, I'm sure records were produced of an ENT visit, but the question is, were they produced for an ENT visit for injuries as a result of Johnny Depp beating her up? That's the critical point there.
Right. And again, like an ENT that says at some point in your history you had a broken nose does not say that you got a broken nose from Johnny Depp.
She needs to break up the question. It's too compound, and it leaves the opportunity for
the
Cat Lady
weaseling.
to do exactly what she's doing here.
Yeah.
Did you have a meeting with an ENT after the marriage? Yes. Did you tell that doctor it was because Johnny broke your nose? No.
You don't have any medical records reflecting that you required any dental work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You don't recall one way or another seeking dental care for any injuries you allegedly sustained?
You asked me about if I had produced records or if I had records. That's a different question.
Did you ever see a dentist or an oral surgeon as a
Yes.
result of any injuries you sustained with Mr. Depp?
Not about any injury I had from Johnny, no.
Well, that's the
And you
relevant
don't have any
point.
medical records reflecting that you required any reconstructive work during your relationship with Mr. Depp, do you?
I never required reconstructive work, so there would be no records.
What you do have, Ms. Hurd, are pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping, though, right? The jury saw a lot of those.
Yes.
Ms. Hurd, let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1090, which is already in evidence.
And we're gonna this is an interesting comparison. Hopefully the jury's picking up on it. You've got pictures of Johnny sleeping, but you
took
don't
this
have your
photograph,
medical
right, Ms.
records.
Hurd?
That's correct.
You focus
And you
on all this stuff,
testified that
but
this
not
was
your
taken
own.
in Tokyo in July
proof.
of 2013, correct?
Yes.
So you decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep on the floor?
He was passed out.
That's a
And I
yes.
took a picture of him because he wouldn't remember. He claimed he didn't pass out that way. And sometimes security would carry him like a baby into bed, get him changed, and he would be none the wiser. So I started taking pictures of it so that he knew that it was real, that it had gotten this bad.
Security didn't testify to that, did they?
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit
had him on the stand, didn't
1091,
you?
which is already in evidence.
Even if true, it's not abuse.
Took this picture as well.
Yes.
And this is a picture that was taken in the Bahamas, right?
It's one of them, yes.
Got to be 100
And
pictures
this is a
of me
picture of
like
Mr.
that.
Depp taking a nap on his tropical island.
I believe he was on the nod, but as he would say.
Sleeping on the nod on his island.
They're very different, in my opinion. And
Okay.
yes, he is on the island.
On vacation.
We were on vacation, yes.
Let's also take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1092, which is also in evidence. We also took this picture, right, Ms. Heard?
That's correct. I did.
And this is another picture of Mr. Depp asleep in a chair.
Another violent
No,
Johnny
he
Depp
was
photo.
nodding off. Sleep is different. When you're nodding off, you're high on drugs, didn't even feel the cigarette in his hand that had, been burning on his leg. It was cause for alarm for me, naturally, because I cared about
So
him.
you took a picture?
It's your testimony under oath that Mr. Depp is holding a cigarette in this picture?
He had been.
I removed it right before the picture.
You seem to really like taking pictures of Mr. Depp while he's sleeping, don't you?
I hated it. I hated it.
Let's look at Defendant's Exhibit 1094, which is also in evidence. You took this picture of Mr. Depp as well, didn't you?
I did.
You decided to take a picture of Mr. Depp asleep with ice cream spilled all over him, right?
He was nodding off, and I was worried about how bad the medications and the medication change and the drug use had gotten, where he wouldn't even feel ice cream or a lit cigarette on him, and it scared me.
So you took a picture of it.
Yes, I wanted him to get help, and Johnny's surrounded by enablers who clean up after him.
Objection,
and protect
Your
him.
Honor, I'm going to move to strike everything after yes, that she took this picture.
Still responsive, Your Honor.
The question was, did you take this picture?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. This isn't a very flattering picture of Mr. Depp, is it?
No, it's not.
You wouldn't agree that this is, or you would agree with me that this is an embarrassing scene, right?
Yes, I think it's a part of getting help is looking at it, seeing it.
But you sent this picture to one of your friends, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Oh.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 252.
Your text message with the picture
We'll only be
attached?
looking at the portion of this document. So if we could please call it Defendant's Exhibit 252A.
252A.
And for ease, we've gone ahead and redacted it.
Yes, I was asking for support. That's correct.
There's no question yet.
I didn't
Ms. Hood.
ask you a question.
So directing your attention, I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 252A.
Any objection? Any objection, Ms. Berto? Could you turn your microphone again? I'm sorry. Thank you.
I need to see it first because I
Okay.
don't know what they redacted.
252.
We redacted the identifiers and anything that's not misheard
Go up or down on
text messages. Consistent with hearsay.
I'm really curious how the jury's taking this testimony, this cross-exam so far.
You want me to reapproach?
Okay.
Your Honor, I object. This is damaging to my client.
It's a defense exhibit, so it's theirs. RS. Oh, wait, no.
Oh, she looks happy.
Oh, this lawyer back
Yeah.
here? Yeah. Well, she's been the one helping Camille prep this thing, so I think she's very happy with how it's going.
Just an amazing job. Amazing.
Crystal Henderson says, theory, the mystery picture of her broken nose is really badly doctored / made up. That's why they aren't showing it. Yeah, or there isn't a picture and she's just misrepresenting that there was one. But I mean, it doesn't matter. If the jury is picking up what Camille's laying down, and that is a big if, but if the jury's picking it up, you were happy to produce all of these pictures, none of them to corroborate your actual alleged abuse. Like, that's why you have pictures of you with a broken nose, bleeding out of your nose.
Blood all over the pillows, chunks of hair missing from her head.
Yeah, the James Corden thing. I mean, remember the testimony. The night before, she was beaten into unconsciousness, had her hair ripped out all over the place, and had her lip busted. A split lip. Now, she might try and draw a distinction that a split lip means a little bit of blood coming out of your lip. Most people think of a split lip as your lip has physically split apart from itself, because that sometimes happens when you get punched and your teeth cut your lip. And it hurts. Seaton the Sir Gaming and Stuff says hashtag ice cold Camille sounds like she's reading Amber Heard her last rites. The cold confidence she exhibits makes me feel like she moonlights as an assassin when she's not killing it in the courtroom.
And every question with, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah. Miss Heard, you admit that you didn't produce a picture, correct? Vaya con Dios. Legend of Derry says Amber's demons awakening during that cross caused the blackout. Yeah, that was weird. RS Amica cream is not for internal use. You may think its miraculous healing power obviated the need for medical attention, but that was actually thanks to her steel trap. Seth Williams says Camille really shouldn't play with her food so much. Rick Nikita says, is that from Game of Thrones?
Sir, does this refresh your recollection that you did in fact send this picture to your friend Rocky Pennington?
Yes, I did.
And you sent it to her on August 7th, 2014 at 11:24 p.m., correct?
That is correct.
So you sent Miss Pennington this picture of Mr. Depp with ice cream spilled on him, right?
That is correct.
And you wrote, quote, "This is what I've been dealing with," end quote. Did I read that right?
You did read that right. That's correct.
And this is you protecting Mr. Depp.
That is me getting support from my best friend.
This is you supporting Mr. Depp.
This is me getting support from my best friend. I also need support.
You weren't afraid the monster would get upset that you took this picture?
This was Opiate Johnny. This is a different version of him. This is Opiate on the Nod Johnny.
And you weren't afraid that Opiate Johnny, or the monster as you called him, would get upset that you sent this picture to your friend?
Well, he's all of those things. Of course he could get upset. Of course that's scary to me, of course. But
didn't stop you from sending this picture to your friend, did it?
Why would it?
Mr. Depp's right hand is in his pocket, right, Miss Heard? In this
Yes,
picture?
that's correct.
You also showed this jury pictures of cocaine. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh,
Please
go
take a
through
look
those
at one of
pictures.
those. We
No,
could
look
please
at
pull
all
up
of them.
Defendant's Exhibit 167A, which is already in evidence.
Oh, I hope they go through all of these pictures with the multiple changes to the table and the different framing and the different lighting that they used to stage it.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to a photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in
That's not
Orange.
much cocaine.
Yes,
And this is your breakfast table.
that is correct.
Oh, maybe for breakfast.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
Uh-oh.
That is correct.
So this
So
is what the
he cut
table
a couple
looked
lines
like
and walked
after Mr.
away?
Depp had been doing cocaine.
Oh, here we go.
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I
Here-
see 4 lines.
Here it comes.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Let's bring up the next defense picture.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
Doesn't stay on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
No, go through all the other pictures with the
and that's
differences.
a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there, back right.
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked.
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
This isn't the
And
only
when you
picture
sent
took
it,
of
you
that
said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine, sitting next to cocaine.
In the
I don't
frame with
know.
cocaine
I
at
don't know.
all.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
And you also captured a video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen.
Show
was
the other
played again for
pictures.
this jury today, beating up some cabinets. Do you recall that?
Sorry, say that again?
You recall capturing Mr. Depp in the kitchen of one of his homes, beating up some cabinets?
Yes. Slamming things around, yes.
So you took that video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen, right?
I did. I did.
And you took it on one of your iPad devices?
I took it on my iPad.
You were deposed in August of 2016 in connection with your divorce proceedings from Mr. Depp, right?
That is correct.
And you will recall that the video of Mr. Depp in the kitchen was released online the day before your deposition in August of 2016, don't you?
That's correct.
You're the one who released that video.
Incorrect.
Isn't that true?
I gave it to TMZ.
That's incorrect. I
They
flew in
released
from
it.
another place at the time. I remember learning about it when I landed.
So it's just a coincidence that the video you took of Mr. Depp was released the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp.
I absolutely had nothing to do with that. I wouldn't even know how to do something like that.
Oh.
You settled your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
That sounds right.
And in connection with that settlement, you received $7 million from Mr. Depp, true?
That's correct.
And then
6.8 exactly.
your settlement amount was $7 million.
That's correct.
And then you released a statement in which you claimed you would be donating the entire $7 million to charity, right?
That's correct.
You stated you would be donating half of the $7 million to the ACLU,
That's correct.
and you would be donating the other half to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That is correct.
And you also stated, with respect to the $7 million divorce settlement, that money played no role except for the extent that you could donate the money to charity.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1259.
I don't think she's going to go into the other pictures of the tables, and I think that's a miss.
This is an article entitled Amber Heard Donates Johnny Depp Divorce Settlement to Charity. Read her statement in full.
I suddenly lost your picture.
That's what the title says, yes.
Directing your
Mine?
attention to the portion on the
I don't
second
see you
page
here.
where it says,
Oh no!
Weird.
Sorry.
Read the statement
Sorry.
below.
My mistake. Never mind. I'm drunk on seltzer.
Is that the statement you released, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit the statement and the article as redacted.
Objection, hearsay.
It's her statement.
It's her statement, adverse to her interests.
This is not her statement. This is
She just testified, Your Honor, that it's her statement.
May I see the full?
No, she
everything else
just
is redacted.
testified. It's that her statement. What are you going to do?
Okay, then I have no objection.
All right, 1259 in evidence as redacted.
It's not her statement. She just testified that it was.
The statement reads, as described in the restraining order and divorce settlement, money played no role for me personally and never has, except to the extent that I could donate it to charity, and in doing so, hopefully help those less able to defend themselves. As reported in the media, the amount received in the divorce was $7 million, and $7 million is being donated. This is over and above any funds that I have given away in the past and will continue to give away in the future. Did I read that correctly?
That is correct. I don't remember that last line, but I have
Stop.
It doesn't stand out to me as wrong.
There's nothing inaccurate in the statement.
Not that I recognize, no.
Mr. Depp donated $100,000 of the divorce settlement directly to the ACLU. Is that right?
Right at the beginning of the divorce settlement, he donated $100,000 to each charity on my behalf or towards my contribution.
So $100,000
to each,
to the ACLU.
And to the Children's Hospital.
And in response, you publicly demanded that Mr. Depp pay the divorce settlement directly to you instead of the charities, right?
That was always the agreement, actually, is for him to pay me directly. It was not his money as per the settlement agreement to give away and reap a tax benefit from. I said if he wants to do it and give to charity all of a sudden, then he should pay the correct amount and not try to get a big tax break for it. So effectively for his tax bracket, he should be paying double that amount to the charity directly. And if he wanted to pay the charity directly, he could. He could do that, was fine with me, but he would need to pay the adjusted amount.
Ultimately, the rest of the $7 million divorce settlement was paid directly to you, right?
Over time, yes.
Tax
And Mr. Depp didn't
funds
end
on
up paying the
divorce.
rest of the $7 million divorce settlement directly to the charities you identified.
That is correct. He paid them installments to me.
You stopped that from happening, didn't you?
I don't understand what your question is. I'm sorry.
You stopped Mr. Depp from paying the charities that you had named directly.
That is incorrect. I said if you want to pay the charities directly, pay the adjusted amount or pay as per our agreement in the settlement or in the divorce as per our agreement.
Or imaginary adjusted
And
amount.
he chose to do the former, not the latter. I mean,
the
the
adjusted
other way
amount
around.
doesn't exist, by the way.
You also publicly stated that the $7 million divorce settlement should be paid to the charities immediately in full, right?
If he wanted to pay it in the way that he was suggesting, yes.
And you said publicly that the payments to the charities should not be drawn out over many years, right?
I said that I don't recall the exact words that I used, but basically that he shouldn't use this as a novel interest in getting a tax break. That if he wanted to do that and not pay me the settlement, that was fine, but he would have to
Why
pay
did
the
you
adjusted
need
amount
after-tax
and
funds for
not
charity?
make it, a commitment.
The charity was going to get the same amount of money.
Try to avoid in some other way.
And that's because you wanted the entire world to think that you were donating every penny of the $7 million divorce settlement as soon as you received it from Mr. Depp. Isn't that right?
No, I was going to be receiving it in installments and I would be paying in installments the donations.
She didn't pay an
In
installment.
fact, you released a statement in response to Mr. Depp's $100,000 donations to the ACLU and CHLA, didn't you?
I don't recall.
Let's see if we can refresh your recollection. Please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1260.
Yeah, if you don't care about the money and you just want the money to go to ACLU and Children's Hospital, You don't need an
This is an
after
article
tax
entitled Amber Heard and
settlement for
Johnny
your
Depp
divorce.
row over divorce donations. And if I could direct your attention to where it says, I believe it's on the second page.
Because when
Her
she received
spokeswoman responded in a statement. The language that follows the
Objection.
statement you released.
Objection, hearsay,
her
spokeswoman, it's not her.
spokeswoman,
A spokesperson is an exception, Your Honor.
literal agent. Yeah, if you are going to donate money to someone and you're going to demand that I pay for it, then it doesn't have to be after tax dollars for my donation. That's you going to take the you get the after tax dollars so that they're tax exempt for you. But you don't need to make, why would you need that to make a charitable contribution that followed? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Charity gets the same money either way.
Yeah. There is no, like, this adjusted amount that he could have paid 14 million. Well, I mean, sure, he could have, but the divorce amount wasn't for 14 million.
You released a statement
May
through.
we approach again?
Okay.
Did you not resolve this issue right before?
She got a text message from her cat.
I'd be very curious to find out how a statement from a spokesperson is not an agent that would be considered a hearsay exception. I'd be kind of baffled by that line of argument, unless they're going to argue that it wasn't a spokesperson for her.
Before we ask the next question, I'll just hand you a copy of this one.
I want to see it before you ask.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. That's exactly what I said.
Bitch.
The sidebars don't eat. Well, I mean, they eat away at both parties' time. No, this judge is keeping strict time on both parties. I don't know if you saw that, but they have a literal like
I'd like to see
chess
as well.
clock.
No, that's all right. That's fine. Thank you.
So is this tax thing a way to give Amber money? Yeah, her getting post-tax dollars and then never donating them would mean she gets $7 million that she doesn't have to report to the IRS.
Please turn your microphone on. I'm sorry.
Which would be fine if that was what the agreement was.
Redacted, but I don't have the unredacted to be able to see the full document.
I plan to admit it or ask that it be admitted in redacted form. I'm taking away any hearsay, and I'm just trying to lay the foundation that this is a statement she released through a spokesperson.
How would I know whether there's more to it that shouldn't be redacted, Your Honor, if I don't see the full document?
Are you accusing them of of doing an improper redaction? Here's the unredacted copy.
Your Honor, the witness can testify as to whether this is a full statement or not.
The witness can't do. We have the right to be able to see the document.
All right. Do you have a document that's not redacted?
We can pull it up on our computers.
Okay.
Just give us a moment, Your Honor.
All right.
I can represent this is the full statement that's reported.
Okay, give her an opportunity to look at the unredacted one.
Thank you.
Now this is eating into plaintiff's time. But the plaintiff was already like 4 hours ahead going into today. Oh man, Mullet Man. He left. He's leaving. No. We need you. We need your energy. We need you to ride a motorcycle back into the courtroom. Let's see. Rick Nikita says, is that from Game of Thrones? No, it's from the Ordo Hereticus dummy. Sorry, I'm rusty. I apologize.
Sorry, Ms. Rado. May I approach?
Yes.
Here you go. Wendy Blank says, as a woman that lived through a violent marriage, there's no amount of stage makeup that can hide the knotting that forms under facial tissue after a punch or a ringed backhand. Yeah, I mean, I think them going through the pictures one by one is pretty brutal. That was very effective. 11 Bravo Crunchy. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Nick, can you have someone clip and publish just Amber Heard's cross exam? I missed most of today's stream. Also,
So,
at one
Your
point.
Honor, can we have a copy of this?
You can get a copy of that later. Okay.
Right.
All right.
I mean, I think she should be giving us copies of the full.
Well, I
thing
understand, but
before.
we'll take care of that. But
Okay.
as of right now, can we continue?
We can, Your Honor, but I have an objection because of, there's some quotation marks missing.
Okay, come forward.
Okay. Also, at 1.75x playback speed, you sound like Ben Shapiro. Take that how you will. We'll see. I don't know. We might clip the Amber Heard cross exam, or we might do best moments. Not sure. It's gonna be another day of cross exam, probably.
Look at our bright sunlight, Nick. I hope Amber doesn't wander into that stream of light.
Yeah, she just turns to dust immediately. Mr. Shado, oh my God, the Camille and Johnny's public flirtation was a play to get Amber to glance over. If that was a play, Camille is genius and not someone I would ever F with. BN, yayo and yay is slang for cocaine. Yay for morning sounds a lot like yay for breakfast, doesn't it? Looks like those lines might have been for herself. No, there's several pictures where she's got various states of the table as it progressed as she was staging it. I wish they would have gone through those.
All right.
I don't think I've ever seen people cut lines and then walk away.
So directing your
Yeah,
attention,
what if the wind
Heard,
blows?
where it says
Or dog comes up.
spokeswoman
Yeah, the dog
responded
got
in
pooped on the
statement.
bed.
Your
The
Honor-
language that follows.
Your Honor, again, she can't read it. She has to show
The language that follows.
Right. If you want to lay a
Is this-
foundation to that, go ahead.
You released a statement after Mr. Depp donated $100,000 to the ACLU and $100,000 to CHLA. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I think so, yes.
And the language that follows is the statement you released in response to Mr. Depp's donations, right?
I don't know if this is the official statement. I have no idea.
The statement that starts
Objection, Your Honor.
at Amber Heard. That's the only thing I'm going to say. Would you please read that to yourself, Ms. Heard?
She's going to testify that she doesn't recall. This is the hard part about introducing evidence through an adversarial witness.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So all of that over
Did you
nothing.
read all the way to the very bottom where the last word is supported?
Yes.
That's a statement you released through your spokeswoman after Mr. Depp made the donations to the CHLA and the ACLU. Correct, Ms. Heard?
I do not recall exactly what my statement was. I don't disagree with anything in the statement, but I just simply don't recall what the statement was we released.
Is there anything inaccurate in that statement, Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to move to admit.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I'll overrule the objection. 1260 in evidence. Over.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moranis has had enough. No.
Yeah, that was silly. That whole thing was a waste of the court's
Statement
time.
reads, Amber Heard appreciates Johnny Depp's novel interest in supporting two of her favorite charities, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union for Domestic Violence, and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. This is great and unexpected news. And it continues. However, if Johnny wishes to change the settlement agreement, we must insist that he honor the full amount by donating $14 million to charity, which, after accounting for his tax deduction, is equal to his $7 million payment obligation to Amber. And it continues. We would
That makes
also
no
insist
sense.
that the full amount be paid immediately and not drawn out over many years. Anything less would be a transparent attempt by Johnny's counsel, Laura Wasser and Patty Glazer, to reduce their client's true payment by half under the guise of newfound concern for charities that he has never previously supported, end quote. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. After this, you kept commenting about the donation of your divorce settlement, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay. You spoke about donating your divorce settlement on a Danish TV show, correct?
I believe I said I had, I believe I said I donated it to charity, but it was already printed or already commented on and stated in the press. I had already released that information in the press. I think I just confirmed it on that show.
You appeared on a show called RTL Late Night, right?
I don't recall what show it was.
If we could please play Plaintiff's Exhibit 346, which is a portion of your appearance on this program. And we would ask that it be moved into evidence and ask for permission to publish it.
It contains, it has hearsay, it contains other communications with other individuals.
Your Honor, if we may approach very briefly.
Okay. The defense is, to give the defense credit, they're doing what they needed to do here. They need to slow Camille down. They need to make this boring. They need the jury to lose interest in the story as much as possible, because the story is not good here. And again, if Amber Heard is concerned about giving $7 million to charity, she shouldn't care how it comes out of Johnny Depp's wallet. That doesn't make any sense except to punish him.
Right.
There's no reason for him to be particularly punished by the donation. It should go to her and then go to the charity or go directly to the charity. Either way, if it goes to her and she sends it to the charity, she gets the write-off for the amount that she would have had to otherwise count as other income through alimony or spousal support or settlement agreement or whatever. You don't get an exception from that stuff. I think you might get an exception for child support, but I don't think you do for spousal. But I'm not a tax. I don't know. We'll call the IRS and they'll give us an ambiguous answer.
All this was spelled out in the divorce agreement. She doesn't get to retroactively change the terms so that Johnny can have a bigger tax bill.
And a reminder that Johnny's testimony was that they only did this because she wasn't making the donations. That was the purpose of doing this way. She's supposed to make the donations, doesn't make them. She gets Elon Musk to make them for her, but, doesn't do it herself. John Lennon says Depp testified he donated in her name and she got the write-off. Yeah, and again, if she's getting post-tax dollars, she should not be taking a charity write-off on that, I don't think. Yeah, because the idea of why
what would be the tax deduction on money she didn't pay taxes on?
Right. I'm saying there shouldn't be one, but she might have taken one, or she might have otherwise tried to take one. This is why it doesn't make sense for her to demand the money post-tax at all. Like it's a cumbersome step. It's a punitive step, I should say, just to make him pay more. I mean, that's the reality.
So if we could please play and publish to the jury Plaintiff's Exhibit 346.
346 in evidence.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your way when you said all this. And then there was a divorce settlement. You got $7 million. People were saying this is all about the money. But then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
$7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent organization, nonprofit organization in the United States. It's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized communities on the ground and in legislative reform.
Right.
And
well, more power to you, because that's something that I've never heard
I wanted nothing.
Was donated $7 million.
This interview was in October of 2018. Right, Ms. Heard?
I don't recall when it was.
First payment.
It was in 2018. Right, Ms. Heard?
I don't remember when this was done.
This was after you had received the full $7 million of your divorce settlement for Mr. Depp, wasn't it?
Again, without knowing when it was recorded, I have no idea.
The $7 million divorce settlement was paid to you in full by February of 2018, right?
That's correct.
Let's take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 1458, which is already in evidence.
She lied to the public. What, 6 months after having that
This
money?
is the deal point
8
memorandum
months.
from your divorce settlement, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
And if we go down to the bottom of page 4, there's a heading labeled equalization payment. Do you see that?
Yes.
And underneath that, it outlines a payment schedule for the divorce payments, correct?
Yes.
Well, it begins to. And if we go on page 5, so the first payment is scheduled for August 31st, 2016, and that's $200,000, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made that payment directly.
You got to turn on your microphone, Ms. Berderhoff. I'm not going to hear you.
Objection to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to that.
Okay.
She's
It's
asking if she remembers.
He literally testified to it in court.
I'll overrule objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp's accountant, Edward White, testified that he made the payment directly to the ACLU and CHLA, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the rest of the payments were all made to you, weren't they?
That is correct.
And the final payment of $2.3 million is on February 1st, 2018, right?
The final payment, yes.
And you were here in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule.
I'm going to object to her testifying to what Mr. White testified to.
I'll
It's an
overrule the
improper.
objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You were in here. You heard it,
And you were
didn't
here
you?
in court when Mr. White testified that the payments were all made on schedule, right?
I don't believe they were. He might have
That's
testified
not my
to that.
question, Ms. Heard. My question was, you were here in court when Mr. White testified under oath that all the payments were made on schedule.
I was here every day in court. I heard his testimony, yes.
Okay. So back to October of 2018, this was before Mr. Depp sued you for defamation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He didn't sue you until after the op-ed came out in December of 2018, right?
He sued me in 2019.
And the op-ed came out in December of 2018.
So you could have paid the entire
So in
amount. You
October
said
of
you paid the entire
2018,
amount.
you had received your entire $7 million divorce settlement. You would
That-
agree with me.
That is correct.
And you hadn't yet been sued by Mr. Depp.
This is October, correct.
So in this October 2018 interview, you said that you had, quote, donated, end quote, your entire divorce settlement to charity, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, your exact words were, quote, $7 million in total was donated to, I split it between the ACLU and the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, end quote, right?
That's correct. I made that statement as soon as I got a divorce and we reached the settlement. That's when I pledged it, right then.
And you say
Okay.
this
Pledge.
because you, quote, wanted nothing, end quote.
That is correct.
But you hadn't donated your
actually donate it.
entire $7 million settlement to charity at that point, had you?
That's incorrect.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. Isn't that right?
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety
No,
of the
Ms. Heard,
settlement,
that's
$7
not
million
my
to
question.
charity, and I
Ms. Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those
Ms.
obligations.
Heard, that's not my question. Please,
What was
try to
your
answer
question?
my question.
Try to follow along.
Sitting here today, you have not donated the $7 million, donated, not pledged, donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
I use pledge and donation synonymous with one another.
But I
They're the same
don't.
thing.
Ms. Heard,
But I don't. That was
I
good.
don't use it synonymously.
That's how donations are paid.
Ms. Heard,
No, it is not.
respectfully, that's not my question. As of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the ACLU. Yes or no?
I have not yet.
And as of today, you have not paid $3.5 million of your own money to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, correct?
I have not yet. Johnny sued me.
So as of today, you have not paid $7 million of your divorce settlement to charity, right?
I have not been able to fulfill those obligations.
Why?
Yet.
You had the money before he sued you.
And that's because you did want something, didn't you?
I didn't want anything and I didn't get anything.
You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
Didn't get it, wasn't interested in it.
You did get it.
I loved Johnny, that's why I was with him.
You wanted praise for donating the money, right?
That's incorrect.
Then
You
why'd you
wanted
talk
the
about it?
press.
In general, one does want good press, yes.
You wanted to seem altruistic publicly.
Wasn't my interest. My interest is in my name and clearing my name. And at the time, I was being
Why
called a
didn't you
liar
donate the money?
and my motives were being questioned. I did see it as important to clear that up. I wanted to make a statement to make sure that there was not any doubt that I couldn't be labeled these things just because Johnny was a bigger star and had more publicity reach.
You wanted to remind everyone of your claims of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, right?
No, I wanted to move on with my life.
You wanted to make those claims seem believable.
They are believable. They were
You wanted
believable.
them to be seen, you wanted to be seen, as a noble victim of domestic violence,
I
didn't
have
you?
never wanted to be seen as a victim. Nor have I ever called myself one.
Call her victim every single time.
Yeah, push that
Testified
button,
under
baby.
oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
No.
Donating and pledging are
Ms.
different things.
This is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
Just keep letting her lie like
when
this.
you say
It's
you buy a
perfect.
house, you don't pay
Ms.
for the
Heard,
entire
Ms.
house
Heard,
at one time.
respectfully,
You
You
do.
pay
I'm not
over
asking,
time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
No, you actually pay for the entire house at one time. That's how
That
you buy a
statement
house.
isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But
to
you didn't
charity.
donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those
So that's a no,
obligations.
right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You
could have
had all
fulfilled
of
it.
the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
But it's true.
Let's look at your sworn testimony from the UK.
No, make her answer. That's not an answer. She can clarify her context on the redirect.
Can they draw the shades in the courtroom?
All right,
The
yes,
lawyer has to stand there with the sun blaring in your face like that? That would be really
Thank you.
annoying. Look at where the
Ms.
sun
Vasquez,
falls
do you
when
want me
she.
to close the shades?
Oh, she looks like an angel.
There's this light coming across. And
So I appreciate that.
Has to be a
It's
little
probably good
uncomfortable.
light. Thank
Let me
you.
get a diffuser and redirect it behind me so I look like I have a halo.
Give her a pair of those pixelated shades.
This is your third witness statement that you submitted in the UK action, right, Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And this statement was made under oath, true?
That is true.
I'm directing your attention to the last page of that statement. That's your signature, right?
Yes, it is.
So you made this sworn statement on February 26, 2020.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to paragraph 4.
Please say she said I paid. That'd
It
be even
says,
funnier.
Quote, I remained financially independent from him the whole time we were together, and the entire amount of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
The him you were referring to is Mr. Depp.
That is correct.
Hey, can I
Money
pledge
that
$10
was
million to
donated
a charity
to
of tax
you and
deduction?
the HOA in your name came from someone else.
Yep.
Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by most of.
Well, most of the money you
at least
donated.
$500,000 that was donated to the ACLU in your name wasn't paid by you, right?
I believe Elon made a donation in my honor on one of the years.
Honor.
And it didn't come out of your $7 million divorce settlement, right?
No, nor did it count towards my pledge.
Well, your pledge is meaningless.
And at least
You haven't paid it.
$500,000 that was donated to the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles in your name wasn't paid by you either.
Right, those were made at the same time.
Elon knows how to
And
pay
it
a
didn't
bitch to
come out
go
of the
away.
$7 million divorce settlement.
Nor did it count to my 3.5 obligation.
Those $500,000 payments came
The
from
obligation
your
you've never
boyfriend,
met.
Elon Musk, right?
I don't know if he was a new boyfriend at the time.
You got him to pay part of what you promised to these two charities, didn't you?
Incorrect.
Because you wanted to keep at least some of the $7 million divorce settlement for yourself, right?
You're very
Yes.
wrong about that.
I think this, if Your Honor is
Okay, you
fine,
said
this is a good
it's
stopping
breaking
point.
point. Okay, that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll stop here for the evening. Remember tonight, do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case with anybody. I know these days are a little longer, and I appreciate your patience and your taking care of everything here. Please take care of yourself tonight, okay? And we'll see you in the morning at 9 a.m.
This testimony about that money is, I mean, I don't know. To me, it makes her look very bad. Because every juror there, these jurors are not multimillionaires who are going, well, I pledged $7 million, therefore my $7 million
Again, Ms.
will
Richards,
get
you're
paid.
still on the witness stand. Please do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow then? All right, we'll see you at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
All right.
See, there it was again.
Yeah.
Don't discuss it with anybody to include your attorneys.
But you know, the Amber Heard supporting Karens are going to be like, no, that she's telling the truth. That those things mean the same thing. Pledge, donate. What's the difference? She would have paid it.
I don't think there's that many of them. Oh, there's the gallery waiting for Johnny Depp to wave,
they're
and all waving back.
How funny.
God, it must be lonely in that courtroom for Amber Heard. It must be lonely.
So all those women are there for Johnny.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like Rob, the law and lumber guy, he testified. He earlier spoke about how there may be like one row of them. Oh wait, there's a law tube crew there in the back. Oh no. I think they were going to go try and say hello to the counsel or something. It looked like they were angling to get towards the front, but Nick called DUI guy. They all have the invite. So if they want to pop out and pop in the stream, Runkle has it, Law and Lumber has it, and DUI guy. Any of them can pop in. We'll see. They may be exhausted. They probably want to go take a 4.5 hour nap before they have to go back for the next day.
They'd be pretty entertaining if they popped on though.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm really curious what their perceptions of that cross were. What did you think of the cross?
I mean, it was fine. I mean, she did a good job. I would have used, alleged, claimed, purported a lot more. Yeah. Because if you just repeat it without that conditional term, it makes it sound like you're reaffirming that it actually happened.
Yeah, I can see that. Whoa, that was a weird sound. I don't know what that was. Oh, that was probably on the courtroom feed. Never mind. I can see that. What do you think about the charity thing? I mean, do you think it looks good, looks bad?
I'd like to see a different way for them to drive home that pledge and donate are not the same things, that it's deceptive to, I mean, when you make a pledge, the money's still in your bank.
Yeah.
It's your money. Once you've donated, it's their money. That's a pretty substantive difference.
Well, and importantly, she's drawing interest off of this. There actually is a way to pledge money to a charity and have it pay over time, but paid out immediately. That's the thing. And we've had testimony about how that's done through these donor funds like Elon Musk used. He has a preset amount of tax exempt funds that he has pledged to charity, and those funds will pay out only to recognized 501c3s or 501c4s or however they're set up for tax deductible donations. So he can make the pledge and make the payment. It can sit in a fund and then it can go out over time. There's uses for this too, because what she could do is, instead of giving $7 million to the ACLU, she can make a 10-year pledge of giving $700,000 a year, but actually probably come out with an 11th payment of another $500,000 or so on tax or on interest-bearing amounts. Like, you can give extra money if you do it over time, and then that is a way to benefit it. Or she could have put it all into like a single payment, annuity or something like that, but that's getting off into the weeds.
But I mean, any of that. So she could have said, yeah, I'm going to give 7 million, but 10% a year over 10 years. She could have said that if that was the plan, but that's not what she's saying.
Exactly. And the reason, I think Camille's 100% right. The reason is you didn't actually intend to make the payment, or you didn't intend to make all the payment, or you intended to reap the benefit of having $7 million in your bank account for several years while you slowly made payments. Either way, I mean, the amount, we have no pledge schedule. The only pledge schedule that's even been entered into evidence wasn't signed by anybody. So Amber Heard didn't actually agree to the payment pledge schedule. She didn't make payments on a schedule. So right now she's just at leisure to have the $7 million ad infinitum and then go ahead and pay at whatever time is convenient, all the while earning quite a bit of money in interest. I mean, most of us would love the paycheck of a $7 million. I mean, just think, if you get 3% interest on this thing, you're getting $2.1 million a year. I think. No, $210,000 a year. My bad. Sorry.
Which is deflating down to $10 under Biden. Yeah.
$210,000 a year will buy you a sandwich tomorrow. But not by Wednesday. But the entire thing, this is how money works. And 3% obviously being very conservative. If she put it into some other investments, she could make quite a bit of money. But that being said, it bothers me. I think I agree with you though. I would like to see some other angle of attack on it and just say pledging and donating are two different things. Pledging and paying are two different things. But she's stuck on the language of donated, which she said, and Amber's going to stubbornly say forever that donating and pledging are the same.
Yeah, and I would hammer that whole victim button to death. I would beat that with a sledgehammer because obviously she hates it. Amber hates it. But everything she's actually doing is to portray herself as a victim.
Right. Yeah, that's the key. Man. Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow. More cross.
Yep, I'd hammer that victim. I'd hammer purported, alleged, put a little sneer in there.
Yeah. And I do like Camille is not letting her, I mean, she's not letting Amber control the flow of testimony. When Amber fired back a question, Camille just waited patiently. She didn't answer. She just waited for Amber to finish. And it almost said, like, the silence after that question back, she said, would you, or something like that, or who would? And she just waited. And that wait was almost like a fuck you.
Yeah.
And then she went on with her questioning. She didn't acknowledge it because there was nothing to acknowledge. But yeah. So I'm very excited to see the rest of Cross. I have a bunch of chats to read, of course. We've got a couple here. Lazy Bastard says, I'm so glad I made it back to watch her go full retard. Mechanical Fluss says, if only we had Judge Borowski, that would have been epic. She's so full of it and herself. I hope the jury can see through the clear semantic garbage she's playing. All you need to do is pledge to the IRS. There you go. Now, when you donate money to the IRS, do you pledge it or do you actually write a check? I'm sorry, I've never paid my taxes. No, maybe that is an interesting question. Have you ever made any other donations in your entire life, Miss Heard? They should have asked for that on Discovery. Produce any records of donations made to any charitable any charity in the past 10 years.
Right. You got to add that condition there. She made a stool donation, but that was not a 501c3 mattress.
Yeah. So very, very interesting stuff here. Okay. Let me go back to this. Someone in the chat asked earlier, are you still offering your Law of Self-Defense book for free on the website?
I am. lawofselfdefense.com/free book. And we're doing one of our free law of self-defense hard to convict webinars this Wednesday. For those who are interested, it would unfortunately interfere with, well, maybe not. It depends on when they go on break. It's at noon Mountain Time. And we have, to not interfere with the trial proceedings, we have one of our rare law of self-defense full day advanced courses on Saturday. And people can learn about the course at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
Let's see. Good old Arky Gal says, you missed how important that was. She said, were you afraid? Yes, very, but you didn't let the fear stop sending the pic. Why would I? She's never been abused. Yeah, that could be. That could be. She could have maybe pressed on that a little more. I really wanted to see that picture of the cocaine table. There's a series of photos of that table in different states of preparation to do cocaine. That Amber Heard took all of them and they introduced that one they changed the lighting. She changes angles. There's different stuff on the table in different spots. And that is where I really would have liked to see some more pushing on that. Maybe she'll bring it up tomorrow. We'll see. There's no reason that they can't go back to it, but since they did that topic, I think they might not. Matthew Self says, I love the snarky half chuckles Camille gives in response to Amber. It's got to be interesting to the jury to hear that in her response. Also, Camille's looking quite lovely in that skirt suit. Big happy face. I'm sure Amber Heard is hating that powerful woman. Well, yeah, if Amber Heard truly is histrionic and borderline personality, anyone of competing attractiveness will drive her insane. And Camille is certainly of competing attractiveness and in a position of power over her for the purposes of questioning that will make her, that will drive her nuts. And I think you're right. I think they got to hammer on that victim thing. The way she tuned up immediately when she said, I have never sold myself as a victim. It's like, you're literally talking about being a victim of domestic violence in your Washington Post article. You never were a victim until you wrote an article about it. Like, until you went and got a domestic violence restraining order. Like, not saying that victims should not do that or whatever, but if you're not a victim, how can you claim to not be a victim, but to employ all the methods that victims would use to get protection and attention? It doesn't make any sense. That does not jive. So,
by the way, I gave out the wrong link there for our Saturday course, Law of Self-Defense Advanced course. I have the correct link under my pretty little picture there now. lawofselfdefense.com/live online for those who are interested in a full day course on the law of self-defense on Saturday. Great fun.
Are there any big self-defense trials coming up that you know of?
Not on my immediate radar, but sometimes these things kind of fly under the radar because they're local and then they pop up as a trial gets within a couple weeks.
Yeah. I was, someone was asking me what I do on my show. And I was like, well, right now I do Johnny Depp coverage, but I really enjoy doing the self-defense cases. I find them to be very, an interesting point of law that is, state by state, but it's pretty technical. And so you get kind of into what can they put out there? What can they prove? And so I can't wait for the next big self-defense case. I think that'll be exciting. Okay. All right. So Wait, no, that's the wrong. Shoot, I got the wrong date. Huh? Hold on, I got to get the right date here. It's the 16th. Why does it say May 15th on all those? Why does YouTube say May 15th? Oh my gosh. What a disaster. Okay. That doesn't make any sense at all. The YouTube super chat window has all of these from May 15th. Okay. All right, here we are. Here we are. I'm going to read through a bunch of super chats, by the way. If you have to go at any time, please feel free to. Black Tiger 001. Art imitates life. Rewatched Aquaman recently. In the entire movie, Heard's character was the most dangerous when she was surrounded by wine. Dark Van 28 says, if you look at this, could be a defense version of Star Trek Kobayashi Maru test. Could be. Could be. Dark Loose G, thanks for all you do, Nikki. It's been almost unbearable to listen to Kim Jong Turd. The commentary really helps to get through it all. Also, Legio Palladus Moore walks. We are Palladus Moore. We are the pride of death. There you go. Very cool. Knight of Knee says Amber is the shit. Jacob Sims, someone got more than an hour of sleep. Only barely, only about 4. Alexandria, but again, I woke up at like 1:30 yesterday, so it took me a while to get to bed last night. Alexandra, hi Tala, good morning. I'm so excited to listen with you today. I'm excited to listen to Mitch Kraft. Do you think they will still get away with what if any this week? What if any? The judge has already established as basically a free pass on leading questions. The judge isn't going to suddenly start changing her mind on those. It would look weird. It would look inconsistent. It might look prejudicial. So if what if any has been flying for both sides, which it has, it's going to continue flying. I just think it's annoying to me. Seize the day says freedom needed in California. We lost it. Honk, honk, honk. Amazing Wireless 2. Judge is back. Nicholas Cruiser. The culprit was very much a pebcac. Okay. Shake from Hunger Team says, I thought you were the guy who sharded on stream. I couldn't tell the difference. You both look alike. Yes, that was me. Meat Sack says Amber's story had so many potential witnesses, but almost none testifying for her. Anyway, Johnny Depp's team can highlight that, or is that a legal no-no? I mean, they're doing it right now in a different way with the evidence. Oh, you had your chance to bring these pictures. You didn't bring the pictures. Why didn't they're not asking why you didn't bring the picture, because let the jury ask why they didn't bring the picture. But they clearly didn't bring pictures that they could have brought that allegedly show her broken nose and black eyes. Instead, they presented what they presented. There should be a reason for that. HP says Ian said they needed to be behind Amber to see the jury. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, it's not like a wedding. I mean, it's not like one party and their supporters have to sit on one side and the other party on the other. That would be funny though, but they'd only let 50 people into the courtroom at that point instead of 100. Amazing Wireless 2 says she's a floozy. John Doe, can the law tubers in court describe the jury? We did get to that in the when Law and Lumber joined earlier. E equals McGee says Amber Heard out here looking like Dr. Evil. I liked her outfit today. I don't care what anybody says. I think it's the best outfit she's put on during this trial. She didn't look like The Handmaid's Tale. She didn't look like a kid, like a 15-year-old boy in dad's suit. It looked like a suit that was cut for her. It's got a skirt. It's feminine without being sexy. I think it's a better look than she's had the whole time. We'll see. Hopefully she does better tomorrow. I know half of you, I know 90% of you hated it, and that's fine. Amazing Wireless 2, the lawyers in the court report that the jury are all N-words. Oh my God. I don't think that's true. TLJ Screwjob. Hey, Nick, been watching every day. Got note 15 late. Oh, notification. Yeah. That's oh, I'm getting hammered down today, guys. Jason of the Great Awakening. Why does Amber always dress and do her hair like a prison guard? No idea. BN read that one. Oh, well, no, it says what is in her water. It's clearly not just water. I think I missed these earlier. Ray Marshall, she dropped a pic this weekend that the metadata was from 2012. Her PR team used it to change the narrative so the date questions are to cover for it. Okay, got that one. Alex K. Mommy Vasquez, DCV Titan, let's get ready to bullshit. Larry, let her answer the question. Let her lie some more. Crusade is viewing. Miss Heard, how did you wipe after the dookie? The sheet or the pillowcase, if any wiping? Disgusting. Julius Caesar 100 BC. Why does she always look at the jury when talking? She's trying to make a connection. Lots of people will do this on the stand. It's a tactic, right? You look at someone and you try and make a connection between your words and them. If you can make eye contact, or even if you can feign eye contact by looking slightly above the person or slightly below their eyes, anything you can do to get that illusion of eye contact makes you seem more trustworthy in many scenarios. So you'll find a lot of witnesses, especially professional witnesses, doing that. They'll turn to the jury and answer the question. It gets really awkward in the Rittenhouse trial when I think it was Gage Grosskreutz was like, yes. No. Yes. Those are weird. You got to be a little bit more natural. It's why you should be at like a 45-degree angle to the jury, in my opinion. Hey,
And by the
what's
way,
up,
this
Nate?
whole pledge donate thing. She could have. Oh, hey, Nate. She could have offset that when they were on that Dutch interview and just said, well, I was using the terms interchangeably there. That's what I meant in that context. And that would have derailed that whole line of questioning.
A quick question. Make sure my audio's all right, because everybody's been saying
Little-
it's too loud. Loud?
You're a little
to
low.
me.
Let me
All right.
turn you up.
No, I got it with my mic, McCain. You got it?
No,
better?
I got you because you were turned way down StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
I got you turned up now.
All right. First, I gotta say, that was a surgical, precise cross-examination. Textbook. Controlled the witness, did everything. And Amber Heard couldn't resist fighting on the charity stuff. She didn't fight any of the other stuff.
Yeah.
But she fought the charity. I don't know why.
Well, because it makes her look really like this is her lie, right? Like lied under oath, lied in public. I mean, I agree, Andrew. She could have derailed the questions about the interview, but her UK testimony under oath.
That, yeah.
I mean, you can't. Well, I was using the terms interchangeably. Oh, okay. So you told a court that you donated the money in the past tense, but the money's still in your bank account in the present tense. Maybe they should just say that.
I think it's even bigger than that, though, Nick, to be honest with you, because it wasn't because Vasquez, she played the timeline so perfectly. Because remember, the timeline was I didn't donate the money because I was being sued by Johnny. Well, 13 months before, that's when you got your final payment, right?
Yeah,
a year before. So that killed that argument. Then it was kind of like we have no excuse. So the only thing she could come up with in that moment was donated, and this was the same. But she didn't really understand it. She had already killed her underlying reason for not donating the money. So now it's kind of like, what do you do? And I think she just got trapped up in that. And Camille did a fantastic job with just keep hammering her. And again, like it's to say, the wannabe lawyers in the chat understand that if you're doing a cross-examination of a hostile witness like this, you have to control the witness. And Camille did it perfectly. Even she was even controlling the lane at some point in the trial, which is fantastic. And only leading questions. I was concerned that we were talking up this cross-examination too much, to giving it too much, like, it's going to happen, it's going to be big. But my God, did she pay off though? She paid off in spades. My God.
I think she's doing a very good job, and I'm really curious to see how they go tomorrow. Again, I don't want to sit on this charity thing forever, but it's really bothering me. One, because it's fresh, and two, because it's such a bad look for Amber Heard. But not only did she receive all of the money by the time that she made the statement, she hadn't donated hardly any of the money that she had been receiving, and she could have very easily donated over time as the money came in. Because remember, she wanted nothing from it, and it's all post-tax funds. So it could go right into her bank account, right to ACLU with her name on it, and right to Children's Hospital with her name on it. And the fact that it just never did is bad news. Very bad news. Plus, she's made a couple $1 million since all of this happened. I mean, she testified that in Aquaman 1, she made $1 million. Aquaman 2, $2 million. Which I know she's trying to say that Aquaman 2 hasn't released, but I imagine she's been paid for it already. She's because I think it's already filmed and just in post. But anyway,
Yeah,
so I mean,
it is.
Go ahead.
It is. No, it is. Because that was the issue. They were cutting her out of so many pieces because they wanted to cut her up, but she already filmed and signed. So there's like, we got to pay her anyway. So we'll just cut all these scenes out. And she even gave a spoiler for Aquaman 2. Remember the fight scene that she was in, but now she's out. So
yeah, the fight that doesn't happen because no one. And again, I know she's making it about the Johnny Depp thing. The reality is no one cares about her character because it's not really that important.
No, but
the Aquaman story.
But she said that they were going to make her Aquaman because the plan was to feminize that. So it would be the Aqua, just like the MCU. How Thor is now, so they were going to make Aquaman, you know, the Aquawoman. So yeah.
Can someone get some wire cutters and clip the ligaments and tendons of everybody who wants to do that in these movies? Like, what are you doing? Like, just go in and just snip right in the elbow joint, right in the underarm. Like, stop it, because you're going to kill every franchise that you've got that makes any money. The only reason Aquaman makes money is because Jason Momoa is in it. He's popular. He's hunky, so he brings in the ladies. Like, this is what's making Aquaman millions of dollars, not the quality of the DC extended universe, which is garbage as is.
Garbage.
And it's certainly not Amber Heard bringing in the bacon.
Yeah, that's amen to that, brother.
So I'm just reading through super chats here. Let's see what we've got next. Lightgiver says, did you catch Amber say the abuse started as early as 2011? He didn't break up with Vanessa until June 2012. I didn't catch the 2011 thing. I did catch that they had to redo the entire timeline because they got caught over the weekend. Well, or over the week, they made some public releases, which I don't see. I haven't seen the court order, but I do not see how having these PR firms for both teams are not violative of not speaking to the media or speaking on social media. It's like, well, I just got my PR team to do it. Come on now.
Well, to be honest, to be fair, I think Amber's got to fire her new PR team because the mistake they made over the week was horrible. So for those of you with the TMZ photo, they released the TMZ photo. This is the photo that Johnny Depp's team doesn't want in court, and the TMZ looked at the metadata and was like, "Yo, this was a year before you said abuse first started." So that's why in trial today, she had to clear, I made a mistake. It was actually started in 2012, but I misspoke in the trial and the oath and all the other times. It was actually 2012, not 2013. So even now, her timeline has been moved back another year. It's insane. It's like, believe me, because all these inconsistencies.
Yeah, and they just need to keep highlighting any inconsistencies that they find all over the place. Her testimony hasn't been the same year to year, trial to trial, deposition to deposition. So, and it's not the same today. And of course, like the whole, and they'll probably get to this when we get to Australia, but the whole like bottle rape thing doesn't show up until this thing. And again, well, I was really trying to keep the sexual abuse stuff down. It's like, again, none of this makes any sense because you weren't hiding domestic abuse. You weren't hiding any of the abuse that was going on. You like, I was trying to protect Johnny. How? By getting a restraining order? Again, that doesn't make any sense. You could have just gone and filed for divorce with no restraining order. That would have potentially protected him. But, oh man, can somebody please slap the lawyer who told Johnny Depp to make that to agree to the statement that she did not lie for financial gain or whatever? Oh my God.
But as bad as that was, you got to give the legal team now credit to get over that. And the way they got over that with that charity thing, right? There was obvious financial gain. So even though we said it, let me lay it out to show you what's financial gain. Beautiful, beautiful way to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, Camille needs to ask her. So right now, today, as you're testifying here before this jury under oath, all that money's in your bank account, right?
Yeah. How much of that money is still in your bank account right now? Well, no, you look at the amount that's not there, right? Or because there is some purported donated amount. So then you say the 7 million minus that much is sitting in your bank account, correct? And if she says no, then you go, oh, well, that's interesting. What'd you do with it? Well, I had to pay my lawyers. Oh, so you did want something. You wanted financial gain. Just let her go. And that whole, like, I wanted to pay my lawyers thing, or I had to pay my lawyers because Johnny sued me. Like you said, Nate, you had 13 months, a year of time that you didn't act. Yeah. K-Dub Smile says, shocked to see TikToks. Okay. I don't know what that means. Karen Mason, Amber is wearing that North Korea suit today.
We called it the Kim Jong-un.
I like the suit. I don't care. I think it's the best outfit she's worn so far.
That's 1984. It's 1984.
It's not saying a ton, but it's better than The Handmaid's Tale, man.
1984 would have been red leather.
That's true.
K-Dub Smile says she's still using her face with weird looks, so they didn't coach her to not use her step on a bee face. She just can't. She can't get sad, so she makes mad faces. She looks like Miley Cyrus trying to hit a note to me every time she does the like thing, and I think like, yeah, she can't get sad. She can't, for the life of her today. She couldn't make a tear happen. You're muted.
She gave it the old college try. She tried though. She was trying. She just couldn't squeeze one out. But she squeezed one out and got me my $50. So I got to give her some credit. The last day. But if I was hoping for the day, it wasn't going to happen.
Yep. Stocky Pixel says, to be honest, I've stalked Amber Heard and Wanda Maximoff for years. Oh, Lurk more. Camille already had Amber Turd's Jimmy's wrestle within the first 5 minutes. This is going to be good. Yeah, she did. T. Odom rebooted Amber is creepy like a Stepford wife. Skotsky, Amber getting eviscerated on Cross. I've been looking forward to this. These were earlier in the show, though. Night of Knee, you posed with a tissue while on the stand. Yeah, that one still bothers me. She does the shutter sound and then pulls it down.
I saw your clip on that. I was like, yeah, he's right. She's totally making it up.
Yeah. Matthew Perkins, can we just fast forward to the Cross? Blind press. What do you think, Nate? I would have drugged this testimony, the direct, out through the day.
Yes, I'm not. But all right, tactically speaking, it's a toss-up, right? An hour and a half less. It's 3:30. You know we're out of here at 5. How much damage can you really get, right? It's
quite
like
a bit as it happens.
And on top of that, if you guys notice how her and this sometimes with witnesses who are not really great witnesses, their emotional range changes so dramatically between Cross and direct, and you're like, something's just off, because she was all emotional, crying, all that, and on direct, she's just a statue, very ice queen. Now you expect that because you expect a little bit, but it just such a change where it's no emotion, no nothing, right? She was really clean, and then, from what I'm looking at, I don't want to say anything poor about the attorneys. I want to make sure that I'm not accusing them of anything, but it's obvious that she came in today answering questions about what we've been hearing over the past 10 days. The timeline being she was directly answering the Twitter stuff and everything.
You don't have to say it. I'll say it. 100%. She consulted with her attorneys over the week. I said it going into the week. Of course, I actually question the validity of the order. I don't know that a judge can actually prevent a party witness from conferring with their own attorneys during the pendency of trial. Like, to me, I don't know how you get around the enforcement of that, but she definitely did. They came in and the questions were bordering on leading throughout the opening today. It's like, well, you actually said the wrong date, didn't you? And actually, it was earlier, wasn't it? Can you tell us about how it was earlier and why you were so wrong last week when you were testifying under oath? All these details you definitely remembered, but now you realize that they're all wrong. Yeah, they clearly conferred. And I think most of this, most of today was all coached and done in preparation over, you know, they were watching hundreds probably of videos of criticisms and stuff like that.
But the one thing though is that if you look at her, the way she was answering questions on cross, they told her, and I'm assuming they did tell her, don't fight anything. We know this is bad. We know it's going to come out. Just answer the question. And she was doing that. Yes, no, yes, I don't believe so. Yes, like she was very, very cold. But when it came to this piece about the charity, that's when it cracked her. And to be honest with you, I would have just answered it. No, yes, it's a complicated thing, but no. And it could have been on. I would have answered it like Andrew just said. But the problem is that's when she started fighting. And for those of you who, if you ever were in court, don't fight the cross-examiner. Let your attorneys, or have faith in your attorneys, will bring you back on redirect and clean all that stuff up. Just answer the questions. And that's why she got caught at the end, because she wanted to fight. This whole difference between donating and promise pledge. Nobody on the planet Earth, just imagine your boss said, well, I'm pledged to pay you your salary, but I'm not giving you the money. We know the difference between pledging to do something and giving you the money, right?
When you sign a contract with the company, are you paid by the company at the time you sign the contract, or are you paid when the check clears? You know, like that's beautiful. There you go.
That's beautiful. That's it right there. You're right. You're right.
Because I know you may not know a lot about donations, Miss Heard, unless it's with other people's money. However, you do know about getting paid by studios, and you know that you're not paid until that check actually clears, right? I mean, despite what the contract says, if something happens to the company and all their money goes away, you could never get paid. That's a risk of business, isn't it? That'd be the line to go down to really illustrate how this thing is. I wonder if they're going to pick up on this. It seems like fertile ground still, so they may pick up on it tomorrow.
But she's going to be really, really in tuned on that though. So you know, I think you might want to circle back to it after getting to something else, because there's so much here. There's so goddamn much that she can go after. There's so much that she can go after. I just don't know.
Yeah,
no,
well,
I don't like using the Lord's name in vain. It you know, it bothers me when I do it, so that's why I'm apologizing.
It bothers me when I do it, and I do it all the time. So yeah, I get it. I get it. Allison S. Could Depp's team use a trial video of Heard picking her lip as a source of her busted lip, or is a video for trial not allowed for replay? No, anything that happens in that courtroom should really be a matter of record for the court. I mean, they can't deny the authenticity of it unless they can detect some sort of edit. But there's so many different videos of the court. It seems like they could authenticate anything they needed to, but I don't know that they're going to, because just because she picked her lip in court doesn't mean that she picked her lip on that particular day or anything like that. I think they did fine with the split lip. Like you no one who's ever had a lip split or known anyone with a lip that is split will think that what that little blood spot or whatever it was anything even close. I mean, that could have been picked a chapped lip, and then you got a little bit of blood and you squeeze it out. I mean, it was nothing.
You know what I also like, when they had the picture of her with the mouth wide open and look at the camera there. Like, does your face look like any bruises? No, it doesn't look like it's anything there.
Yeah, you got a split lip and you're taking close-up photos of you like this. Like, come on now. XSSFD 132. Did anyone see Amber, the IMDb hack of Amber's page with her name change? Amber Turd have screen grabs. Yes, someone hacked and changed her to Amber Turd. Good stuff. Blaster Brain, agree or disagree? The sand commonly found in the defendant's vagina could have compressed into glass and desensitized her to the pain. Oh my God.
This is cold. You guys are cold.
Texas State of Mind, as a 501c3 for 23 years, pledges do not always get paid. Of course not. Often, once the height of doing good passes, the person changes the high of doing good passes. The person changes their mind. Pledges don't pay bills or save lives. She used it as a look. She used it to look like a saint. And most pledges are not enforceable.
Yes, they're gifts.
Right. There is a theory of promissory estoppel. If you say, I will pledge you this amount of money at this particular time to do this particular thing.
And there has to be some reliance.
Yeah. And they rely. the other pledges that are enforceable, like for me, when Lady Rackets and I were just down at a charity thing and we bought a guitar signed by Kevin Costner. I forgot because I meant to do it the next day. I had a credit card on file, but they didn't want, if you could pay by cash or check, you save them 3% for the charity. So I was like, oh, I'll bring a check in the next day. Well, I got sidetracked, forgot to bring the check in, and then I got on a plane and left the state, and I had the guitar. That would be an enforceable thing. They gave me something at that point. Thankfully, we got it all worked out. I was like, oh my God, I'm so
You
sorry.
left the state with Kevin Costner's guitar.
It's like, I'm home free. And but it was like
Kevin Costner shows up in that goofy Waterworld outfit at your front door.
Right. It's like, no, you've got gills. Stay away, mutant. But that's one, that's a type of pledge that I had made that could have been enforced by the charity if they wanted to. They've given me something of value, or they act in reliance on the thing. ACLU and Children's, there's no evidence of any sort of reliance there. The closest thing they presented was that ACLU payment schedule that was unsigned. So again, right now, Amber Heard's pledge to the ACLU is completely it's an illusory contract. There's no agreement there. It's just her saying, I'll do this. Now, she said it under oath, but if she never pays it, 100 years from now, she never pays it, and she's somehow still alive because she's a vampire or whatever, they can't go after her for that money just because she said it under oath. I mean, you could try and go after her for a perjury, but you can't extract the money from her. Catherine Smith, Rackets, now that you're a midget dog owner, we need your expertise. A little dog poo, because hashtag boo did not poo. YouTube won't let me spell little word. Yeah, no. As a owner of a person with, I think, about an 8-pound dog, there is no way what was left on that bed came out of a teacup Yorkie. It is not possible. It'd be their entire body being dumped out of their anus onto the bed. There's no way. Roby McCann, tell Branca, awesome, hard to convict webinar. As far as there you go, buddy.
Thank you.
As far as Miss Heard Turd goes, quote, I'm a big believer in, if you don't want people in your business, don't invite them to the meeting. That op-ed was a very big meeting. Yeah.
Amen to that. And with that, it's 6:00 here. Let me go get my kids fed. But listen, guys, I'll definitely be back tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be explosive. My God.
Sounds good, buddy. I'll make sure you have a link.
Take care, guys.
Take care, Nate.
And guys, just as an FYI, I'm going to do about 30 more minutes of super chats, and then I'll probably have to cut them off and finish them tonight, because you guys have been very, very generous, and I appreciate it. I want to make sure I get to all of them, but with time restraints and how heavy this trial is, I do need a little bit of time between streams to have some dinner with the family and maybe catch a few winks of sleep. But I will be back tonight at 11 p.m. as always, and then we'll be rolling, into tomorrow's stuff as well. So, but let's see how we go through here. Blind Press, Amber's testimony about 2 versions of Johnny is straight out of Secret Window from 2006. Jason the Great Awakening, I get scratches deeper than that from dog sitting my sister's ridiculous shaved rat poodle. Miss Mary, are they checking the metadata on the photos of Amber showing cuts on her arms? We all know photos can be manipulated. Again, whatever they did with metadata, there was some metadata that was not turned over. I don't know what particular pictures it's in reference to, but if you want to kill your jury, start explaining metadata to them. You'll get an expert on the stand. It'll take hours and hours. It'll be boring as sin. They'll cross-examine your expert. The jury probably still won't understand what metadata is at the end of the day. The normal way you introduce photos and video evidence in a trial is this. Did you take this picture? Yes, I did. What date did you take it? I took it on this date. Is this picture an accurate representation of what happened on that date? Yes, it is. That's it. That's an authenticated picture. Now, you can challenge that if you think there's a Photoshop or metadata analysis that'll help you, But again, you're really going to get off into the weeds. It's great for online stuff. It's really great for public image because you can have articles written by experts talking about it, and you're not worried about the courtroom time, and you're not worried about making the jury all want to hang themselves. But man, having technology experts testify in court, most juries, I think, because I do, want to jump off a bridge immediately after. Pamela B, finally catching you live. Can't wait for X. Cross. I went back and watched the whole trial with your commentary. I love Runkle. Hey, I love Runkle too. He's great. Nancy Focus, the bullshit is off the charts. Could it be less obvious that they read social media last week? Fluffy, did they talk about the coke snort from the other week? They're not going to bring that up. Jason the Great Awakening, the dogs was big in the news here. The dogs and the dogs delaying the Aquaman thing. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to bring that up or not. Shady Conservative, read that one earlier. Kate smiles. Why didn't she use her magic cream to get rid of those glass cuts? Broken glass doesn't cut like that. That's a razor or sharp knife. Geez, she needs to stop using her face when she talks. Yeah. And again, bottles in particular, like there's different types of broken glass. You can get a straight cut from broken glass. Bottles break in curved shards that tend to puncture, not as much of a slice. It's a more horrific sort of wound in my experience than a slice. Next, Carol Holbert, I would have followed up the question when she said, after 10 months, Johnny sued her. I, as an attorney, would have asked, are you using Johnny's money to defend this lawsuit? The way you would have asked that, you would have said, you're using Johnny's money to defend this lawsuit then. You're using the charity money to defend the lawsuit.
Charity money.
You're paying for your defense through the charity money. Let her say no. Okay, then what's the problem? Donate the money. Make her donate it during the trial. Guilt her into it. Just put it out there now. You got it sitting in the bank. You haven't made any payments. Tyler Williamson, let's be clear here. My toddler has given me more busted lips and bruises than Depp ever gave to Heard. Yeah, if you've ever been standing over a toddler when they stand up and ram their head into your face. Virtual Loner says, watch Az's video on Amber Heard just released. I will check it out when we're done here. Rogue of Enwy. Do the abused usually have conversations where they tell their abuser, I'm trying hard here, you're not? The rape/beaten aren't confrontational in my mind. I couldn't tell you. I'm not an abuse victim, and I'm pretty sure my wife would not suggest that I'm an abuser, so I don't know how that would go. We don't have those types of discussions. So I'm not sure on that front. I do know that the abuse victims I have dealt with in my professional life have not been confrontational. Yeah. Like they're not fighters usually, especially if there's a power disparity between them. They don't. Yeah, that's my experience. Other people may have different. Mr. Shado, Amber describes a normal marriage until Johnny wants to enjoy himself and be happy. After that, there's no fun, no talking, and no leaving. Pamela B, do you think Camille will grill her on lack of evidence of injuries? She did. She absolutely did. Good call.
Yeah.
She claims horrible things happen, yet zero med records or visible evidence. Well, she explained that, Pamela. She said it's not visible to you. So, which is a questionable approach. BN, the arm scar photos were not personal pictures. They were media pictures at celebrity events that have a known date. Metadata on those is not relevant. Yeah, very good. Very good. Right, because yeah, pictures from the Met Gala are going to be from the Met Gala, and you know the night that they take those. Tammy, when you tell the truth, you don't have to have a good memory. Kind of. I will say that the opposing party in court can make your truth sound very unbelievable if your memory is not pretty good. But I agree, telling the truth is typically easier than a lie. Three per prepper says, why is she dressed like Chairman Mao? You leave that suit alone. Andra Flandra, your thoughts about the theory that instances of violence Amber is describing is just insane, drunken / drugged up sex explains injuries, mess, and haziness. I've thought about it. I can't imagine their sex life was that wild. Like I don't know. Johnny's getting a little bit up there in age, and if all of their sexual encounters are these,
I'm his age.
all of these sexual encounters,
I'll share
like,
my sex life with all of you.
all of them are like they're busting bottles all over the place. They're kicking shit all over the ground. I think that would get a little tiring. I mean,
Typical
maybe
Tuesday in the Branca household. As soon as the kids get home from school,
kids go to bed. He just calls up. It's cocaine Branca time, baby. David, but I have had that thought that some of these things sound like kind of they sound like caricatures of BDSM sexy time a little bit. So David Stowe says, why the hell of all the clothing options did Amber Heard go for the Kim Jong-il look? Check your Twitter DM. Ron Wood. Then Johnny freaked out and he and this sounds stupid, but he turned me into a newt. It's been a hell of a show to be sure. Cheers. Y'all ain't right. As a lawyer, do witnesses who seem to fabricate like her get on your nerves, or does it make you happy because you see it as an opportunity to catch them in a lie? She makes my skin
latter.
crawl. I hate it. Yeah. Well, it depends what side you're on. If it's your witness, you're like, shut your mouth. Do what we talked about. Comrade Commissar Yuri, I'm surprised Amber hasn't dyed and cut her hair and gotten a mustache and goatee to look more like Johnny Depp yet. We got a week and a half of trial left.
this whole glass scenario really bothers the hell out of me because I worked on an ambulance crew. I saw people injured by glass all the time. Only someone whose only exposure to this is like in the movies with fake glass and stun people would believe that you bodily land on a bunch of glass and walk away with nothing more than a scratch. Glass is
you got
scalpel
uniform
sharp.
cuts like
Right,
this.
It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely just imagine huge scalpels being driven into your body. That's what glass is like. The wounds are grievous.
And that's the important thing is, especially if you're landing on glass, it's not slicing, it's going in and often sticking in there. Like you'll have to have a doctor will have to come in and pull those pieces of glass out. They can get embedded in your skin really easily. I mean, not all of them, obviously, but some of them are going to get lodged in there if you're dropping on a pile of glass. And yeah, when you get cut by glass, because my wife always freaks out when a glass breaks. She's like, oh my God, we have to burn the house down. Because the kids might step on it. And I'm like, no, we'll clean it up. And I'll clean up glass all the time. It's not a big deal. But when you get cut though, it's always something dumb. Like you just grazed the wrong thing that you didn't see. And you get a laceration. It's like, oh,
You're picking it up carefully and you end up with a dozen stitches.
Yeah, it's nasty. Cheese Curd Havoc says, every time Elaine says not offered for the truth of the matter, as a juror, I would think, then why the hell are we talking about it? Yeah. And oftentimes she was offering it specifically for the truth of the matter asserted. That's often why hearsay is introduced, even if they're trying to avoid it. Light Giver, funny how Vanessa Paradis did full nudity in movies, but Johnny refused to let Amber. Gandalf the Grey says, objection, Amber's the worst. Last King of Norway, this recording alone is worth $50 million. Blackjack Gaming, Amber can't describe how she hit him in the recording, but she remembers in court how he hit her in her testimony. Slash and Burn Theory, defense using B-rabbit strategy. Greg Hansen, I sometimes wonder if we're in a bubble and other people are buying this nonsense. Oh, dude, you don't have to wonder if you're in a bubble. Chris Rock is on Johnny Depp's side. You've got Robert Downey Jr. comfortably out taking Johnny Depp's side. The Aquaman 2 director unfollows Amber Heard on Instagram. If you've got Hollywood insiders taking the side in any visible way of the alleged abuser, the victim is not believable to the general people. They are not like, remember that based on 2 lines effectively in a Washington Post article, they got rid of one of the most money-making stars that they have. Johnny Depp was on the road to being a billionaire with the Pirates movies. And then Fantastic Beasts with, I mean, he's going to run Pirates as long as he could. They would have made 10 of those things if they could. And then he's going to run Fantastic Beasts for 5-6 movies, making $40 to $70 million a movie. Johnny Depp was on the road to huge amounts of money, and they shut it off. He shut him off for nothing. Fantastic Beasts takes a hit. They can make $800 million pirate movies forever, and they'll just keep selling because for some reason people like the ones past number 2. There's no reason for Hollywood to do that. And now they're reversing course. You've got favorable media articles about Johnny Depp. And most importantly, it's not just here. Go check every chat room and see. Now that's his public sentiment. Doesn't mean he's going to win a court case though.
Right. Hey, just check out the lady law tubers. They're smart lawyers. What do they have to say?
Yeah. Emily Baker, Legal Bites. I think you'll find them and their audiences pretty firmly on Johnny's side on most of the issues. And also you can go in the law and crime chat. And normally I would make fun of the law and crime chat, but this one is huge. It's bigger than anything they've ever done. You've got hundreds of thousands of people, and they're getting the same poll numbers that we are. 97%, 98% in favor of Johnny Depp. It's crazy how much public sentiment seems to be in his favor. Macnan Packin says, when we getting to the cross-examination already? Cat lady questions are boring. We want the juice. Give us the juice. We did get to cross today. We've got another day of it tomorrow. We did. Gonzalo Vergali says, sounds like Johnny Depp would have been a great Jack Torrance. Camtech, Dr. Mommy lookalike, sounding kind of sus. I hope they bring Dr. Mommy back. She's hilarious. Ashton, and she pisses off Amber Heard because she's better looking than her. Ashton DeRoja says, I see the turd has decided to go with the Dr. Evil costume today. Cannot wait for cross. Silver Moose, Amber's actually gaslighting the jury about what they just heard from the not hitting you tape. Bold move, putting them in Johnny's shoes. Dude, that was crazy. She tried to turn that entire tape of her saying, I didn't punch you, I hit you, and you always run away, you baby, into Johnny Depp was hitting me, so I had to punch back. Like, it's very bold to try that right before a jury. Wolfram, quote, I have a skin condition. Yes, I have heard that blood-sucking vampires have a problem with direct sunlight. Tankrat, glass sticking to the body is no joke. I pulled out a sliver of glass a month after Khobar Towers bombing out of my leg. I didn't know it was there, and I was just scratching an itch. Pulled it out. It was a half-inch long. Oh, gosh. Have fun with that, man. That sucks. Okay. Slels Mem says, yes, I believe she did hit him. Tortheo, if you wrote Amber Heard as a domestic violence victim in high school, I'd give you an F. That was the point. Yes, exactly. Michael, as a high schooler, I had no experience with victims of domestic violence like that I could write their characters. So I would have written it the way you'd see it on like a shitty Lifetime movie or in some like dumb comic book or whatever. By someone else equally unqualified to write the character. You just kind of make it up with what you think. That's how she came across to me. Lieutenant Timberwolf, I think Amber was rocking the Kim Jong-il outfit. Michael Sanger, I like how Amber Heard is consistent, wasn't coached, and did not go do outside research during the break. Oh, wait, I meant the opposite. Dispatch Indirect says, as Tommy Wiseau, he hit me. I blame myself. I didn't hit him. It's all so senseless. He still hit me. Oh, hi, Mark. Sean Vermillion read that one. The Iconian Cat. She just said EMS gave her medical advice not to roll an incapacitated, intoxicated person onto their side to avoid aspiration of vomit because he supposedly swung at her when incapacitated. No sense. Yeah, and again, this is a woman testifying that her drunken husband or boyfriend or whatever swings at her while being extremely intoxicated, and EMS didn't think to call the cops. They didn't make a report of that. There's no incident issue. Just it blows my mind to think that. It's like, oh wait, so he swung at you, man? Did he? Well, we'll just go ahead and get him out of there and put him in a detox. I mean, why not? Get him in the drunk tank. Eric Miller, Nick, now that you have a Lincoln, are you considered a Lincoln lawyer? Yes. That is true. Jason Klee, lawyer should ask, was there ever a time Johnny didn't hit you? Brett MB, she would have just said, oh, during the good times. Brett MB, why can't she speak about her own conversation / therapist recommendation she had with her therapist? Okay. So I cannot introduce my own past statement that is in my interest because you can't cross-examine me at the time of making the statement. The whole hearsay is because how easy is that? Well, I said Johnny was hitting me at the time. Well, okay. We can't examine that statement other than how you're going to frame it now that you're in a lawsuit and all of your answers will be self-serving. So that's why typically why you don't want hearsay being brought in anyway is because that statement can be taken out of context. And in the new context in which it's brought up, you've got this lawsuit and someone may be motivated in one way or another. So the only statements that they allow for parties are statements that are adverse to their interest because they're probably not going to be able to lie about, yeah, I punched that guy in the mouth. Like, I punched that guy in the mouth. You get to draw the negative inference. They can try and explain it away, but they still, at the end of the day, at the time said I punched that guy in the mouth. That's the easiest way to kind of explain it. But yeah, any out of court statement by any person is hearsay. And then they have to fall within an exception to get it in. Sophia MBA says
hearsay is simple. It's the exceptions that get complicated.
Right. Yeah. Anytime I said, he said, she said, any of those things, automatic hearsay, but then does it fall into an exception? Sophia MBA says, wow, wicked piece of crap. That's what she left on the bed. Jay Lama, I'm so late, starting about an hour behind. Just wanted to pitch in for my day of entertainment. Totally missed all the daytime content last week. Love you, Arcada. Yeah, I was so busy last week. I did not have time. Every single day I had something. So I couldn't do daytime shows. Really bummed about it, except on Friday. Cameron Mason, Johnny needs to work on his aim. It sounds like there's a lot of missed throws. For an alcoholic, too, he's destroying tons of alcohol. He's throwing champagne bottles that are full, Magnum champagne bottles, leaded glass decanters. He's just throwing all of his alcohol stuff all over the place and shattering it left and right. No pictures.
Listen, some people drink. We all know people, they drink and it's not a good fit for them. And they go out and they'll fight a telephone pole if they find themselves facing one. I mean, they're not good with alcohol. That's just the way it is. Other people drink, they're just happy. And they're not a threat to anybody. And Depp comes across completely as the second of those two.
Yeah. Even his drug stuff. It's like, okay, so all your pictures of Johnny Depp on drugs are him passed out. Like, why are you showing these? Like these, well, that's heroin Johnny. It's like, okay, so heroin Johnny wasn't a risk to you at all. He's just sitting there dropping ice cream on his legs or whatever. Okay.
It's like all the Sean Penn stuff, like him beating up paparazzi, like he's an anger management problem.
Yeah. Where's the picture of him like coming at you and grabbing the phone, right? Where's the video of him grabbing the phone from you? The only video that they have like that they've produced is when Amber Heard comes down and Johnny Depp is slamming cupboards in his kitchen. And then she's like, what's wrong? Why are you doing this? And he says, you weren't down here this morning. Nothing happened to you. She's like, no, nothing happened to me. Why are you like this? It's like, nothing happened to you. Clearly something was getting on his mind. Who knows what it was? Somebody speculated it was the day his mom died. Maybe it was when he started to get the news about his financial situation, because I think she had said that it was a couple days later that he had the actual meeting with his accountant. But I mean, if you're Johnny Depp and you think I've got $650 million net worth, and your accountant calls you and says, hey, Johnny, I got some really bad news, but man, you're like broke and we need to have a meeting on this right now. Maybe that's the reason. I don't know though. You know, we didn't get any testimony as to what actually happened that day that set him off. Eternal Light, those scars on Amber's arm look like mild burn scars. She probably tried to cook once.
Tried to boil some water.
It's me. Thanks for the donation, Greg S. Johnny Depp confirmed bad athlete. Nothing he threw at her ever hit. Also, he enjoys ripping shirts like he's Hulk Hogan. He is ripping the chest part of her shirt off like constantly in her stories. Just, I mean, oh my goodness. The man's got a breast obsession, apparently. Zach Williams says, haha, of course Johnny has old church furniture. To be fair, he owns an old church in one of the French towns. He owns like a whole village. There's like 4 or 5 buildings. There's a villa, there's a church, an old store, and like an outbuilding of some sort. But he does own an old church. I believe I read that in France. Trend says Johnny Depp, none punch man. Sophia MBA. Wow, what a huge piece of crap. Your fellow lawyer turning into trial jury line in Virginia was funny. They're psyched. Y'all are all on the law too. Ball. Great job. Thanks from the rest of us. Hey, thank you, Sophia. Incelsior says, I love this lady lawyer. She better make senior partner. Andrew Hansen, can blatantly ignoring the rules of evidence like Amber Heard's team is consistently doing get you in trouble? You have to not be getting called out on hearsay objections. You have to do something really egregious, violate a court order on evidence, something like that. Go into stuff that you can't go into. Just being objected to a lot, and even if they're winning all those objections, probably not going to get there unless the objections again are around like existing motions in limine the court has ruled on, or something really, really egregious. But I haven't seen anything like that here. Personally, you're going to get, guys, you will find ridiculous amounts of hearsay objections in any active courtroom where testimony is being taken. It could be little hearings, it could be full on trials. But if the lawyers are paying attention, because everybody testifies with hearsay all the time, it's natural. It's how we normally communicate. So,
and this is an adversarial process, folks. I mean, you tried, you do what you can get away with in court, within reason, and the judge expects it, and the other party objects, and it's sustained, and you move on. It's not a death penalty.
Right. The question you always have to ask yourself on both sides is, one, is it worth pushing through this and risking an objection and losing on the objection? And maybe it is. A lot of times it is. And on the other side, it says, is it worth making this objection? Am I making too many objections? Am I annoying the jury? Those are the questions you have to ask.
And a lot of times the hearsay is being offered kind of for foundational purposes. It's not the point on any key issue. You're trying to work up to something else. And sure, you could do the foundation the proper way without the hearsay, and it would take 20 minutes and just make everybody tired. But this is the more efficient way to do it. And the judge will typically allow it for that purpose.
Right. Same with leading questions on direct. You can lead on, so you got up that morning and then what happened? I mean, that, you got up that morning is a leading part of the compound question, and you could object to it, and everybody hates it. It's like, well, the date was May 15th, right? Like, nobody cares. Like, just
is there some point in the night that you were unconscious sleeping?
Yeah. Alex B, if we see her crying from objections, just wow. Gandalf the Grey, Camille is kind of hot, not going to lie. Oh, she's very attractive. Yeah. Debbie James, I'm a domestic violence survivor. There's no way she is telling the truth. Thank you for the great coverage and commentary, Nick. Much appreciated. Hey, thank you, Debbie, for both of those. There was a duplicate chat there, so thank you for that. Azatone says Camille woke up today and chose violence. Roger Stone says Doogie Howser places hand against Amber Heard's testimony today and screams to the surrounding troops of LawTube, "It's afraid!" Rial says she is on gabapentin, side effect, unusual bruising. I'm on less than she. Every bump causes bruising worse than she's shown. Check prescription list online. No, I remember the gabapentin. I didn't know it caused bruising. So that's wild. Matches burn. He didn't come to my birthday. Literally Hitler. Sophia MBA. Amber Heard says our penthouse. Yeah, not a gold digger. You think she would have been nicer since Johnny Depp footed all the bills and the venue. Robert Leather. Have you seen the latest The Behavior Panel, Nick? No, I have not. Mr. Danke says, is it me or is she still speaking in present tense? Joe Knox. Then he looked me in the eye and said, this is MAGA country. Black Tiger says, Heard logic. He is a monster when drunk. Come drink. Yeah, that was so funny. the whole time, he can't drink anymore. If he has one sip of alcohol, he turns into a monster. Come to my birthday party. I won't hassle you about drinking. Just come to my birthday party. I'm at a meeting right now about our financial future. Come to my birthday party and have some shots of vodka. Woo! Insane. Ogre of Gormley. I appreciate the hard work you've done covering this trial. I had to watch the other streams to 2x speed to catch back up. Nick at regular speed sounds positively retarded. Robert Leather. So pussy grab, okay, but name calling, that was worse. Mitch Craft, do you think birthday couch is more special than regular couch? Yes, birthday couch is great. Half-brain gamers, he threw my phone out the window, so I threw his. Haha, it's cute, right? Anyway, he grabbed me and violated me. Yeah, I believe this. Official Rye Nirvana says, with all this abuse she is claiming on cross, I'd flat out ask this question. Why did the police never make a domestic abuse case if there was so much violence? Well, she would say, because I didn't cooperate. She doesn't know about the, police procedures, so she can just go ahead and run with, I didn't cooperate. That's why. I didn't want him to be arrested. I was protecting him. Amateur Anth, I was the youngest grabbing by the pussy I've ever done. By far the hugest. It was the hugest grabbing by the pussy I've ever done. By far the hugest. Donald Depp. Basenji says, on cross, do you think they will point out there are no recordings of Amber accusing Johnny Depp of physical abuse? I think we'll get there. I think we will. I think they're going to hammer on the audio. All of the audio is her complaining that he won't fight with her. And she's claiming, again, if someone is someone who has, from the beginning of your relationship, been beating you physically, there's no way you're going to get on a recording screaming at them saying, you won't stay and fight with me. You always run away. Like, you thought, she's whimpering and crying that she thought she was going to die. And again, she's on the recording saying, if you'd only stay and fight, we'd be able to work this out. Insanity. Donut Swan says, Johnny doesn't even talk like that. You want to be the big man? You want to be Jack Sparrow? You could never wear my mascara, biatch. Greg S, I'd say Amber is full of it, but have you seen that picture? Hashtag Grumpygate. Gross. Mr. Shado. So 2 dogs with bowel problems slept routinely in that bed and stayed there after Amber and her girlfriend got up to leave. I need Cesar Millan to testify as an expert. I just love it. Her girlfriend, Rocky Pennington, comes in, lays down next to her, wraps her arms around her, shows her a picture of shows her a video of their fun birthday cut, doesn't comment that the entire room is full of glass and blood and hair, apparently. And then they just get up and leave and go to Coachella because, why not? And no one says anything anywhere. No one tells her, maybe this relationship isn't for you. I'm just saying. Like, none of that comes through. With that, guys, it is 5:30 my time. I'm going to have to finish these on the nighttime show. I know that will rankle some feathers or ruffle some feathers, but that's the way it's got to be. I need to have a few minutes with my kids. We need to have some dinner, and I need to get ready for the night show and tomorrow's coverage here. If you want to come to the night show, 11 p.m. Central Time, right here, same place, because I'm an idiot. Tomorrow, I will be back here at 7:45 a.m. Central Time as well. And hopefully you guys will join me. And no matter what stream you're watching, again, my stream, anyone else's stream, if you like the coverage that we do, especially around the LawTube community, go ahead and click that like button. And any little videos that you guys see that you find particularly fun or insightful, share them around. It helps us more than you could possibly imagine. So thank you for that. Mr. Branca, anything you want to say before we head out?
No, just remind everybody again about our Law Self-Defense Advanced class this Saturday, full day class on self-defense law. Learn how to make yourself hard to convict. You can learn more about that at lawofselfdefense.com/live online. It is live, taught by me. There'll be jokes. It's a good time. Fun will be had by all.
Absolutely, guys. Go check it out. Make sure you check out on Wednesday and on Saturday, you said, right? Was the other one?
This one is Saturday.
Yeah. yeah, check those out. And also go get yourself a free book. Other than that, there's one more chat here. Allison S. Oh, wait, I should read some of these from real quick. Rumble username Sock says, notice how throughout her testimony, whenever Amber has memory difficulties, it's due to the trauma of the abuse, not the substance abuse, like when Johnny has memory difficulties. Yeah, her substance abuse just conveniently goes away whenever she needs it to. That's amazing. And like she testified, oh, I never did cocaine. Well, I did cocaine. I never did MDMA. Well, I did MDMA these times. Even Ever Eden author says she's wearing the North Korean dictator, Dr. Evil Killary coat. We've got Elgonzo 1000 says, I used to think she was abusive towards Johnny, but after her explanation of the tape, I am now convinced Johnny was a turd beater /S. Correction to whomever's previous chat. Camille is smoking hot. That's also from Elgonzo. And then I think that's it. There's some others, but again, I'll have to get those later. Allison S. over on YouTube says, is it possible for the jury to not let either side win any money, or do they have to choose one side for this? No, the jury could be split. They could split and not actually resolve the case. That's a possibility. And in that case, no one takes anything. Everybody pays their own attorneys, and it's a nightmare for each party. They both lose. They could have either side win and award them $1. Or they could award them $50 million, $100 million, whatever it is. It's up to the jury. So yes, they could do that if they wanted to. If Johnny were to get a win with no damages or $1 in damages, I think he would take that and run all over the place. It'd be great. I think personally, I still think a tie is in his favor. I think if he's got, if they don't go either way, I think a tie for Johnny is still a win. Personally, but we'll see. All right, guys, that's the end of the show. I'm going to play the outro, and I will see you later tonight. Andrew, have a good night.
Sure. Have a good show tonight. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys.
Peace, brother. And to the chat, peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lubrook. Spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet. There's no one who explains the thought better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the